watching the 420 Pace Reroll Saturday.
So what are you doing? Nothing? Why not? I'm trying to get on this lifestyle radio website. Sounds like a cool website. Yeah, it's alright. Oh, I might have it. You might have it.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
The opinions expressed during this show are those of the individual participants and do not necessarily reflect the opinions of their associated organizations or Lifestyle Radio.
You like music, you like weed, well, we gonna be good friends indeed. This is how much I like more than smoking trees. They'll make you dance the do-si-do and teach you how the chiva grows. Smoke a bowl on the 420 radio show. On Lifestyle Radio.
There was no singing.
I was singing.
We're on.
I gotta turn my volume back up now.
You can go down there.
The song was loud.
Mr. No Video.
I don't care. Put me wherever you want.
Did you get it, Len?
No, I'm good.
What was Len doing? But Len, were you digging for boogers?
He was booger mining. Booger mining.
Are you digging for
Y'all do it. Don't pretend.
That's what I always laughed about. ooh, picking his nose. Well, yeah, and
Everybody does it.
Yeah, when don't you do it?
I remember the booger pile on the side of my sister's bed when we were kids.
Oh, I never had a booger pile.
Sorry, sis.
I never met anybody who actually collected them. We're gonna have to meet your sister. We're gonna have to have
She was very young.
Hi, everybody listening. Thank you for joining us in the 420 radio show this evening.
Trying to.
So
the question. What are you smoking?
I don't smoke inside.
You don't smoke inside. You know, Al Graham doesn't smoke inside his house, but he does vape. And I know you do bongs.
I do vape inside, yes.
But you're not even doing bongs in the house anymore?
No, I broke it last year and I haven't bought a new one.
Wait, what bong?
The one the Darcy got me.
Hey, buddy.
Oh, man.
I know, I'm not pleased.
The one that sat beside your bed?
Yeah. Well, I took it out in the winter last year and I accidentally left it out there.
Oh, no.
Yeah, they don't like that.
No, when you try to pick it up, they break.
Yeah.
It froze to the bottom. I shouldn't have fucking forgot it out there, and picked it up. She thought I was gonna be pissed at her. I was like, no, I was the idiot.
It's one of those things.
Yeah, but I actually haven't been smoking. Even I guess I vaped a couple times this week. Actually, that's a lie. I guess I had a joint. And But no, since Christmas, I haven't really actually been. I've had some gummies and things like that, but I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if it's just the winter. I just haven't been. I'm more of a smoker. I'm more like out by the pool smoking type of guy.
I tried some legal gummies. They're 10 milligrams each. I had to eat the whole fucking package to get anything out of it. They were yummy though.
Depends on what brand. You remember?
No, I was in with one of the kids and they were buying gummies and I said I'll try one of those. So I grabbed it was like $7.95 a package of 5, I think, and they're 10 milligrams each, but they're distillate, right?
Well, that's what I was about to say. There are some live rosin ones I've had that are, I have to admit, they're pretty decent.
Where did those pictures go that I posted in our group?
What pictures?
I posted pictures in our group, didn't I?
No.
Of my car.
No.
What?
No.
So who did I share that with?
Oh, it wasn't me.
Oh, Al.
No, but you have a distillate gummy versus like a live at resin or a full spectrum. There's a difference.
Most of the stuff that I've seen up here are distillate or an isolate, and I don't like it. So this is the picture that I was trying to show you myself. This is my car these days.
Wait, I got to go back to this one. That's a good way to park.
Yeah,
Just fucking really, really good gas mileage.
So what you're telling me is up northern Ontario you get snow. I don't know if I knew that.
It's been snowing since yesterday afternoon.
I may have heard that before. I'm not sure.
Oh, it's driving me nuts. I'm done with winter. I can't even walk outside. Every time I go out, I slip.
We actually had for Nova Scotia, a pretty cold winter.
I don't know. I've been staying inside a lot, so I don't care. It can do whatever it wants.
No, but we used to have it'd be cold 2 days and it'll fucking go up to +1 for a day or two, but seems like we've been minus double digits since fucking January.
That's what's been happening here the last couple of weeks.
Then he's been double digits since January. We were at 6 degrees today and yesterday.
No, I know. Well, today, the last couple of days,
we were at 0 yesterday, and last week we were in our pluses. Yeah. But now we're down into our 18s, 20s minus again.
Yeah, I think we're actually starting to come out the good side of it starting now.
Hi, Hillary.
You really think so?
I hope so. Oh, maybe I hope so.
Yeah.
You know what they say about February weather, right?
No, not really.
What about February weather? I thought it was an April weather. April showers bring May flowers. Blah 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 blah.
No, it's March. In like a lamb, out like a lion.
Yes, it has been, Hillary.
When's the kids March break? 2 weeks from now?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, but it's only a week now. We used to get 2 weeks when we were kids, but it's only a week now.
Oh, I'm not worried about them.
We never had 2 weeks.
We had 12 days, didn't we?
No, I can't remember. I won. I thought it was 1.
5, 7, 9. It would be 9 with the weekends.
We went to Florida usually for March break or somewhere down south.
I find usually there's one good March break storm and then the weather starts to turn.
I can remember
permanently.
I can remember as a kid going to Florida, flying down to Florida with the family, all of us, and coming back, and we had to dig out the car that was parked at the airport parking lot. I can remember that. I mean, 2 feet of snow on the car. We had to dig it out before we could go home after a flight.
The only time I ever went away for a March break was overseas to the Middle East, and I was wearing a fucking uniform with a rifle. We never went away for March break. We stayed home and shoveled fucking snow.
Are you paying attention to the comments, Marcel?
I'm trying to. Chili Willy. I'm trying to roll a joint here.
Was that fucking Nick?
What, Chili Willy?
Yes,
Yep.
it was.
Yep.
Nick loves Chili Willy.
I miss that cartoon. That's a song. That's a song you sing around the house.
I forgot that was a cartoon. I'm actually surprised they can get away with that fucking name.
Oh yeah, you don't remember the?
I remember the penguin Chili Willy. Yeah, I remember. Yeah. But apparently regulators don't.
Why?
They wouldn't like that'd be like Woody Woodpecker. Like you're not allowed to do a cartoon or famous character name for Canadian illegal weed. But probably the regulators are too fucking young, don't remember Chili Willy.
Yeah.
But no, it's a live rosin vape. Nick's a fan.
Oh.
It's pretty good, apparently. I haven't smoked it, I just can't comment.
I'm becoming a very big fan. Actually, I've always been a fan of this Napoli's Temple Bowl that I'm going to smoke. But
I got some. What I'm smoking is I got a big bag of weed. Oh, big bag.
Big bag of buds.
Yeah, and it's ICC, and I can't read the other one, but one is a sativa. One is I got a half ounce of sativa and a half ounce of indica, and I've mixed them both because I found the last time I got the same strains, and I really like them together.
Cool.
And I got some Vortex hash too. I'm enjoying that.
Got a medical question for you, Lenny.
Yeah.
Me too.
A bacterial infection normally causes a sty in an eye.
Yeah.
But will an irritant cause a sty?
I don't believe it would. Like to me, I always thought it was basically almost like a little bacterial cyst forming under the skin and popping. You kind of just put a warm compress and try to make it pop, basically.
Right.
So I'm not sure why an irritant would cause the sty. I'm not saying it doesn't. I wouldn't call it. Maybe there's a bump forming, but it would probably not be considered technically a sty.
What is a sty? No, I'm kidding. I know what a sty is.
Well, one of my daughters had one on the weekend, and she was cranky as fuck.
Oh, it fucking hurts. But
it can hurt.
I tend to get them if I've got, and it's only one eye in one spot on one eye, but it's repeatedly. But it's usually whenever I have resin or rosin or oil or whatever on my finger.
Is it always in the same spot?
Yep.
Now, interesting. The only thing I can think, like, to me, I always thought sty is bacterial. Just it's the bacteria growing, forming its little pus ball.
So did I.
But
if I don't touch anything for quite a while, then just go on fine, and then I'm totally fine. But as soon as I start working with something and get it on my fingers, and then I start touch my eye, poof, I get a sty.
Well, unless the touching of the eye is somehow getting the bacteria going or exposing, or I don't know, getting it under the skin. I'm not sure.
I don't know.
Either do I, but no, to me they're technically usually bacterial.
Because I was thinking at first that it could be an allergic reaction. But
yeah, well, that's why I say it may not be really a sty. It just looks like a sty. That's what I was kind of wondering.
Right, but for an allergic reaction, wouldn't it be more widespread than in one specific location?
I guess not necessarily. Usually, you're right. But how about wash your hands and don't touch your eye?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Well, considering I wash my hands about 400 times a day, and the rest of the time I'm wearing gloves.
Yeah.
I try, and I wear glasses, so I try not to touch my eye too fucking often. But if I do have to touch my eye, I always touch it with a piece of clean Kleenex.
It's probably just some type of allergic reaction, like you said. Just
Yeah.
but it feels like it looks like a sty.
Yeah.
I have a question for you, Len.
All right, ask the pharmacist night.
Well, this is what we're trying to do: is start a new segment called "Ask the Pharmacist." Why? I went today. I got a new meter, a blood meter.
Yeah.
To test my AC1 and that, right? And is that what I'm testing? But anyways, doesn't
No,
matter.
no, you're testing blood
That's not
sugar.
the question. The question is so I went in and I got a script for the strips and some lances, okay, for the new unit that I've got.
Yeah.
And I went in to get them today, and the strips are covered, but the lances aren't. Why?
Who got elected in Ontario yesterday or today?
Yeah.
That's their question. I believe.
She told me that the lances are not covered.
That seems weird to me. Nova Scotia, that lancets aren't that expensive either.
Are they covered? But they give you the machine for free, for fuck's sakes.
I know, and the lancets they're not that expensive.
So she was going to charge me $9.99 or $12.99, something like that. Okay.
Yeah, something like that for
the lances.
Yeah.
My strips are on copay, so $2.
Yeah.
Right. And I refused the lances. I said, I'll just keep using mine. I got a bunch of them from some old meters and that haven't been used, and I'll just keep using mine until they get dull. Right. I'll figure it out. But I don't think that's right. I mean, be it Ontario, blah, 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 blah. Things.
It seems, I agree. It makes no sense. It's like the cheapest of the fucking things. The other issue is, as much as you don't think they're dull, if you go online and look like microscopic pictures of the needle.
I know.
I know. You've seen it. I know. Everyone does.
They roll down.
And it starts to scar your fingers over time. So that's the bad thing.
Yes.
I just find it so weird because I'm going to assume those strips are probably like $80 to $100, but you're going to cheap out on the fucking $10. Not you. I'm talking about OHIP. Was that OHIP? Ontario?
No, my ODSP.
Whatever.
My Ontario Disability.
Yeah, it seems whoever came up with that plan, they're fucking stupid. Let's just call a spade.
Fortunately, I can honestly say it wasn't Doug Ford. But
no, I'm just making a joke. I don't know. It's some bureaucratic idiot that's like, oh, I know we can save a little money. We'll make them pay for the needle. Ha ha ha! What a fucking genius.
I don't get it. What am I supposed to do? Fucking slice my finger every fucking time?
It's just, like
there's
the amount of money governments waste, and you're going to cheap out on that. Like, come on, man.
They are pushing services for senior citizens with diabetes now. That's the big push in the health world. You know that.
Well, chronic disease prevention is great, but I'll be honest. Sometimes I even think the testing's overkill. I don't know. It's just, there's a difference between someone insulin dependent and you're trying to make sure you're not going too low.
I'm not.
And I think it would make a better program to say, like, how often are you testing a day?
What's that?
How often do you test a day?
I stopped.
You stopped?
Yeah, I got frustrated.
Because you couldn't get the needles?
Oh, a couple of reasons, but yeah.
No, but like,
I had missed my meds. I had missed my metformin for a few weeks because they couldn't get them in or something, right? Okay. And then I got it and I went back on it and I felt really, really shitty for about 2 weeks. And I was testing like in 19s, right? High teens. Yeah,
you gotta get, that's bad, that bad.
So I got frustrated with it and stopped, and because I figured, something was going on with the going back on my meds.
Yeah.
So now I'm going to start up again, but now I can't get the fucking Lancet, so, it's a vicious fucking circle, right?
No, what I would have suggested for someone like yourself is like, they tell you you're supposed to test every day or a couple times a day?
Morning, after every meal, or even some people do it before every meal,
Yeah. See,
I was
someone
doing
like
it
yourself,
3 times a day. 3 times a day.
if you'd rather save some money, I don't see the point in having you test 3 or 4 times a day.
Just once?
I would even have you test once every other day and just track it.
But this thing tracks everything for you, all right?
Oh, no, or your meter, but just,
yeah.
But what I tell people, like, I would just, you're looking for trends. Like, I would say,
Yes.
try sometimes in the morning, like do one test in the morning, then do one test at lunch, do one test at supper. Try to stretch it out. Yeah. But again, if it's covered, it's covered. That's up to you. But the concept of testing 3 or 4 times a day for a type 2 diabetic that's not on insulin.
You see, Emily has to test all the time. She's got one of those things on her thing that's linked to her phone. She never has to actually test, right?
She just scans it. How often do they have to move that patch though?
I think it's every 30 days she has to put a new one on, but they're covered. Right? They're covered. She gets a box every month and she changes it when she has to change it. And it doesn't even, she doesn't even have to put her phone near it. It syncs to her phone.
Cool.
Right?
No, they're good. They're not technically blood sugar accurate as your meter.
Really?
No, but don't get too caught up in that terminology. Like there's a little delay. So. Yeah, there is a little delay.
Yeah.
But if somebody was having, like, you kind of need real blood at, like, if you think you're low, mind you, think you're low, you just treat it anyway. But those things are actually good for type 2 diabetics or even pre-diabetics.
I've heard
what it is, it teaches you what to eat.
And Dale just said that. Yeah, no, and I know that, but in my own defense, and this may sound like an excuse, but with regards to my weight, I was up over 600 pounds at one time. I'm under 3 now.
Oh no.
So
what I was about to say
I've learned as far as dieting goes and watching what I eat, it's about portion control for me. That's what
there's portion control, but there's also
what you eat.
What you're gonna learn is like, holy fuck, I had that peanut butter sandwich and motherfucker, my thing went up because of the bread.
No, I know.
Oh yeah, but
I can feel it.
Like, but that's what I'm trying to explain why they can be good. But here's the caveat: if you're still gonna eat that peanut butter sandwich no matter what, don't fucking waste your time doing it.
Well, this is the thing. I am steadily losing weight from what I was. I must be doing something right, or I'm really sick.
Yeah, it's one of the two.
One of the two.
But no,
but I'm trying to.
But you don't usually need to test your sugars, type 2 diabetic, like 4 times a day.
I'm trying to get a grip on it because now my blood pressure is getting flaky, so it's really high. So,
yeah.
I'm trying to
now if you're monitoring, different story. Like, oh my god, I'm at 19. I got to really watch this, like see what's going on.
But you see, and that's why I stopped, Bud, because it was freaking me out. Okay.
Well,
so I mean, out of sight, out of mind. Yes, but I just started testing again, and there's nothing really different going on.
Are you on metformin again?
Yeah, I'm back on metformin. Yeah, and the Floramax. Flomax.
Not that you're going to find anything there, and it's not covered. But look up a supplement called berberine and chromium.
I've heard of that.
They
I asked about alternatives to the metformin.
Oh, they ain't gonna fucking tell you. They don't know.
No, she said we like to stick with the metformin because once you become insulin dependent, it's hard to go back. Right?
No, you can, but you can still use other supplements along with the metformin.
What about this new one that's come out?
Which one?
I can't remember the name. It starts with an A.
I don't know. There's all kinds of new ones. I don't even.
But I did ask her about alternatives. But anyways, enough about me.
Metformin's good for you. Take it.
You know what? They're saying that it's actually women are being prescribed to control PMS.
Well, they use it for
Several
PCOS.
things.
No.
And there's now, I saw something about metformin being a life.
It's an anti-aging drug.
Yeah, thank you. That's what I was trying
to
get to.
That's why I was trying to tell you. Just take it.
And I do. I mean, I'm prescribed it and I take it. Right.
Yeah.
Yes, I've heard that, Hillary.
Ground flaxseed?
For what?
To add it to oatmeal or a smoothie. For diabetics?
It's fiber.
Yeah.
I don't mind oatmeal.
Actually, I was just reading an article about oatmeal is actually really bad for you because it causes inflammation.
It clogs me up really bad.
It's called gluten.
Yeah.
So
it's honestly what it is this is where naturopaths are good, right? They can do elimination diets and see what happens. But that's why I do like that sensor. If someone's really trying to lose weight and not sure what to do, have that sensor and have a bowl of oatmeal and see what the fuck happens. And you're like, oh shit, I won't eat that again. You just don't want your sugar spiking, right? It's the spiking that makes you hungry. It's the spiking that makes you gain weight. You want to just keep it even keel. That's why so many people do well on carnivore diets.
Well, now I got to get my blood pressure down too.
You can live a long time off of eggs, butter, and steak.
You know what? I tried
You actually can.
diet. I tried the Atkinson diet in the fucking 90s, dude, and my poop turned green. That's the steak and the eggs and the no white cholesterol, like white foods like potatoes and stuff like that. Just eggs and fucking steak.
Yeah, I know. It's a great meal.
Oh, I love it now and then, but not for months on end. Thank you.
No, most people can't tolerate it that long, but
I love steak.
It's actually pretty good for you.
Egg, they make me queasy.
I've been watching Hillary's post going from tone cut oats to stone to steel UGG. Not instant.
Steel cut oats. Long.
When she said stone cut oats, I knew that was wrong because stone doesn't cut it; it crushes it. But I know that steel cut is the healthiest of the oats because I think it's cutting the gluten, the longer chain.
What did you call it?
What? Steel cut oats?
Oh yeah. No, I thought you said something else. Tell me about this colloidal silver.
As far as I don't
eat enough, you'll turn blue.
Is it good for you, like they're saying?
I don't know much about it. I've heard different things, but I really can't comment, to be honest. Don't know much about it.
Listen, I'll tell you right now, there's a whole bunch of things that you can ask about that are being coded on the internet. And the best suggestion I can give everybody is go and research it.
Well, this is what I tell everybody, Marcel, when they say, do you know about blah, blah, blah? I'm like, Google it. Read 3 articles. If they all say the same fucking thing, then there's some validity there, right?
Right. So I went looking today because there's a lot of issues going on with COVID vaccines, right?
There's a lot of issues with just fucking COVID.
No, right. Well, with COVID too, right? But a lot of the issues is there's more truth coming out about what was in the vaccines. There's a lot more truth coming about how much damage the vaccines caused. So
we might have to go through that again because now there's a new, more powerful strain.
So here's what I'm going to tell everybody. And I told everybody this the first time around, and I'm going to tell everybody this the second time around. Where I'm unvaccinated, I can say whatever the fuck I want.
Likewise.
Right? But at the same time, a lot of people I know got vaccinated. Some got it because they thought they were doing the right thing. Some got it because they were told to, or they would lose their jobs.
Some got it because they had to have a medical procedure, and they refused if they did not.
Exactly.
Right. So
lots of reasons why people got it.
Exactly. So the ones that got it reluctantly wouldn't be the ones going back for the fucking boosters, right? The ones that have been lining up and gotten every booster, there's no helping. Forced. There's no, they haven't been forced because they've done that on their own. So there's nothing that anybody can do for them, right? They haven't learned on their own. Everybody else can fight back, right? If you have an employer that tells you that for this next round of vaccines that they're going to make mandatory, you know they are, and you don't agree that you should be getting this vaccine because of what's in it, right? And that's not going to change. All you have to do is you tell them that you will have a lawyer draw up a letter of indemnity, that basically they're going to take care of you financially for the rest of your life if there's any adverse effects. And if it causes death, then your estate will be made payable a sum of, $5-10 million.
Or not, it fucking happening. No, I'm not taking it. No, not at this point.
So no, you basically have them sign a legal document that you want me to take this, and you got to take responsibility. What people are finding out now is people that are dying from the vaccines aren't getting covered under their life insurance because they took an experimental drug.
Mm-hmm.
Even though they were mandated, coerced, threatened, everything else, right? So while some people may look and say, well, why is he telling us all this information? Regardless of the fact that, people wished I was dead, wanted me locked up in fucking concentration camps and everything else, I still feel bad for the ones that had to take it. So here's a little hint. I'm going to say some words for you. You go do your own fucking research. And you take a look at why I'm saying these words. And one of them is ivermectin. Go look it up. See what it does. See how
I knew his
it's
sister.
actually. You see how safe ivermectin actually is, and how beneficial it is to the human body. Right? Don't believe the crap about, well, it's horse paste. Yeah, well, great. Horses use it, but horses also use fucking fentanyl, and they give that to people.
Why do you think they developed LSD? It's a fucking horse tranquilizer.
LSD,
isn't it?
No.
LSD, or is that what?
LSD comes from ergot.
That people took in the 70s. It was a horse tranquilizer.
Horse tranquilizers.
Yeah.
Ketamine and shit.
Okay.
All right. So the next little tidbit of information I'm going to tell you is nicotine. Don't go and get a fucking pack of cigarettes and smoke it. Go get yourself a nicotine patch or get yourself some nicotine gum and put some fucking nicotine into your system if you've had a COVID vaccine. Plain and simple.
So in other words, if you had a COVID vaccine, start smoking cigarettes.
No. That's not what I fucking said, you dick.
You heard it here, people.
I don't want anybody going out and smoking, but I do want people to use nicotine. Smoking is bad because cigarettes are not a safe consumption.
I've seen a lot of research articles about nicotine being not as bad as they've put it. Yes.
No, it's very medicinal.
The smoking part of it is bad for you.
It also does something else. All right. And what it does can be very beneficial to anybody that's had the vaccine. So you go look that up yourself. All right.
Do your own research. Like I said,
do your own research. I'll give you. I'll tell you. I've
read 3 articles and they all have the same kind of information in it. You've got some good information there. Make your own qualified decision.
Right.
If you read 3 articles and they all say the different thing, pretty much bullshit, right?
Yeah, but I've tried to point people in the right direction without, giving
Where'd
the
they
answer
go?
because I don't know. Because you'll learn better if you find it yourself. Now I'm telling you the keywords to go and look for. Right?
Yep.
So everybody said, they said, what are you using for COVID? Cannabis. Well, that's not going to do anything, doesn't it? So I went and I found this one today because I was kind of curious, and it was this come out in September, and it actually shows some significant studies. So this study was on people who use cannabis users, and non-users that got COVID.
Well,
But
I've
there's no
seen a
talk
few
about
articles lately that say cannabis will help stop you from getting it.
it's well, the beneficial effect of cannabis use may be attributed to its immunomodularity effects.
That would be the one.
Anything that reduces inflammation is going to make you tolerate COVID better. It's not
Yeah.
going to stop the infection. It just won't kill you. Same as
So what-
vitamin D, same as quercetin. Reduces the cytokine storm. That's what it does.
Yeah. So where was it here? My numbers. No. Shorter hospital stays. Less people needed to be intubated. Actually, less than half.
Well, apparently it's supposed to be really good for asthma. You know, I mean, I've seen
I-
what it do to stop somebody having an asthma attack, and it's like
So have I. And it's amazing how well it works.
I'm
But-
surprised because, you know, my doctor said to me, I don't want, when he signed my license at first, I don't want you inhaling it because anytime you smoke, you're going to get cancer and have issues. And I didn't like that. But, you know, I got to take that with a grain of salt. He's saying it what he knows. He's never used it. He's never, you know what I mean?
Well, I saw it one night at a campground in BC, and we were all sitting around the fire, and the kids had just gone to bed in the tents. And one of my neighbors that was with us had two little girls. One of his little girls took an asthma attack. And of course, the mom is freaking out. The dad's kind of freaking out. They're trying to get her breathing down. And one of the guys said, sitting at the table, said, "Oh," he said, "I can fix that." And he walked over and went into the tent for a few minutes. Mother and father stepped out. And then a few minutes later, he come out. The kid was no longer coughing, choking, or anything like that. And he went in and blew a big fatty into her face. And as soon as she inhaled that smoke, her breathing started to calm right down. The coughing, the gagging, the choking, everything stopped. And I said, "Holy geez, I knew it worked for pain, but I didn't know it would work for that." And I never forgot
Well, it doesn't make sense that it would, though, Marcel, if you get what I
know.
mean.
But
how
I
does
don't know.
something that can make, I know that it's a natural expectorant, but how does something that can make you cough so fucking bad be good for your lungs?
Well, she's having a hypersensitive lung reaction, right? So it's just reducing it, right? So
it's kind of like
know.
I have syncopy.
I wouldn't tell every asthmatic out there to go start smoking weed.
No, I
No,
wouldn't.
no.
And I don't tell people with COPD to do it either. But I have syncope that if I get a cold or anything and I start coughing, I don't stop coughing until I go unconscious.
I fucking hate that.
And then I come to, but the cool thing is when you come to, you're not coughing anymore.
My thing is I cough really bad, and then I cough, and then I cough, and then I can't breathe, and then I sneeze, and I'm fine.
Oh no, I don't get that lucky. So I try not to cough.
It's almost like a seizure.
So
like it's on key almost.
Yeah, but this is why Marcel doesn't do bong heads.
Well, you know what? I enjoy my dewdrop, but it's already been retired because I can't smoke it. It's available for anybody who comes over. And I can hardly use my student glass, quite frankly.
Like I technically have asthma. It doesn't bother me that much.
But does it help you with it?
No,
Have you ever had an asthma attack?
Oh yeah, I used to have inhalers and shit like that.
See, I'd rather smoke a joint, have a couple of hits off a joint than use an inhaler.
No, I'll take the Ventolin.
I know it opens you right up.
But you don't have an inhaler or anything now.
No, it expires. The only time
I have.
I
have in the past. Now I haven't. Because of my deviated septum, I have a nose inhaler thingy. Doesn't do fuck all, but
No, but
why?
If I have an allergic reaction like cats and stuff, I wheeze.
It's supposed to open up my passages so I can breathe better at night, Marcel.
For your sinus passage.
For my sinus passage, because
normally an inhaler.
The only other correction I've been told by the ear, nose, and throat people, the only other correction is surgery. So.
Yeah, my father tried that, and they tried drilling through, and they couldn't do it.
I'm not gonna go through that. No.
Yeah. It was always funny when we were kids because he used to smoke, and when he'd blow smoke out of his nose, it only went out one way.
I had a friend who did so much coke when he was younger that he could stick a tissue in one side of his nose and pull it out the other because all the cartilage had been eaten.
And an uncle that could flatten his nose right on his face.
He had no cartilage at all, eh?
Played goalie for years, long before they ever had masks. Yeah.
When hockey was hockey.
Yeah, when hockey was real.
The last game I saw, they weren't wearing helmets. The last game that I went to. Yeah. That was with my grandfather, and he's been gone since I was 19. So long time ago.
Well, it's quite different now.
Oh, I know.
Maxine.
Now they have this new thing where while you're watching the game on your TV, on your phone, you can watch an animated game on your phone and shit. It's like,
not sure to know.
Maxine smokes weed and she has asthma, and she's trying to take it other ways to save my lungs.
Not bad. That's not bad. Not a bad strategy.
Have you met me yet? Because trust me, I would much rather eat the shit than smoke it.
That's David's birth mother, buddy.
Yeah.
Maxine, yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
Edibles with whole plant extracts, not edibles with fucking distillates. It's, those nice little charts you see that show THC does, this, CBD does this. CBN does this, and they've broken it down of what medical benefits you get from each compound. I hate them fucking things because it doesn't work that way.
Al Graham has been testing a lot of different vape pens and that, and he's found a few that are full extract, and
that's fine because it's full extract. But if you're going to put out a sheet saying that CBG helps with pain, then people start looking for CBG.
I hear you.
That could create a market for them to distill CBG just to sell it to those people who are going to pay exorbitant amounts of money for something that doesn't fucking work.
Yes.
Right? So each one of those things that it says that it does, theoretically on paper, that's what it could do. But practically,
everybody's individual.
Practically in the human body, all of those combined together is what works, not the individual compounds. And this is why distillate sucks. CBD distillate sucks. THC.
I just don't like it because it makes me cranky.
Because it's not doing anything for you health-wise. I get cranky too.
I've been enjoying hash, and I'm going to start squishing again.
That's a whole plant extract.
Yep. And
turn around and make your edibles with it.
Well, yes.
right? There's nothing stopping you from making edibles with rosin.
I know, but
Right?
you have to
Other than,
decarb it.
all right, so there's 30 minutes. Right? Big deal. Throw it in the
Mhm,
fucking oven for 30 minutes. It's done.
mhm.
Right? So how hard is it to decarb? Then it's done. Put it in your edibles. You don't have that fucking chlorophyll taste that makes you gag, and you can make them as strong as you want.
I don't mind the chlorophyll, but too much of it, yeah. Like I'm not going to eat a whole bag of cookies that's got chlorophyll in it. You know what I mean?
No, no,
But I might, and I don't think I could eat a bag of cookies with FICO.
if I open a bag of cookies and I can smell the chlorophyll, I'm passing the bag back.
So let's just change the subject for a second because I haven't brought it up. I want to mention that we've lost a true warrior in the cannabis community this week, and in one Corey Yelland, who started with Rick Simpson
Yep.
and continued working with Janet and Dr. Bob and Gendrich and a whole bunch of other people. And
Yep.
she passed away, I believe, yesterday.
And she did a shit ton of interviews.
She was still
With
working
people.
with patients while she was in the hospital.
Yeah, but she did because she interviewed
Just
me.
like Dr. Bob would have done, and just like others have done.
Yeah, we did an interview in 2017, and I still have people messaging me after seeing that or listening
Well,
to that podcast.
I know that Jack's Garage has put the documentary up that they did about Corey. So if you're interested to know about what Corey was about, please check it out. And this is a hard one because it's right out of left field. I knew she was sick, but I didn't think she was that sick, and I think a lot of people didn't think she was that.
Nobody knew that she was that sick. But what's the
she
best,
has been a part of this community from the beginning.
Yeah, but what is the best skill that every sick person has?
Helping other sick people.
Nope. Lying about your own health.
Fair enough. Yep.
Right?
Fair enough.
Because when people say, "How are you?" you don't tell them the fucking truth. You say, "I'm fine."
No, you smile and say, "I'm okay. How are you?"
Yeah.
A helper's job is to help. And it's not about you. It's not about the person. It's about how they can help you.
It's kind of like,
does that make any sense?
Yeah, but it's kind of like your wife asking you if you like her new dress. All right. Well, there's
Don't
two
answer that
answers.
question.
No, there's two answers. There's a husband answer, and there's the truth. Right. The husband answer is, "Oh, it's gorgeous. It matches your eyes perfectly. You look wonderful in it. Those shoes will go perfect with it." The truth answer is, "I don't give a fuck." Right. So it's a matter of, when you're a sick person, if you come up to me and you say, "Hey, how are you doing today?" I'm fine. How are you? But on the inside, I could be a total fucking wreck.
Agreed. And I think all of us go through that at one point or another.
My attitude is,
I am going to
why share my misery?
I'm going to share with everybody this documentary about Corey because it's important, because the work that she's done is, can I even share? Yes, I can. There you go. Skippity B.
Look at all them links.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
we can share it, but we can't. We can share it, but we can't play it.
No, we can. Well, I mean,
I
wouldn't want to play it without asking Jack first. But Jack Kungle, because it's from his series of documentaries. And she also did. She had a few podcasts that she was on.
Yeah.
So
you guys should broadcast it sometime this week.
It's on my Facebook page. We just pasted the thing here. I don't think that we can. I think we'll probably get hit because it's probably it's from another show, right?
Yeah,
So,
y'all go watch it, and while you're listening to
but
the
if you go to
documentary,
Jack's Garage, and you'll see it there. He's posted it. Now we've posted it, and everybody should watch it.
Yeah.
And we're going to take a little break, and then we'll come back and do more stuff. I'm not going to post that because Can Expo's been postponed to October now. Let's see. We'll do this here.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie, and this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
This, guys, is a BT bottle with a little straw on the end of it, okay? Back in the day, we used to have glass bottles, soda pop in glass bottles, okay? Soft drinks. And this was built for the old school hash. This is the hash that your uncles and your grandparents would get. And this is the stuff that we would all treasure whenever we could get it because we thought it was the best stuff because it's the concentrate. It was our form of concentrate.
Correct.
Right? When we were young, right?
Yes.
This is
To answer your question now.
Oh, here we go.
Forward. Now you're going to cut this out if it doesn't work, right?
You just cut it out now. These are the 4 or 3 tools I use to form and shape the hackers. So now once the prep work is done over on the lathe, it now has to come over to me to put the mouthpiece on and finish off the top part. So first up, I just need to clean up and close off the top that's left over. First thing I'll do is I will heat up the corner and I'll push in the Maria, which is the circular lump that acts as a stopper. Right? Whereas I'm kind of like, I'm 49 years old, but I don't have time to be an artist.
But each one is individual, though. There's only one of each. So it does make it art.
Oh, stop it. Okay.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
I forgot to warm up my.
Back on.
Yes, we're back on.
I hear you.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to MJ. She was here. It didn't look like her video was working out so well. So,
I'm just wondering if she was coming back.
3, 2, 1.
It's good.
It's still funny every time you see it.
I know.
It pretty much is, yeah.
I was just reading a really cool study.
About?
A study on the medical cannabis dosing doesn't negatively impact driving performance in experienced patients.
Yes.
And what they did is, this was done actually in Australia.
Who did it, though? Was it the authorities?
Happening in Queensland, Australia.
I'm enjoying watching what's going on in Australia because they're finally catching on, right?
Yeah, they used medical patients because under Australian law, physicians may authorize cannabis products to patients unresponsive to conventional prescription treatments. And what they did is they assessed patients in a simulated driving performance at baseline, and then 45 minutes after they vaporized a prescribed dose of cannabis flower. And after vaporizing one dose of their prescribed cannabis flower, participants exhibited no significant changes in performance on any of the video-based tasks: hazard perception, skill, gap acceptance, following distance, or speed compared to the baseline.
Was this like the Dr. Johnny Fever test?
Yeah, the study authors concluded the findings suggest that a dose of vaporized cannabis consumed in accordance with prescription may not affect hazard perception, ability, or driving-related risk-taking behavior among medicinal cannabis patients. The study's findings are consistent with those of several others, determining that daily cannabis consumers, and patients especially, exhibit tolerance to many of cannabis psychomotor influencing effects, like I've been telling people for years. According to the findings of the literature review published in the Journal of German Medical Association, patients who take cannabinoids at a constant dosage over an extensive period of time, 3 to 5 days, often develop tolerance to the impairment of psychomotor performance so that they can drive vehicles safely. I added the 3 to 5 days because that's what it is.
Like that in Canada.
What was that?
You'd not find a test like that in Canada, not that anybody would want to talk about anyways.
No, I think there's been some recent
I did the test
acknowledgement.
years ago because it was fucking hilarious.
I've seen tests on the news where they've done, you know, but it was all on simulators. They wouldn't allow somebody to drive impaired, but yet the Mythbusters can go on live TV, or not live TV, go on TV and get really drunk and drive a car on a track.
Well, we had a place in Moncton. It was called Crystal Palace years ago, and they had a big fantasy hotel and an amusement park with a science center. And in the science center, they had a driving simulator where it played a video and you drove, and you know, a fucking kid with a ball would jump out in front of you or something.
They had at the Ontario Science Center in Toronto. They had
So I went in
with that coffee machine.
I went in and we were looking at everything, and I hadn't smoked anything all day because I was waiting until that night. And we get in there, and I'm going around, and we go over to this thing, and this guy's explaining everything. So I get in and I tried it, and I drove it just like I would drive a car. While I'm driving, he's talking about how much impaired you'd be if you were smoking pot and driving. And I said, "Oh, bullshit." And he said, "Oh no," he said, "You'd be much worse driver." He said, "After smoking pot."
Oh, I would get arrested for, you know.
I got up, I went out. I got up, I went out to my car, got my hash pipe, filled a bowl full of hash, smoked a whole bowl full of hash, went back in and doubled my score. And I said, "Yeah, I don't believe you," because I was fried, but I was a much safer driver.
I don't tolerate much when I don't have cannabinoids in me in some level or another. And there would be a lot of rage in my driving because of the kind of people that are out there. You know, it's not me you have to worry about, it. Damn.
Yeah.
So.
Yep. Yeah, I don't drive now, so it don't matter.
You don't drive anymore? That's right. I knew this. I knew this.
No, I haven't driven in a long time. I have a chauffeur.
I know.
That I sometimes have to beg.
Her name is Pissy.
That's why I sometimes have to beg.
No, but I think
the girls drive you around too.
What?
Canada has, like, I think they even recently reported, like, there's been no increase in traffic since legalization of cannabis, like accidents or.
No. I mean,
You know, it's a hell of an ordeal if you get caught. And it doesn't seem fair to me that I've got a license to use this much cannabis. I'm going to have it in my system all the time, but yet you can still test me as if I was just at the fucking lounge getting really stoned and then going out for a rip.
It should be if you're not a medical patient, no, you cannot drive. Yeah, this is what it should be. I'm not saying this is the law. I would be a person that smoked weed. I wouldn't feel comfortable driving, even if I was allowed to. No, just for me, I don't smoke it every day. I don't take it every day. I'm not a chronic user of it. So
you calling me a chronic, you bastard?
No, but I don't chronically use it every day. It's not a bad thing. I just don't have the need to do it.
I do.
No, you guys do.
do.
So your tolerance is much higher than mine, and 100%.
Let me give you an example.
I was kind of shocked that I'd smoked 8 joints by noon today. So
let me give you an example. I have not had any cannabis in 4 days. And when Marcel asked me if we were doing a show tonight, what did I say?
I don't know.
That's kind of what you said.
It's kind of what it is. I don't know yet. We'll see how I feel.
And that's probably what I actually sounded like when I was typing it.
Well, that's why I said it that way. So then I said, well, after you smoke that, you might feel better. Or really high. One of the two. And
Both.
were you feeling better
Both.
or really high?
Both.
Good.
And my dog came in to say hello. Hello, sweetie.
I don't like being wrong, so that's why I say good.
Well, you know.
But again, I mostly use cannabis to sleep.
You got to pick up on these comments, bud, because I can't even see the screen at the moment.
Buddy said cannabis is just as bad. Comedians, you just got to laugh.
No, but it's really, again, it's down to the individual person. Like you.
Well, you know, and this is what we
most people know if they're inebriated or not.
Right, but people that are high, people that are drunk, don't know they're drunk.
I know I'm
drunk. I can tell when I'm drunk.
I can tell when I'm drunk. I don't like being drunk because I don't like the feeling of being drunk. I don't like, I'm going to say what my dad told me.
And he goes one step further than that, and then Lenny could drive. Right?
What's that?
You go one step further from feeling drunk. Well, I feel drunk. You go one step further to being drunk. You don't know you're drunk. You're just going to go drive anyways.
No, I don't drive at all.
That's
why there's a law.
MJ's hiding in the car again. She's at a concert.
What do I do?
Hotel.
Hotel.
I'm at a hotel.
Oh.
Yep. I told you I was coming down to Niagara Falls.
I didn't see that.
I don't know about you people, but I've hotboxed every hotel I've ever been in. So
I go into the bathroom, turn on the fan.
And that's
so
even long before legalization.
What she's showing is the cannabis culture T-shirt because Jody and Brittany are now open, and Niagara Falls, are they now open? MJ?
Officially open. Grand opening is tomorrow.
Okay, cool.
Grand opening is tomorrow.
Have you been to the lounge yet? Did you go to?
Sorry, my internet sucks.
I see that. She'll get this in a minute. TikTok.
No.
No. Okay. Anyways,
that's a long delay.
It is. It is. It's almost like, can you hear me now? So in saying illegal stuff today, Microsoft, who has been the owner of Skype for about 10 years or so now, maybe a little longer, they have announced that they are discontinuing Skype. Do you remember when they said they were discontinuing ICQ, Marcel? I was heartbroken.
I still remember my ICQ number, but
so do I.
I want to go back to this this cannabis culture thing.
Okay.
Is this like a legal dispensary that they've opened, or?
I believe so. Yes, I believe it's the first in Ontario, and there's going to be several.
And it's a consumption site.
No, it's a store. I believe. It's
a dispensary.
No, I believe it's a cannabis culture store and dispensary, just like they do in Vancouver. I believe, but MJ.
It just looks like a regular cannabis dispensary.
There you go.
Okay, I thought you said there was a lounge.
No. There's a new place called The Lounge in Burlington that Brittany Guerrera is running, and she's also involved in cannabis culture as well.
So what's The Lounge?
The Lounge is an event space. No, it is, but it's an event space. You can lease it and have events there and things like that. It's not like Gungeonistas where you could just go and hang out for a few hours and then go home, which we fucking need. I mean, I'm really miss being able to sit in a lounge.
I had to do that.
I have to think about that.
There you go, MJ. Go in and complain. It smells like pod in there, and then hot box.
That's actually pretty brilliant.
Yeah, I like that.
That's really funny. If you do a video.
I walked out of a hotel room one time into the hall, and there's just nothing but a big cloud of blue smoke follow me. I walked out, there's two old ladies standing in the hallway. I said, "How you doing tonight, ladies?" "Oh, not as good as you are." Yep.
I have to laugh. This is Marcel would know Matt. So we were at a trade show a few years ago, and it was legal to do samples. And we had the boxes of samples pre-roll shipped to Matt's room, and we pulled in. I think we had 2,000 or 3,000 joints in the room, and that fucking hallway just
Really? Yeah.
Oh my! We had them in plastic bags, but and still, but my.
Were you staying at a B&B?
Oh no, it was like a Hampton Inn. It was a nice hotel. And, fuck, it was funny though. Like you could smell it down the fucking hallway. But fortunately, most of the people were in the hotel were from the trade show.
Do you remember the B&B that you guys stayed at? I came down. That is the most notorious apartment building in the city of Toronto for Airbnbs, drugs, and even gunfire.
Really?
Oh yeah. Maybe not so much now, but a few years ago, there were a few articles about it. Yeah, it's basically a place where people go and stay. Wow. Wake up, Marcel.
No, just I'm watching the Moncton Wildcats versus.
I was just going to ask you who's
Drummondville. That's why my head's turned all night.
What did you think about the game the other night? There, the Canadians winning.
Well, it was good for Canada.
Was it a good game?
Oh yeah, no, it was good. They all played hard, but all the countries played hard.
Can I ask you a legal cannabis provider question?
What's that?
Are you going to be affected in any way by these tariffs? I know you don't ship down to the States and things like that, but is it going to affect you?
As a cannabis thing, no.
As a pharmacy thing?
I don't think so. I don't think a lot will. We'll see if the tariffs.
We'll find out, I guess.
We'll see if the tariffs even happen.
You can charge more for fentanyl.
Put it this way, It's more. I'd be more concerned if I was in the auto industry or the steel
Yeah,
industry.
yeah.
Or the
How,
forestry
how
industry.
much is one capsule of fentanyl? Just off the top of.
Well, I don't think they make There's no such thing. Like illegally, there is no capsule of fentanyl.
No.
Really?
No.
So
Fentanyl's a liquid. It's an injectable drug.
okay, so how much is one?
I guess you can make
dose
it
in micrograms.
One dose. How much would that be worth at the pharmacy?
Well, you don't sell. We sell them in vial. Like we don't even have. Fentanyl is mostly used in emergency rooms and
I get
ORs.
that. I get that. What I'm getting at though is I'm curious about the difference between the pharmacy price and the street price.
I don't. Okay, we honestly don't have it in pharmacy. Like it's not opioids are not expensive, eh?
Fentanyl is really something that you would only get at the hospital, I guess.
Well, you get it in once in a while for palliative care, but it's opiates are cheap. Like they're not expensive.
All drugs are cheap. And it's just
no, some aren't, but opiates are dirt cheap. Opiates are dirt cheap.
Some like EpiPens might be a little pricey in the States, but for the most part, it costs next to nothing to make a fucking pill. Right?
Yeah.
So it's easy to pump them out at really low price. Opioids, you can press, 500 million pills a month.
But
right? For less than a penny a pill.
Like it's just so potent. Like as I say, it's
like
a dose in a hospital is like 50 micrograms.
I've seen somebody in the park there across from the lounge in Hamilton OD, and we grabbed a pen, an epi, or not an EpiPen, but a
Narcan.
No, a Nox. What is it?
Naloxone.
Yeah,
Narcan,
and it took two up the nose, both noses, and by the time they came around, the ambulance pulled up, and it was only minutes. Like it was scary how fast it happened, right? And yes, it's I think one of the reasons that people do it nonchalantly is because they know I just have a couple of squirts of this and I'll be back.
Yeah, good luck
but
with
the
that.
thing is Narcan. After you get treated with Narcan, you're still supposed to be in the hospital within 20 to 30 minutes.
Can you ever relapse?
Yeah,
depends on what drug you took.
It depends on the drug, and a lot of them fucking drugs are out there don't get affected by Narcan.
Well, I was just going to ask you what drugs actually, because fentanyl. Does it work with cocaine? Does it work with too many oxys?
Doesn't work with coke.
It works with opiates.
Yeah.
So just opiate. Isn't cocaine an opiate?
No.
Cocaine's an alkali.
Learn something new every day.
Well, think of it. Cocaine comes from cocoa leaves
and acid.
And acid comes from mold.
Yeah.
Heroin is where you get your derivatives of morphine and oxy and all of the other opiates all come from heroin, and that's in the Middle East.
So that's kind of like the distillate of.
So think of South and Central America for coke, Middle East for heroin. Right? Then you know where it's coming, which part of the world it's coming from.
I never got into that crap. I've tried coke a couple of times when in the 90s, I think, just to see what it was like. But, alcohol was something that I used to enjoy, but not anymore. I don't like the feeling of being drunk at all. I don't like that feeling.
No, I like alcohol. It's just alcohol is just not good for you.
You're not drinking anymore?
I try not to.
Not drinking any less either, eh?
No, like when I go away on vacation, I'll drink, or but no, I try to.
When you're supposed to, not every day.
I bought a case of beer last summer. I still got one left.
I'll get a Mickey or Weiser's Deluxe, and it'll sit in the fridge, for months before I even look at it, and then just a shot here. And I don't mind having one drink because of the taste, but it's having 5 or 6 that's the issue.
I can't do that.
And I can't do that anymore. No, the bottle goes bye-bye, and then Alan wakes up 3 days later with a hangover.
Yeah, no, I alcohol's wonderful. It makes you feel good.
Alcohol used to be wonderful. I used to have that down to a science.
Yeah.
Now,
But
no,
not
but as
now.
you get older, you
Now I can't even pick
the
up a case
hangover
of beer.
sucks.
Never mind, drink one.
Yeah.
But I'll give a good rip probably a couple times a year. Like get
I like
in the right
cold
event.
beer, a cold beer in the summer. When you're sitting out with a bunch of people, I like to have a Ryan Coke. Like I said, lots of ice now and then, but I can't drink that much. I had a one of those B-52 shooters and a beer on New Year's Eve, and I got sick when I got home.
You
Probably
deserve
from
it.
the sugar.
Yes,
Probably.
you deserve it.
I like once in a while I like a beer, but it'll be a Stella. Right.
I
So
prefer rye because it doesn't convert to sugar, right?
Yeah, but I'm not picky. And then, or single malt Scotch, or a good Canadian whiskey.
I like Jameson's whiskey. I fucking love
Jameson's
whiskey.
is good.
It's okay.
I won't drink rum. I can't stand rum. I like vodka,
No,
but
I started drinking rum. No,
vodka's
it was available.
good. Vodka's good if it's not Smirnoff.
I like Smirnoff in a bunch of ice with some or OJ or lemonade.
Swap out your Smirnoff for something good like Stolichnaya or something.
Or ice. Ice is good too, but that's Smirnoff as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I don't mind. I like gin. With
if you've got if you've got one of those Brita filters, though, take your Smirnoff and pour it through the Brita filter, the charcoal filter, and then it'll be actually half decent tasting.
Yeah. Absolute is good. Absolute is good. I like Absolute. It's great cold.
Tequila, I don't do that anymore since
I can't do that. That's just heartburn waiting to happen.
If it's good tequila, I love it.
Oh, mine was really good, but I got alcohol.
I tried a worm in the 90s. That didn't go off too well.
Mezcal?
Yeah.
I like
when you could actually sneak it across the border.
I like some wines, but I don't like cannabis wine.
You know, do you didn't get any, I don't think, but I've reviewed an early, remember that? An early cannabis wine. Yeah, and I even had it on the show, and it wasn't very good. I'm sorry to say.
No, nobody's been able to make a good cannabis wine yet.
There's been a few there's been a few guests that we have had on that have tried
that have claimed they have made a good one, but
yeah. and then what's his name? William Barlow. He's got his.
I honestly think they're doing it wrong by trying to make it a wine. I honestly think because cannabis
isn't it? It's a grain, so it should make a good wine or a good beer, but it just doesn't.
It's more closer to beer.
It's closer to beer because it's closer to hops.
Yeah.
Right. Wine is made from grapes. Right. So cannabis doesn't have a lot of fruit, but it's got a nice big hoppy type flower.
I've noticed some people that like have infused in beer.
Isn't it not a relative of hops?
Cannabis is, yeah.
Long ways in its genetic makeup.
Okay.
Yep.
What were you saying, Len?
Oh, I've known people that infused cannabis with some beer and it was good.
I know I've tried that. It was good.
You can infuse cannabis in any alcohol, really.
But it actually tasted good in the beer.
Yeah, but it's called
just the flavor?
Dragon.
Is it just the flavor or the cannabinoids in there as well?
Both. Yeah,
we stuffed a Mickey of Smirnoff. Sorry, Marcel. We stuffed a Mickey with Bud, all Bud, and then dumped what we could back into the Mickey. sealed it up, put it in the freezer for about 6 months, and cracked it open on New Year's Eve. And wow.
You should have left it in the cupboard instead of the freezer.
Why?
Because the freezing slows down the process of extraction.
Oh, I didn't know that. So next time
But
I try that, I will.
in the cupboard in the dark, it just sits there and extracts, and all you do is go in and you shake it once a week or whatever.
That's what we did in the freezer. We shook it every week.
Okay, so that is literally called Green Dragon, and technically it was probably one of the first tinctures ever made with.
Well,
cannabis.
you know, I tell you, we were doing shots of it, buddy, and I was up fucking dancing.
Yeah. Well, in the 1920s, that was the go-to medicine.
Yeah, that's
Right?
probably what was in those little tincture bottles that they find. every now and then.
That was what was in those tincture bottles. Yeah. It tastes bad, but it works. Right?
Buckley's.
Yeah. But I would imagine those cannabis tinctures with a little hint of opium in there, you know, for pain relief.
Well,
then
you know, I mean, back in the day,
people got prescribed that and were sent back to fucking work. And now, if you're even thought to be using cannabis at work, oh my God, and alcohol both, oh my God.
But they used to make that stuff just right there in the pharmacy. You don't do that anymore, eh, Len?
Oh, one of my pharmacies do.
Really? So
Yeah.
if somebody wanted like a cream, you'd do that. But if somebody wanted,
Can you technically do that?
If
Can you make a
somebody wanted
cannabis
a cannabis
lotion?
cream,
Oh
could you
no,
do that?
I'm not. Cannabis isn't allowed in the pharmacies. I'm not allowed to.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Stupid.
That's fucking. That's real stupid, man. That doesn't seem right. You can do one, but not the other. You can sell it.
Well, welcome to Canada, man. We do a lot of things stupid.
Are you coming in here?
No, I'm not. I'm done with you.
I'm just, this big lump keeps banging on my door. And then I open the door and she's sitting there eating a bone. Oh, yeah, okay, bye.
Rosa has cleaned up all the cat food from the floor.
Oh, that's good.
And gone back into the living room.
That saved you from vacuuming.
Well, they're waiting for their dinner. I usually feed them after.
Well,
and just so everyone doesn't think I'm anti-Canadian, it's not anti-Canadian pointing out when we do things stupid. It's just being a realist.
Got to put an A on the end of that.
I don't know if I say A a lot.
What? Wait, now, what was this about anti-Canadian?
Oh, that's the Liberals' campaign about Pierre Poilievre. Because
really?
He says Canada, because he points out the bad things that they do. Oh, that's anti-Canadian. Canada's not broke. Well, no, there's some things that are stupid that we do, and we should try to fix it.
Canada's pretty fucking broken.
Well, I think conceptually,
Canada's going to be really broken if they don't get fucking carbon tax Carney out of there quick.
Doesn't matter. We're going to be the 51th state soon, anyways. So.
Well, if honestly, if we become
Newfoundlanders aren't going to let that happen.
No, it's not going to. But I'll tell you, but the reason, as much as everyone's mad at Mr. Trump down there, it's like it's kind of our own fault.
It's not our fault. We're Canadian.
No, but we didn't do our pipelines like we should have. We didn't balance the budget. We defunded our military.
We opened up our borders to
it's
turn us into little India.
We made ourselves but we made ourselves weak in very stupid things, and it's like, why are you going to tariff us? It's like he's trying to put jobs in his fucking country. He's not our president.
Right.
No, he's not.
He's got no obligation to help us.
Here's what I found amusing, though. Okay,
I'm saying he's a nice guy. I'm just saying we got to be more independent.
I've seen more posts today.
About Dale's right. Yes.
About the Trump and Vladimir meeting.
I actually watched it.
I watched it. I've watched the whole thing. That's not where I'm going. Okay, but I've seen more posts about that, including the post that I shared from Entertainment Tonight. Okay. But I've seen no posts about Doug Ford winning a majority.
No,
in
zero.
Ontario.
I actually didn't know none. The other thing,
way to go, Ontario.
Did Doug Ford win a majority?
Yes, he did.
Yeah. The other thing I find very interesting, and I'm actually like I am for Pierre, but I'm not a diehard conservative. I'm not a diehard liberal. I'm not a. To me, if you do well, I keep voting for you. If you do bad, I vote for the other guy. That's just the way
Well,
it's
that's how it's
work.
supposed to be.
But that's how politics in Canada is you literally you're supposed to vote for the lesser of the two pieces of shit.
Well, that's whatever, but true.
Which one
I
lies
guess.
better? Which
It's
one lies
true,
better?
It's true.
I can't call them a liar till they get in and lie and do what they say. Then I get to call them a liar. That's been my philosophy. But Mr. Carney may be fucking Jesus. I don't fucking know. But here's my
not according to the ex-prime minister or the old prime minister of England.
Oh, whatever. But either way, I'm not even trying to be anti-liberal, but nobody finds it weird that we're about to have a prime minister, even if it's for a week, that's never had a vote.
Yeah, exactly. That pisses me off.
So is Trudeau actually leaving before?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
What?
Trudeau's been thrown out, basically.
No. He resigned. Once they have the new leader, he's no longer the prime minister.
He resigned.
Don't they already have a new leader?
That's what they're going through right now.
But there's a video that was just released here not too long ago with Justin's brother.
Oh, he doesn't like I know he doesn't like Justin that much.
Well, he did a big interview with Tucker Carlson.
I saw that a long time ago, yeah.
All right. Well, he's done another interview since then with this other guy.
Yeah.
And he kind of spilled a lot more information than he really should have.
Yeah.
But nobody's caught on to it and has been spreading it around or anything. But he pretty much explained where the $2.5 million payout, what it was for, when Mr. Trudeau suddenly lost his job.
Oh, I think everyone knows what really happened.
Yeah, well, his brother admitted that it was a 14-year-old girl of a prominent businessman.
Yeah.
Right? Or the 14-year-old daughter of a prominent businessman, that there were some inappropriate things going on between them. So it was basically $2.5 million. That's from his brother.
Okay.
That he put on YouTube.
Wow.
Like we all knew there was a non-disclosure agreement signed about the whole thing. Nobody was ever allowed to talk about it.
Yeah.
His brother's obviously never signed it.
Yeah. No, it's whatever. Even besides that, but my whole point is, I just find it very odd how there's no Canadian uproar that this guy's about to be our prime minister.
You know what? I know nothing about it. And that's how much people are talking about it. Not at all.
Well, it's just weird, just to me, that everyone, like, even if you don't like the conservative, whatever, but just like, is it not strange that anybody could just walk off the street and in a loophole become the prime minister of Canada?
No.
Well, apparently it's possible.
Yeah. Yeah. What is to stop somebody from getting voted in and then turning around and giving the government to somebody?
No, Marcel, here's the ultimate fuck you that no one's ever talked about. What's to say Justin Trudeau stepping down, Mark Carney wins this leadership, they go to the polls, Mark Carney wins the prime minister, and Mark Carney decides, I'm stepping down, and Justin Trudeau runs for the leadership again of the Liberal Party.
Can he do that?
Yes, he can, based on the way this is fucked up.
Is there no limit in Canada, like in the in the States, only two times?
No. Which I'm okay with. I'm all right with.
Well, his dad was prime minister for a long time.
Yeah, but I don't even mind that. If you're doing good, you're doing good. But my whole thing is, you would think the leader,
his dad was prime minister for his entire life.
That's what I mean. Pierre was like 20 years or so, wasn't he? It's like Mel
Oh, to make
Mel
things longer.
Laskin
I
was
thought you were
mayor
talking about
of North York and Toronto for 30 years or so,
no,
wasn't he?
no. His father
Long
was like
time.
his father was president for like 50 years, wasn't he?
Prime Minister.
President.
I'm talking about Trudeau.
I'm talking about.
Yeah,
I'm talking
I know
about
what he's
Cuba.
doing Cuba. I know what he's talking about.
I'm talking about Cuba because I'm
Okay.
still convinced that
He-
that Pierre ain't daddy.
It is quite the resemblance. Let's call it. It
And
really is.
and at around the same time would have been with Mick Jagger, and he don't look anything like Mick Jagger. Okay.
But
is his mom still alive?
Oh yeah.
Is Margaret still alive?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
She was
Yep.
totally against the cannabis stuff.
I'm pretty sure she doesn't know either.
No.
Well,
she was what about cannabis?
She was against it, was she?
Yes, she was.
Why?
Because of her drug issues in the past, and she blamed her schizophrenia issues or something. There was something about it.
It wasn't all the fucking or the coke that she snorted in the 70s.
Well, at that point, cannabis was the culprit, not the coke.
Yeah.
Right. So they were going after cannabis more at one point than anything else. Right.
but he wants to see the next party take control and hire Elon to go through the books and expose them. I saw a post.
I would hire him.
Obviously came from somebody in the Liberal Party, but it said that there is no sense to have a group like Doge in Canada because all of Canada's financials are viewable, except they took them all off the website.
Oh,
so we can't see that you're.
Were you just about to sing "Oh Canada Land"?
No, but for people to think that Canada doesn't need an independent audit, go fuck. You're a sucker.
And if you think it's okay that Canada gave $50 million to Gaza for fucking condoms, you really need to give your fucking head a shake.
That was U.S.
Right?
You mean?
Yeah. No, Canada was what we were doing. Oh, we were sending money to Guyana for signage to get them to stop shitting on the beach. Yeah, that's what we wanted to do. Yeah. And gender affirming operations in other African countries, and a lot of LGBTQ stuff was exposed before they pulled it all off the website, so you can't see what we've been giving our money to. Because Canada, we're great at spending other people's money.
Bastards.
Yeah. Well, it's like Trudeau say, "Oh well, okay, Mr. Zelensky, we're going to give you another $5 billion because we're going to steal it from the Russian money that we stole." Right?
We stole Russian money.
Well, they seized all of the Russian assets as soon as the war broke out. So, millionaires' homes, yachts, container ships, anything that belonged to Russia that was in Canadian waters or on Canadian soil, they kept.
Okay.
To me, that's stealing.
Sounds like it.
I was starting to watch the interview today with Mr. Zelensky and
I did watch it.
I watched it.
I was told that it was rather good interview, but I didn't get to see
Trump wouldn't let him have a fucking word at all.
No, at the end he wouldn't because he got pissed off. I
actually that's and he boasted. He's like, that's why I told them to leave this running. This is going to be good show.
No, he said that, but he would. No, it was actually JD Vance that actually got it going.
Really?
He really poked.
Yeah.
He really poked. Yeah, he really did.
Good.
Well, no, I thought some of the stuff Zelensky was the wrong time and place. He started trying to kind of make them like
Okay, so here's
what Putin did. Everyone knows is wrong. What Donald Trump basically said is like they're accusing him is like you're being friends with Putin, and Trump basically said is like, well, I can't call him a fucking asshole, then ask him to make a deal. So really, what basically Trump's trying to say is like, you can't fix the past. How do we settle this? And that's what JD kind of chirped at.
Yeah, but that's not how it came out, is it?
I think it did. So, people have their hate on for Trump.
I don't have a hate on for anybody.
No, but,
man,
but most people did.
The guy
I watched
acts like a fool.
He was
he makes a big fucking dramatic fucking theater out of everything, and he doesn't.
He was trying to straight. I actually thought Zelensky was being disrespectful. I actually agreed with JD Vance, and he was pushing his limits.
He didn't.
Okay, so let's
say anything, but
let's go back.
When Trump lost his temper, you weren't going to get a word in. No, 100%.
Wait, let's stop talking about this because I haven't watched it.
All right.
But let's go back in history a little bit to the beginning of this whole conflict with Ukraine and Russia.
Oh, it's Putin's
anybody
fault.
Remember why? Whose fault?
I still think it's Putin's.
Why?
You know, no matter what, he invaded the country. Provoked or not, he invaded the country.
But why did he invade the country? And what did he do before that invasion?
I don't even care what the reason. You could tell me. I don't know. But he did invade the country.
So when Ukraine separated into its own country, when the Soviet Union broke up, a large portion of the people that were in Ukraine were technically Russians.
Yeah, probably.
They were living there. For 10 years, Nazi units, which were Ukrainian military Nazi units, were going in and killing these Russians, especially if they complained about the conditions that they were being forced to live under.
You got 5 more minutes for this fucking conversation, guys. Seriously.
Putin threatened retaliation if it continued. And Ukraine said, fuck you, we'll do what we want. And it took 10 years of threats before Putin finally had enough. And he said, you've killed 2,500 of our fucking people. No more. You're going to get paid back. And that's how this all started.
It very well could have. But again, he's still invading a country is never good.
No, but the same thing is happening in Gaza.
Oh, yeah. No, 100%.
Right?
I agree.
There's no difference there. All you've got is land invasion, and then you've got turn around and you've got Iran saying, "Hey, well, let's give some money to Hamas and shake things up and see if we can really piss."
Oh, that's not. I'm not saying any of it's good or not, but what I say, what happened today was more of Zelensky basically was shooting off. I need more weapons. I need more air force and blah blah blah. A little bit, and you could read it. He basically doesn't want to settle anything.
No,
and in the end, Trump got pissed and he did get mad, and he actually had an interview. Oh no, and he had an interview later, and he said basically they were both right. Like he can't win the war without the U.S. And basically the U.S. says we don't want to fund this war. He doesn't want more killing. And
I don't blame him. I mean,
it sucks for Ukraine. It's terrible.
But I don't want Russia taking over Ukraine.
No, 100%. So that's why,
right? So I can understand this, and I can understand where Trump's coming from, and I would probably want to do the same thing.
Yeah.
But there's got to be give and take on both sides.
Well, that's basically what happened in the end of the thing today. That they're kind of pushing Trump's buttons a little bit. Like, what if, like, he basically started accusing, well, we've had ceasefires before, and you guys never stood up. But Trump saying, I'm the president now. In the end, you got to start somewhere, man. Like, it's just going to keep going on and on. So anyway, watch it. For
4 years. Yep. It's going to keep going on and on for 4 years.
And that's where JD kind of stepped in. It did get provoked by a question from a reporter. And that's how it started. JD basically said, but what Biden didn't work. We're trying some diplomacy. And then Zelensky sort of shot back at JD. And then Trump actually bit his tongue for a bit. But when he went off, he went off.
Are we done?
Yep.
Yeah, I wonder if the UN would actually go in and set up a demilitarized zone between the two, similar to what they did with Cyprus in the '60s and Gaza,
I would just, as I say, in the end, you can't
Kosovo.
send it. Trump's on the right track. Make a deal. Make everyone just stop fucking fighting.
Well, yeah.
Because in the end, they were basically trying to explain to Zelensky, you
Oh,
will lose.
shut up, Dale.
No, Dale's right. Korea's another one.
Oh no, but just he just said like you will lose if we don't do. And Trump doesn't want to. Like everyone's basically trying to almost make Trump poke at Putin.
But I don't think Dale. I don't think Korea's demilitarized zone is a UN thing. I think that's a US thing.
I think it all falls under peacekeeping, doesn't it? Which is
Not
UN.
necessarily. Canada doesn't go there.
But you're going to see the story as Trump's a big asshole, blah blah blah. But no, I don't think he was personally.
Well,
did he get upset?
That is all your opinion, and you know, if anything, it matters that you get your own opinion.
Oh no, but the story was spin will be Trump's a crazy asshole, blah blah blah. But no, he
already is. But like I said, I am appalled that here in Canada, or in Ontario, didn't see one fucking post until halfway through the day about the election yesterday. No, nothing. I saw they had something going on YouTube last night for a little while, but it wasn't publicized. You know,
no, it's very, very, very quiet about the foreign victory here. 100%.
What happened to go out and vote, people? Come on, go out and vote. Go out and fucking vote. Go out and fucking vote. None of that this year.
That's all right.
No.
Do you know Zelensky and Putin are fucking idiots, really? Because if the two of them decided to work together, they could control pretty much all of Europe now.
Well, in the end,
they would have all of the.
In the end, they have no choice. And this is just a stage show right now. But in the end, they have no choice but to work it out. Same with Israel and Gaza. We are at the fucking point that if people don't start doing the right fucking thing, we won't be here much longer. Seriously. So, you know,
we're not going to be here much longer, anyways. You've got
all it takes
pharmaceutical
is one
companies
to push that
poisoning
button, dude, and we're gone. Period.
I don't know if we're that extreme yet, but
why is the Wuhan laboratory working on another virus that they say that it's got a 30% kill rate, but they don't have a cure for it? Right? So why? Life on Earth is changing fast.
Well,
whether people like it or not, it's not going to be the same in 5-10 years.
Absolutely.
There's going to be a lot less people, right?
No, the 70s would have been better. I guess you had some Vietnam Wars. Or that was in the 60s.
Yeah.
I think in the end it's all actually.
Welcome to our world.
I actually think it's going to work out in the end anyway.
Yeah, George Orwell wrote that book as a warning, not as a playbook.
Yeah. But Zelensky, I think, just has to realize he can't win, and the U.S. doesn't want to support him, and doesn't want to fund war.
Dale's my hero. Dale posted the magic words.
What?
Do you know what a new world order? Do you know what it would take to get a new world order?
No.
There's only one thing. There's only one way you could achieve a new world order, where one government controls the entire world. And the only way to do that is to get rid of all religion. Because the only divisive factor you have, other than geography, is religion.
I'm not really looking for a new world order myself.
No, but I mean, everybody keeps saying we're going to have a new world order, new world order. You won't have a new world order until there's no religion or one religion.
No, actually, the one thing I think that's going to happen is I think countries like Canada are going to become more efficient, and same as the
Nope.
other countries. I think we will.
Well, that might happen, but it's going to have a lot of change due to a lot of other things like population.
Well, I think
and
even right
population
now,
control.
well, as I say, right now, even the liberals are trying to now they're trying to start saying the right things to do, but I still don't reward them. You can't fuck up for 10 years and get rewarded.
Well, yeah.
Like I love when people say, "What are you going to do now, Pierre? We're going to make pipelines with the liberals." So you just erase the last 10 years of their shittiness? Come on.
Yeah.
Like, come on.
Oh.
But and again, I'm not even a diehard fucking conservative. I'm more of like, you don't reward bad performance.
Hey guys,
They do
I'm
in
gonna play a
politics.
thing. I'm gonna play a thing, and then we're gonna come back and say goodnight. Okay?
All right, later.
What's the thing you're playing?
You're playing? We're still staying? Okay.
Yeah. Just
what?
Don't just sit.
What are you playing? What are you playing?
Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
It's actually 9 a.m. now, but
Oh, that was your thing?
that was the thing. Yeah.
Yeah, so when you play stuff, I don't hear or see anything, eh?
Really? That might be. It's probably because
on an iPad.
I don't know.
I guess I see it, but I don't really hear nothing.
You should.
Really?
You should see and hear it.
Anyway,
I heard
don't, just so you're aware.
I heard it real good. Rate some good.
Rate some good?
Rate some good.
So.
Yes, Canada will not become a 51st state.
No.
No.
No. We're done.
No, if we hire,
I would like to
if
see.
the election goes bad, we could.
I'd like to see Canada, United States, and Mexico all become one country.
Yeah, right. The Gulf of Nowhere.
Never happened, but there's
with 3 states.
Yeah.
There's
something to that.
Yep.
There's something to that.
Because a biggest problem I think in the U.S. government is
why states? Why not provinces?
Huh? But even provinces in Canada are provinces. We have big.
I was joking, Marcel. I don't really give a fuck.
No, we have a big issue with interprovincial trade. Right? I can't go to Quebec and buy a bunch of beer and bring it back to Nova Scotia.
Or alcohol for your cannabis.
Right. Well, yeah, that stuff. And even today, our premier is mad that the Quebec is trying to prevent pipelines coming from the west to the east still.
The same as Quebec won't allow any fracking on Quebec's land. And Quebec.
Welcome to the 420 radio show.
Full of natural gas.
Cannabis in politics.
Pretty much.
Works for me, Dale.
Technically, cannabis is all fucked up because of politics.
Well,
yeah.
Yes,
they're interrelated.
I'd like to have a pipeline coming from Alberta to St. John.
We need some refineries so we can tell people to fuck off.
We have refineries.
No, we not in Canada. We don't.
Fucking right, we do.
Yeah, where?
Was one of my biggest customers, St. John, Irving. Big ass refinery. There's refineries in Alberta.
Yeah.
Canada's got refineries.
Well, they're not using them.
Well, I don't know. Irving oil is used every day.
Yeah, but they have to send it. Why are they sending sending down to the States to be refined down there then? If we have our own fucking refineries, then why not do it here? No,
because that was part of the trade agreement that Mr. Trump wanted back in the beginning, and that was part of the NAFTA agreement.
I thought it was NAFTA, yeah.
Now the majority of the oil that comes into St. John comes from fucking Saudi Arabia. as part of the trade agreement shit. And there's no reason we need to import oil from Saudi Arabia when we've got a shit ton of oil and natural gas.
But that's my point.
Right. Politics. Do you know
Well, no,
politics destroyed the Canadian military. And it was to appease the US government. We had a fighter jet that even today would be, well, it would be
Yeah,
up
the
there with,
Avro Arrow. Yeah.
right.
It would
Well,
be today. It would be it would keep up with what we've got now. Yes.
right. But if we'd put that in production
My
then,
favorite plane.
how far advanced will we be now? Right.
If we had kept that program going,
If we
far
kept
more
that
advanced than any other country in the world.
exactly, and
I feel.
that's why the US made us get rid of it.
Well, it's a
Right.
stupid story, but it's a lovely plane, and apparently there is one being rebuilt, like
Yeah.
from scratch.
From
Well,
what
they built
plan.
a flying model to do the movie that Dan Aykroyd was in about it. So there was
Yeah.
an actual plane that looked, sounded like, and flew like the Avro Arrow, although it was just a rebuilt on top of another chassis kind of thing.
Right.
Like, yeah.
Yeah. Because
But
the original
there is
plans
one
were all destroyed.
they pulled a nose up out of somewhere,
Would have been
and
Lake Ontario.
they're rebuilding it from the nose up, so to speak, I guess.
Yeah, so I think it's Lake Ontario that they flew it into.
Well, they found several, so
Yeah.
But that was, I used to have a book that the Toronto Library came after me and sued me for because I kept it.
Remember Seinfeld? Tropic Capricorn? Tropic Cancer? Can't stand you. Can't stand you. Bookman, the book cop.
I don't.
Great episode.
I wasn't a
great
very
episode.
big Seinfeld fan. I didn't
Me
really
either.
watch.
Loved him. Love Seinfeld.
My humor has changed. When Howard Stern was at his peak, couldn't stand him. Now I really like watching his show.
Because Howard Stern grew up and he got a lot
he's
better.
not a shock jock anymore, really.
No.
Right. He got a lot better. It's kind of like...
And you know what? He's a very, very good interviewer.
It's like Andrew Dice Clay. Do you remember Andrew Dice
still
Clay?
alive, still kicking, still doing his thing.
Yeah.
But is he still doing it the same? Or has he toned it down for the woke people?
He still wears. He's got his leather that he wears. He looks the same. Older.
I met his bodyguards one night in New Orleans, totally by accident. Just add liquor. Walked right into the guy on the sidewalk, and I mean, I walked into him. I was talking to my buddy and slammed into this thing. It was like hitting a brick wall. And I stepped back, and then I looked up at him, and I turned around to walk around him, and I ran into his brother. And I had no idea why these fucking people were all standing in the middle of the sidewalk. And then when I stepped out, then I saw they were trying to open the limo door for Andrew Dice Clay to go into the fucking theater for a show.
I just saw a video posted about him. He was out on the town or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's still around. He's still kicking.
Crude.
A lot of the old guys are still kicking,
Yeah. Yeah.
Shall we say goodnight now?
A lot of them aren't as funny as they used to be. Yes, we should. And everybody go do your homework now. Go.
Well, yeah, do your homework.
Go look up nicotine. Go look up ivermectin. Look up vitamin D.
Look up Donald Trump and.
Well, you don't have to look up Donald Trump. It's gonna be in your face anyway.
Oh
Yeah.
fuck.
but you're going to start seeing, and I've already started seeing it, and I said this a couple months ago, that we're going to start seeing a big push on anti-smoking ads, and they've started over the last couple weeks. So
why?
they're really, because they don't want people to use nicotine. And after you research nicotine, you'll understand what I'm talking about.
Say goodnight, guys.
Nicotine and COVID vaccine. How's that?
All right, I'll take a look.
You take a look. And you all have a wonderful evening, everybody.
Night, buddy.
See you later.
Night, Dale. Night, everybody. Hillary. Goodbye.
And I'll see you next weekend, Dale.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
I woke up this morning with a crack in my head. 12 rambles out was later.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net as well as 420pace.ca and our social media locations. Good evening, Tamara. How you doing?
Oh, not too bad. How about you?
Oh, not too bad. I've been a lot worse. The knee is calming down, but it hasn't completely left me as far as the issue I was having with it last week.
Yeah. And how's your weather? Is your weather you know?
Oh, we had highs of 6. I think today was even warmer. Felt warmer.
I think it was
The snow is melting. It's getting muddy in the driveway.
Like what in the hell? Like it's like minus 22, below in snow a week ago. Now all of a sudden we've got like
Nice weather. It's nice weather now, but in 6 months from now, it'll feel like cold weather.
Right?
Yeah.
Well, it'll be like 50 above. Ugh. Like you can't just like it, but it's going in like rage. Like what they say, March comes in like the lion.
Yeah. Well,
so what? She's coming in like the lion.
Sort of look at March and October are sort of those transition months. Right? We can get good and really bad.
Well, I'm hoping at the end of March it stays 1st of April because I got to drive to Saskatchewan.
No, yeah, you want good weather for that, don't you?
Right? Yeah.
Yeah,
Or
exactly.
somebody from out here has got to drive to Saskatchewan. Go pick up some cow. But yeah.
Oh yeah.
But other than that, it's like I said, the weather's so unpredictable. Like one day it's nice, the next minute it's minus this and that.
Yeah. Well, I know that we've got enough snow now. I've been out back, and the activity out back has slowed the wildlife down, and still see some deer tracks, but not like what I was seeing, and I'm not seeing the coyote prints like I was either. So.
No, yeah, snow will slow them down, but not around here though. They're all everywhere, and they've been talking about. Well, we've got a herd of 500 living in town.
A herd of 500. Wow.
Yeah, and they're town deer.
I was going to say they've moved into town.
No. Yeah, we're not even sure when they started.
Yeah. Just so everybody knows, we haven't heard from our guests yet, and we're just going to keep doing what we're doing, just shooting shit, and we'll highlight our guests from some of the stuff that he sent us before. Now he's in a different time zone, so maybe there's confusion there. Who knows? And if he shows up while we're live, we'll just bring him right into the broadcast, which wouldn't be the first time.
No, it hasn't.
No, exactly.
It's confusing sometimes with the time zone because even like for you and I, it's 8 o'clock where you are. It's 6 o'clock for me.
Yeah. Oh, it can be confusing at times.
No, people even at 6 o'clock are usually eating dinner, and like that's why for my time zone and Vancouver it's only 5 o'clock there.
Right.
People, moving through traffic and trying to get home.
Yes.
There.
So yeah. So when Mike shows up, we'll bring him in. But I've got his website here.
Well, let's bring that up.
Yeah, he's well.
Introduce.
As I mentioned, in the post, he's a patient. It's battled with cancer a few times. Like right now, it would be number 5.
That's incredible.
I know.
It just, it absolutely floors me that people can keep having to have reoccurring. Like, isn't once enough?
Oh, I know. Like I've had cancer, and it's actually 10 years ago. Getting pretty close to that, almost to the day or month. It was, I believe, in April. So I'm only a couple months short of that.
Wow.
And it's 10 years ago. So and I've been checked annually, and because I was melanoma.
Right.
So I was dealing with skin cancer. So I get skin's your largest organ, and I have that checked every year by the specialist, and so far so good. She told me the last time.
Go ahead.
She said last time when I saw her, she says the next time is the 10th anniversary, and after 10 years, we send you back to your regular doctor, and wish you well.
Yeah,
I said, all right,
well,
good.
right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think people realize how important their skin is because they don't pay attention to like you're busy in life, like you got little lumps and moles and stuff, and it's only like
Yeah,
So it's important, right?
and we have melanoma in my family. I've had uncles that have had it and stuff, and my mother actually passed
Right.
away. Yeah, from
Yeah, it's
melanoma. So
especially when it runs in your family genetics,
yeah,
unfortunately.
exactly. Hello, Scott. Thanks for tuning in. I'll be in touch, buddy. I'll be in touch.
Yeah, we were at the surgeon with Taven the other day too, and they're going to send him for a colonoscopy because of the family history, and they could,
Yeah.
because of my history and when I started, having these issues, but they're gonna, so.
Yeah, well, my dad had colon cancer, and
Right.
that's what he passed away from, and I was like 32.
Right.
Well, they said at the age of 35, get checked every 5 years.
Right.
Well, I went in, got checked, everything was good, and like 6 months later, I was sick with my Crohn's.
Right. I know, right?
Yeah, and then nobody wanted to say anything to me because they were worried about cancer. And I ended up with the C word, but it wasn't the cancer. Not for my bowels. To get the cancer, I've had other members in the family who've had cancers, and they've been internal, and that's requiring major operations and major recovery to get a cancer. Melanoma and skin cancer is not the best cancer to get. It's actually one of the deadlier ones. But as far as evasiveness to one's body, it's the skin, right? So they cut it out, sewed me back. It wasn't as if they had to go in and remove a lung or a partial lung, or that's a long recovery after that.
Oh yeah, that's major surgery of any kind.
Yeah.
I know and as you get older, they keep, you have to keep on your health, because if you don't and you miss any little sidestep, and we're talking about the fact that we're lacking so many doctors and nurses, and with all this, remember the 90s when the United States were lacking a lot of doctors and nurses, and they offered our doctors and nurses outrageous amounts of fucking money to move to Texas and to fucking Dakota, North Dakota, and all these places, right? So, here we go.
That's right. Yeah.
But, again, that's something that with, cannabis being not legal down there federally, like they're already, talking about border security. And today it was about fentanyl again.
Yeah. Well, I know it's about fentanyl, but I quite hear illicit. The words illicit drugs.
We caught some
And
more fentanyl coming in from the U.S. into Canada.
yeah, but I just worry that when I hear the words illicit drugs is vague to me.
Well, it could be cannabis.
Correct. Exactly.
But
That's
it's on
where I
their
was going.
it's on their federal drug enforcement lists, right?
Yeah,
Federally, right?
right.
So it absolutely could be. And well, like I said, who knows? Like
Yeah,
I just
exactly.
hope that it doesn't get touched. But the Ontario election's tomorrow, right? So
Yes, yes. Tomorrow's our election. Now, I seen this, and I believe it's probably true. Makes sense. Um, if you took all the votes, like everybody who voted and didn't vote and all that, and you took the did not vote group and made that a party, it says here, according to this meme, that the did not vote party won.
it would, yeah,
Yeah, they would win.
yeah, they absolutely would. And that's disheartening because even with, you know, free voting and stuff, and for the, this one, 6%. That's a really low
Yeah, 6%.
6% for
All
pre-voting.
that showed up for your election?
No, yours.
6.
6% showed up for pre-voting.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, now I know where you're going. I seen something about that. Something about the low numbers. So
Really low numbers for pre-vote. Yeah,
yeah, that's not very many, is it? Wow.
it's sad. It just gives, and like I said, it just gives Ford another 4-year mandate, and he hasn't done a great job. So I don't know.
Yeah, you hope for a big turnout on those advanced polling days. Now, we're going tomorrow. We're just gonna when Gail gets off for work, we'll just meet over there. It's on the way home from her work, and it's not far from here. So,
Right.
yeah.
But it isn't for everybody. There we go. There's Nick.
There it is. All righty. Okay. Well, what do you say? Now that our guest is here, what do you say we bring him in?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Okay. As I mentioned earlier, our guest has been a blogger. He's done. He's an educator. He's a researcher, and he's a patient. And when it comes to patients, what we like to do here on the Pace Radio Show is, talk about the patients, highlight the patients, because we believe that patients sharing their story is one way of educating other people as well. So, at this time, I think he's almost ready. You got the thumbs up, Mike? All right, he got the thumbs up. All right. At this time, we'd like to welcome Mike Robinson to the Pace Radio Show. G'day, Mike. How you doing?
All right. How you doing tonight?
All righty. Can I get you to turn your phone sideways to give us a landscape picture?
Oh, sideways.
Yeah, that way.
This
Okay,
one?
will it turn? Oh, it didn't turn. Okay, sorry.
It's not going
Yeah,
up
it's locked. Yeah, your phone's locked.
Oh yeah, my phone is locked. I probably
Yeah.
can change that. Do you want
Oh
to
yeah, I
take
can
me
see.
off
We
a
can see
minute?
it. It just gives us a better picture if it gives us a landscape, because then you're long instead of tall and skinny. Like a phone.
I don't even know where that lock thing is.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah. Do you have an Apple phone?
Yeah.
Okay. If you go to your top right hand screen and you pull down to the left,
Yeah.
you'll see a thing over on the left hand side that has a circle with the lock in it. It's above the word focus.
No,
It's
I
in
got
your.
it.
Huh?
It's like
There we go.
Old man radio hour here, right?
There we go.
It's like old stoner radio.
we were at an event in Toronto covering the grow up event in Toronto. And that's how I discovered this lock feature, because all of a sudden my phone was locked, and I didn't like the way it was broadcasting out because it was that single line. And so yeah, it took me a bit, but I figured it out. So there you go. If it happens to you again, now you know.
Yeah, I normally am on top of that little button, but my
Yeah.
vision isn't quite what it used to be.
And we pull things out of our pockets and we hit the screens and we don't even realize it, and we do things to the phone. So
Yeah, and then it changes how everything looks, and my office is so custom,
well, Mike,
that's
think
gonna
that
change. It's gonna. I got big things on the horizon in 2025, kind of thing. But it all starts somewhere, and that's what this whole gig is about. I mean, people in the cannabis movement, almost everybody's got a story. And people that don't have a story, I sort of scratch my chin about, unless there's stories like, I've got some partners in a joint venture that were botanists in college, but they were foragers and things like that too.
Right,
Before they
exactly.
saw hemp after going through college, and they're young, so they haven't lived a long time and been never in cannabis. So it's sort of weird how I look at things like that, because
Yeah.
I'm always leery of research, being who I am. I mean, I founded the Global Cannabinoid Research Center in 2018. For those of you who don't know me, I sort of introduce myself a little bit.
Yeah. Well, actually, I should introduce you to my co-host here, my joint host, Tamara, and Tamarawana.
Hi,
This is
nice to
Mike.
meet you.
The marijuana, that's a pretty cool name.
Yeah. It was given to me by a CTV cameraman back in 2008, because I did the first global marijuana march in Lethbridge, Alberta.
Oh, right on.
Yeah, there you go. Hey.
You guys got some history there in Canada.
Oh yes, yeah. Well,
Yeah.
this show alone is 15 years old.
Wow.
Been doing this for 15 years. Yeah.
Almost 20 since 2006.
Yeah, and same here. 2005, I started, getting
Almost
out
20 years
there.
there.
And
What was
stuff.
the federal, or is that what it's called? Federal legalization or country?
We have federal legalization here, but back in like 2000, 2001,
It's
there
2000
was
with the MMAR.
was federal for medical cannabis.
We had patients that actually took the federal government to court under our Section 7 Charter rights, and fought
That's interesting.
in the Supreme Court of Canada and won their rights to the freedom to be able to consume and grow their own medicine. But you have to have a doctor's signature to do so, and their doctors were on board because they were MS patients and cancer patients, right? And we still have one of them with us, which is Allison Murden, but we've lost both Robin and Albrasa, and I believe Hitzig was the name.
Mark Paquette.
Yeah.
Another one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and then we've had to do that over a number of years, like even for, I guess, as far as 2016 kind of thing. We're back and forth with the federal government of our grow rights. So, the Cannabis Act was rolled out in 2019 here in Canada for legalization for cannabis federally across the country, but then it was kicked back to the provinces. So then every province then rewrote their own kind of legislation for cannabis for the provincial jurisdictions.
Wow, this is like sort of backwards of the United States, right? It's almost like federal went down first, and then unrolling into basically the states of Canada.
Yeah.
The ability to make your own regs.
Yeah.
Instead of just being underfed.
And each town municipality could either opt in or out too. They make their own rules as bylaws as well.
Yeah.
That's that is just like state to state to state.
Yeah, exactly. There's that federal stuff that allows federal stuff. Go from there's
that consume cannabis across the country. There's no laws that say that we can't go from province to province. Provinces to provinces sell cannabis within each province, so that they're getting BC weed in Ontario, we're getting Ontario weed that's grown out there here. So there's no jurisdictional barriers between provinces to actually consume. And we can drive across country. We can fly domestically.
What
carry-
about for like business? What
Yeah,
about the
retail
businesses?
stores. Yeah, retail stores and
Yeah.
going. Yeah.
We got we're like 1,800 stores here in Ontario.
And they can move about like in a business.
Well,
And
there's regulations through the government, of course. You have to be licensed. You have to have no businesses. It's not like setting up a regular business. There's licensing per se. I guess.
yeah. So, but can
There's a
you
lot of
move something from this side of Canada to this side of Canada, kind of thing?
Yeah.
I was smoking joints from BC before they were even in Tamara's store.
still can't get them here.
I had
Wow.
to mail the joint to Tamara.
And we can mail legally. We can mail between provinces
yeah.
across the country. 30 provinces.
Wow.
Yeah.
The post office has special envelopes for us to mail cannabis across the country.
So with all that, of course, comes a bunch of crimes when you don't follow
Yeah.
the rules. I mean, so
Yeah.
so
We
no
have
matter
rules.
where you go, and with my own story, I
Yes,
come from
exactly. We're
that
not here to
world
talk about
of
Canada's legalization. Let's hear about your story.
yeah. I mean, with my own story, it's sort of like we had a bit of an outline. But truly, my own story goes back to when I was like 8.5, and Stan the Man Stankler gave me a joint when I was, racing for Team Yamaha. It does, though, because when did you first see weed? Well, it goes back even further. But the thing about it is, though, when a lot of people ask me, like, when did you first try cannabis? It's not about that. I used cannabis most of my life. I was a stoner and jock in high school, college, and beyond. I raced cars. I marked up with my race car. And it's like, and
We sound familiar.
that came to a slamming end with a lot of injuries that required cannabis. And actually, the fact that I used THC before, a massive TBI, we now know due to a ton of research that it helped save my brain. And because I did have a stroke in that wreck, we know that it limited the damage. It could have been much worse. I had paralysis. It could have been permanent. Instead, I walked for it within 1.5 years with no aids, no assistance or anything. So when no cane, nothing. So that's the thing about it is, but did I use cannabis right yet? No, I still wasn't. I was smoking it, and someone say, wait, Mike, that's how I stopped this and that. Well, that's good. But I ended up with severe epilepsy in that wreck, and also the need for strong opioids for pain. And a very legitimate one. I mean, there was a lot of broken bones, so let's just put it lightly, and then, the bottom line, though, I was never exposed because we just didn't know. Rick Simpson hadn't even made oil yet, so we toked and weed became legal. And it blew my mind the year after I wrecked, as I worked my way back to walking again to see Dennis Ferrone with OG Eddie Lapp, somebody about weed off of when I was in high school.
Eddie.
Fueling this movement that, I mean, the OG grew a lot of weed, a lot of people did, that supplied the San Francisco dispensary that Dennis Ferrone operated. And I bring those men both up because I ended up in their end of year bringing both of them or supplying both of them with different types of cannabis oils at different times at their in their very last year, and helping the OGs that started me out to be a teenage toker and stoner. I just felt was appropriate. Now I would have done it anyway. I mean, the legends always deserve the help, but in my own story, I stumbled upon how to use cannabis the right way. I seized after the wreck, after all that. I used every opioid in the book. I wore fentanyl patches, OxyContin, oxycodone, morphine, you name it was given to me. All I had to do, this is very compelling, doc, here. I'm hurt.
Yeah.
Look at this, look at my x-rays. I mean, that's all I had to do to a pain management doctor. They couldn't really say, we're
They
not
put any
going to help
metal?
you.
Put any metal in you? Did they
There's
put
no,
any?
there's no metal at this time. There's nothing
Okay.
left. There's nothing but a lot of different repair done with a lot of other wrap and mesh. I have like a mile of mesh in my abdomen now.
Oh.
You know, so it's more of a situation where I didn't end up with cages and things like that, and that people with severe back injuries. Mine was to the head and to the other areas of my body. You know, but the thing about that is a year and a half and I was walking good. You know, jump ahead to 2003 in my life, first time I got cancer, which is a big topic for me right now.
Yeah.
You know, the first time I got cancer, 2003, you know, chemo, only 6 rounds in, I was nailed.
Wow.
And my right side went numb again. I didn't walk again until 2006. Now, I still just got weed when I could and toked and smoked, and we didn't have these kind of, you know, cool adult devices to hit off.
What kind of cancer?
This is just, you can pick this. This thing is pretty cool. The markets here have all these interesting things. And this one you can like pick. You can, like, on one side there's one indica, on the other side. Do you guys have that too? I don't know.
I have this is my disposable, but do you have a choice in
You
yours?
can chart, yeah, you can pick either one. This is a 2 gram gig.
Oh, you got
pick
2
either
different
one,
strains?
okay? Or you can hit both at one time and it's like a dab. Check this out.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
I mean, you hit both at one time. And that's gonna nail you.
Oh, yeah.
So, I mean, off the hook. And I've had a cold and super clean stuff like this, which is liquid diamonds. And I know the California farm. I know that where it came from.
There you go.
And it's clean. I can use that after having a cold. And we get older and it's harder to toke, you know, but anyway, you know, jump ahead in my life and you know, I have severe epilepsy. After the racing wreck, I became a civil rights lobbyist, and that was because I came home from that wreck, you know, to discover my own biological 3-year-old son who's now in his 30s, you know, to have severe autism. And within a month and a half, I found my first nonprofit. Had several thereafter, you know, and things, you know, life happened. You know, decades went by. I specialized in representing kids with severe cases, kids in special ed all over the nation. And I did more work as a non-attorney rep than anything else. And then it got to the point to where, you know, I have epilepsy, so I had people with epilepsy coming to me with problems, and a mom with epilepsy coming to me with a problem over discrimination at work. And then, you know, the next thing you know, that whole civil rights expanse comes out, you know, and you're flooded with work because you're pro bono. And
Yes.
it's no different than really what I did in cannabis. I mean,
Yeah, people are looking for answers. Right?
so people looking for answers, right? So I had
Yeah.
a lot of people that I helped that were in need. Okay. And this is a pretty interesting gig to do with you guys, because most people in the US don't know this history and don't tie it together at all, if they do even know a tidbit of it. But I just laid some great groundwork. I mean, I spent not a year or two, but decades representing parents of kids with disabilities, okay, in special education. So what does that mean? These are future kids down the road that I had no clue would need the exact oil that worked on me. Okay, I have severe epilepsy, traveling around the nation, you know, being spectrumy myself, okay, and, you know, and here I am, you know, in 2013, I have an incident where I seize like early in the morning, fall out of bed, and where I have a little pad set up because I always fell out of bed seizing at night. This time I tore ab muscles, and apparently it hurt so bad I wandered outside, fell on the ground, had the EMTs show up like they did often after seizures. And if you could wake me up, I was signing an AMA. I don't care if I'm bleeding. I mean, if you're bleeding bad enough or obviously hurt, they just take you. You know what I mean? They don't care if you want to say no, but if you can actually sit up and present yourself, say who you are. I know I had a seizure. I know where I'm at right now. This is what happened. Ouch, this hurts. I'm going to go in to urgent care or something like that. I don't need to have the funds spent,
Right.
and then you can sign away, right? So I did that, and I had several roommates at the time, and one of them was Fu Wang Chung from Korea, and he was we called him Henry because nobody could say his name, So Henry became very popular around town. He did acupuncture. He made all these little herbal balls, and these herbal balls always helped your stomach, and they could relax you, and all kinds of interesting things, So we loved Henry's herbal medicines, and he'd wander off and do his stuff, cook really stinky food, interesting guy, you know what I mean? And when that happened to me, I tried to smoke some weed, and he came out, I was like, Michael-san, no canidro, no canidro. And I was like, okay, I was smoking weed, okay? And I was like, okay, I can't smoke weed either. And he's like, I'll be back. Okay. I was like, okay. He's off and through the door. So I'm talking to other roommates. We started joking about this transaction. and he comes back and he's got these little herbal balls for me, tell me how they're going to help me. In between that time, I had gone inside defeated, and I had a bunch of weed ground up. And I couldn't eat anything. He was right. So I was following his instructions. I couldn't eat it all. And there's tofu out on the counter. And I was like, well, I like that. I guess he left it out for me. So I cut it up and I smashed my weed up in there and made some weed food. That's why I call it weed food.
Weed
I
food,
was
yeah.
like, I'm going to eat my weeds and see what
Yeah.
happens.
Yeah.
And obviously nothing really happened off the weed foo other than a disappointment, but but Henry came home, of course, and brought his little herbal balls for me, and I was happy about that because they sort of bloated my stomach and I wasn't so hungry, right? Because I'm always like starving because I tore an ab muscle. He was right, I couldn't eat. So we're 24 hours into this, and these little more and more. Can't eat it all, can't eat it all. And there's actually a YouTube video that's hardly seen that's about this subject. About a week goes by and I'm busy. This is my home office. And I also have roommates. I lease the home and I rent out 3 of the 4 bedrooms, and that covers the rent kind of thing. And I have a master and have like my home office set up. As obvious, I got like 3 computers and like a U-shaped testing, and I'm working all the time. And I worked through all this stuff, and the ab muscles all messed up, and I can't eat it all. And I got very productive, super productive. It was incredible. And then Monday, I just realized, I woke up and there was no pad on the floor like I always put down because I would seize and fall out of the bed. And I was like, this thing hasn't been there for a week. And somebody told me Nestle creamer, other things in my diet cause seizures. And I didn't believe it. And I was like, whoa, they're right.
Yeah, right.
I
Yeah.
can't eat. I haven't been able to eat for like 10 days.
You
So
gotta,
I'm
yeah, foods you gotta avoid. I know all
That's
about
it.
that.
And I'm like, there's like hardly anything left. To give me this large pill bottle of this, can't eat all stuff. Taking all these Chinese herbs. I kept making weed too.
Mm.
And I'm like, I'm tired of this, man. I figured it out. And I like some friends were there, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And a roommate was there too. And they were smoking weed. And I figured out how to put on a muscle belt, and take a hit or two. I mean, so I could at least take a hit or two, right?
Yeah.
And anyway, so I was getting ready to go do all this, and Harry comes walking through the door as I tossed his little pills into the garbage. And he's like, Michael, son, no, I'm not gonna. I had enough of this. Can you just write it down? And I'm busy. I'm like working all night, suing school districts and whatnot, because that's what I did. I heard there's a timeout cell. I heard a kid got hurt. Let's get the information. I don't need much.
Okay.
Boom, boom, boom. File the pleading, get the information. You can always withdraw it. You know what I mean? As long as you got some information, you've got the reason and cause to do so, and as a non-attorney, you're not talking about complicated actions, you know what I mean? So anyway, I was busy a lot, so I'm like, Henry, here's a pen and paper, just write it down. I was sort of in a bad mood. They were like rolling a joint to smoke, and I knew I couldn't smoke it. And a CA, and he's writing stuff down, and they're calling me over. And Mike, and I'm like, CANNABI is what he has. I'm like, S. He's right, S.
Yes.
I smoke weed, okay? I want to smoke weed, all right? And he goes like, no, cannabidiol, or canidol. He goes, no, canidol. Yeah. So I go in and sit down behind my computer, because that word I just said, I had no idea what it was. And all I knew was I love THC. I like to get high. I love weed.
Well, as I say, you can't spell healthcare without THC.
You know what I mean? It does a lot for me. When it was passed as medicine, I was like, right on, because this actually helps me. It helps me all the way around with so many different problems I have, from PTSD on, just to blaze, just to smoke a joint. You know what I mean? And as a researcher now, and 7 years into founding the Global Cannabinoid Research Center, I still defend that position, still smoke joints left, because the bottom line of it is, it's based on your own lung health, and we haven't proven that everything is so bad about smoking a joint. We walk around in an environment of harm filled with carcinogens everywhere we go, everywhere we touch. So anyway,
I'm a joint smoker.
bottom line of it is, I go sit down behind that desk and I type in CANNABI plus can't eat it all. I'm just trying to figure out what it means, and do all the pluses. See plus, can't plus, eat plus, that.
Okay, all right.
What is he meaning? What does cannabis have to do with somebody who can't eat? That's really going through my mind,
It can help with me. I know that.
But what popped up was Charlotte, with Paige Figi holding Charlotte.
Oh, okay.
And it
Charlotte
fixed
Figi,
the search from cannabis to cannabidiol. Can't eat it all. Cannabidiol is what he was trying to say. So here I am, weed fooing it. What is that doing? I'm frying THC. So some of it's getting decarb, some of it isn't. I'm getting THC, CA, I'm getting terps, I'm getting flavonoids, and I'm ingesting them. Boom, boom, boom. I mean, I know now all these things to be incredible medicines besides the THC. Forget about that, the flavonoids. Oh my God, the polyphenols and the breed
Yeah.
itself for medicine. Incredible medicine. So on, just incredible. So at the same time, I realized he's making balls of, I don't know what, CBD, and it's definitely out of the plant. So I start looking at those things. I'm like, wow. I'm like ingesting like something like resins of this CBD stuff. And I go and I start typing away on my Facebook, where I'm a civil rights lobbyist, where I've active open lawsuits where other attorneys, even their paralegals, follow just to see what I'm doing. And suddenly a bunch of weed stuff drops. Boom, 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 boom. And I just come out, bam. I mean, and I'm a stoner and it's known, but I'm not, and I'm for legalization, I'm for all that professionally, and the attacks were pretty incredible on one end of this scene because it was like people that didn't like it, but the worst part about it was because I posted, does anybody have this kind of weed? And I posted, a picture of the girl, and her mom holding her in the Charlotte and her mom and in the article. And I'm sorry, this thing just sort of nailed me. You know what I mean? But the thing about it is
We are
it
toking
nailed
zone.
me. And yeah, it was that double hit. But there it was, and here I am, and the crossover happens because suddenly I'm faced with this big controversy that if I'm a cannabis user, I possibly can't be this. You know what I mean? And that became real when I started getting booted off cases with motion to dismisses because I was, under the influence of a Schedule 1 substance. And how am I going to respond? You just replace yourself and leave, and it was one of those gigs where, I crossed over so quick. It was incredible how quickly I crossed over. It was almost as fast as I moved from loving THC to loving other cannabinoids that I'm going to consume right here while we're talking.
Sure.
When I find myself so medicated that it's beyond where I want to be, I balance myself because our endocannabinoid system is literally a machine. And what I'm doing right now is just stuffing a capsule into a big gig of CBGA keef. You know what I mean? And I'm using a cannabinoid unlike CBD at all because this is a foundational cannabinoid. It's the mother major, as I named her, or the mother cannabinoid that makes, THCA, CBCA, CBDA. But by consuming, it's about 150 milligrams and a half gram, it'll start centering me real quick. And it'll start balancing me. I've already used plenty of it earlier in the day, but it'll start balancing me out real fast. You know what I mean? My vision gets clear. But I stay on track.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I see that it's time for us to take a break. Okay, we're going to go for a quick commercial break. We'll be about 3 minutes. Right.
Okay.
And then when we come back, in our communications that we had before the show, Genevieve's dream.
Genevieve's dream. Yeah.
We'll talk about
we'll
that.
Talk about that.
We'll talk about that when we come back from the break.
Into. Sounds great.
All right. Okie dokie. All right. Okay. Sounds good. Tamara and I and our guest, Mike Robinson, will be right back in about 3 minutes. You're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection. We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop. And in the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyndonega.
We have two lines of drinks. One's called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Red E brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
And you're watching the Pace Radio Show. We are live here with our guest, Mike Robinson. He's the founder of the Global Cannabinoid Research Center. Okay, Mike, what we're going to touch on in this segment of the show is something that you're working on. That's something that is dear to your heart. And that is, and unfortunately, I don't know if I'm pronouncing your name right, but Genevieve? Genevieve, okay. Genevieve's Dream and the love story.
Yeah. So, I was telling you about how I discovered ingesting cannabis, and I went from that to providing cannabis as compassion, just literally giving it away through programs. After that conversion over was simple because I had this long list of people I'd helped for the last 20 years who were disabled, who could use cannabis oils already. So once I created a compassion program, it just got bigger and bigger and bigger so fast. It was crazy. And I just started traveling. At one point in 2014, I bent over to pick something up and I felt the crack in my shoulder, and it was unfortunately a fracture inside the bone. When I went to ER, it was bone metastasis, and we discovered I had non-Hodgkin's. I came back from 2003, and the first time I've had it, so I went at treating my own cancer. At first, I was just treating epilepsy and pain, and things like that. And so it's just incredible how that compassion trail eventually, after several years where I and doctors didn't think I was going to really live that long, I continued and until one day I got a phone call from a mom and in need, and it was late at night, and normally I didn't have my notifications on my phone, and it was for Genevieve. And the next morning I came and saw her, and we developed a bond from the beginning, and it was very strong. One where I felt this sense of needing to be here, and it was sort of an odd feeling, after being through hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands, of different places and homes and with different people and groups, and it just was incredible that we came together, and this image that you're showing is from the very next year, 2017. It only took 3 months for me to come back and forth. Her mom and I started seeing each other the second month I came back, and we dated, once a month, and got together. And Genevieve, who'd spent the summer before hospitalized with so many seizures, it was incredible. She was having 25, 30 grand mal seizures a day, couldn't go to school. Um, you know, this girl couldn't speak. She held her iPad, and suddenly her life just changed over the
You,
oil.
you can see there in the picture. You can see there in the
Yeah,
picture. She's got her iPad.
and our story just unfolded,
Yeah.
over the years. Quickly, we became a family. I came in December 2016 for the Christmas vacation. Spent 2 weeks, and after only being gone for a few days, I got some video back where she was calling me daddy,
Oh.
verbally, nonverbal autism speaking, So her and her little sister Sydney, I bonded with so heavily, and Genevieve, and we go here locally and ride this carousel and have a blast, and it was just a place to go, and our family just came together in just this intense way. Anne Marie, Genevieve's mom, quit drinking after a life of drinking, and started using cannabis and the oils and everything else, in replacement.
Good.
And it just continued as cancers went into remissions, and I continued to get better. All of us, we just were thriving more and more.
Good.
The only thing that wasn't there was the carousel. It had left, and that's where the name Genevieve's Dream comes from. First, I created a nonprofit and a website called Carousel Challenge, and that's all being worked on, the GenevievesDream.com website and the Carousel Challenge website. First, I created the Carousel Challenge and challenged everybody to go on a carousel ride for Genevieve, created a nonprofit, figured maybe that'll fund it, and we'll replace the carousel that was there. That didn't work. I tried every avenue possible, took her to Circus, had events, you name it. Then I decided, hey, I'm going to create a CBGA tincture, because that's something I brought to Genevieve in the very beginning when she couldn't use CBD. So this Genevieve's Dream thing has all these meanings. It's the root of what helped her from the very beginning and all the way to the point of now. And it's the balancing agent that works for both her and I in the same way.
Mhm.
We're able to use THC effectively onward without worrying about tolerance and issues like that, because we use a balancing cannabinoid, and so it went on for years, though. I'll tell you, I founded Genevieve's Dream Incorporated in February 2020 with this huge plan, and the pandemic came and everything shut down. And then I tried, and there was all these different joint venture tries and this and that, and we had a lot of hurdles that we just couldn't jump over, and things just didn't quite happen. But every story I think has those kind of things, and anyone of success that I know of, and one thing I can say is that ours is ending that way. I mean, the website is all under construction, and Genevieve's Dream, the brand CBGA, finally in 2025 will launch with a hard launch for several products, along with a brand called Researcher that professionalizes the Researcher OG branding that I had on the market in early 2024. And brings it from a very tight-knit hemp farm, a soil to oil type of operation, where products are made out of quality, in a way where that is the whole mission. Quality is before quantity. You know what I mean? We'll get the quantity afterwards. We've got the quality down pat right now. Doing something, and I quote Jerry Garcia, I guess it was Bill Graham that said, they're not the best at what they do. They're the only ones that do what they do. And I don't want to be the best. I just want to be unique. And I think that our story is unique, and what we're going to bring to the public is very unique. Offering people that use other cannabinoids different options with CBGA, CBG, and various formulations between the two different brands that offer ECS balance control, that offer the same thing that I just did while we were talking.
So so this is a new product that you're going to be having coming out.
I have two different product lines that are coming out, and they're coming out in the U.S. First,
U.S.
and then hopefully we'll see how we can get them in Canada. And the thing about it is everything's possible. I think that people need to hold on to their mission, whatever mission you had, in September. Keep going.
Now
keep going forward. You can't stop right now because the world's in chaos and go, we're doomed. It's 1984 in George Orwell. We can't do that, because if we do, literally the negative powers win, and we are suppressed. So we don't want to be oppressed by being suppressed. You know what I mean? We have to continue being positive and forward moving people in everything that we do and whatever mission we have. And I think that for us, it's just been important to keep pushing.
Genevieve, she has autism, correct?
Genevieve has severe autism and epilepsy.
Okay. Now, did I see something about a post, something to do with? Have you used your products with children or adults with dealing with ADHD?
Well, I can't, make claim to products.
No, I understand that.
For ADHD, I'm a researcher that can talk about, ADHD and cannabinoids, and under that topic, what I can say as the founder of the Global Cannabinoid Research Center, and in that role, is that it's overwhelming, the research that we have in regards to the harm of pharmaceuticals that have been, customarily given to kids with ADHD in comparison to cannabinoid use, and what negative effects we find with cannabinoid use all the way to THC. I mean, I get so tired of reading all these negative reports and long drawn out studies that call for more studies, that call for more. And this is a job for professional researchers who don't even smoke weed, who have never even been around a plant. I mean, they're not studying a plant or anything. They're doing research based on the request of somebody else. And it's always bad. And what we find is that kids have done better, even with small doses of THC involved, and kids with ADHD that have done better with small doses of THC involved, actually written down on paper so I'm clear in my role and not under fire. There's one kid in the room next door, okay? So, there's basically a stepdaughter. You scrolled by her. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
there's Genevieve's little sister, and that is the diagnosis she has, and a small dose of that at night allows her to wind down and sleep and not have rapid thoughts and bad dreams. So,
Slow the mind down.
yeah. So, I mean,
Yeah. I think Tamara's got a phrase for that. She calls it squirrel brain.
Squirrel brain.
Squirrel brain, because
it's like I'm on a hamster wheel all the time, and everything's just going a million miles a minute. Both ears are going. There's 60 voices telling me what I should be doing. Even as I'm sitting here, I should be doing this and I should be doing that. But I'm sitting here, right?
That's like me a lot too. I'll tell you. I mean, it's like so many.
I also I also smoked a lot of cannabis for over the years, and I found that it was not effective enough for what I was needing, right? And I've taken the tinctures and the CBDs and the CBHs and the CBCs and everything you can think of, and I tap and I take Vyvanse, and it's been a real awakening at 55.
Yeah, so I mean, and you found what worked.
Yeah.
And that's what is so important. I get people that come to me because of the cancer battles I've been through. I mean, I just went through another scene where I thought I was going to be fighting cancer again after being in full remission, and now I'm not celebrating full remission, and people are congratulating me because UCLA told me that I had a misdiagnosis of a relapse. So I guess I'm celebrating Mental Health Day, or week, because I've had a month of hell. It could be 2 months that it takes to recover from this. I mean, it's pretty harsh, actually getting a letter, and see, you have cancer, and it's like,
now we made a mistake.
I actually got a diagnosis in the mail.
Oh, that's how they told you? They just sent you a letter in the mail?
Yeah, I have it here. You know what I mean? I got and it came in the form of a notice of denial from my insurance company denying me a visit with the oncologist because he was no longer approved to see me. Now, it could have been because he didn't ask for the appointment before ordering a PET, and the PET came back positive. Okay, but they had to determine what positive meant. Okay, now when I read the PET, I don't have the actual film. I just have the report.
Right.
So I'm reading, okay, uptake went up. I'm now over.
Are you
barely. What's that?
I'm just asking Alec, are you hearing this? Like, oh my God.
I know.
So it's like, so the uptake is barely over 12.1. It's 12.1 right now, and over 12 they could call it a relapse. So I meet with UCLA. It takes a month after getting my records on my own because they couldn't even be uploaded to the system because there's no doctor. So this was like a nightmare. I went and had a PET for 10 days. I had no answer, and finally went to the hospital on my own, where I asked them, have you ever given a patient their results to a and she was like, no, like never. How long have you worked here? 12 years. And then I open it and it's positive, Then I bump into the doctor who ended up saying, and he tells me, I'm going to fix everything. I'm going to get it all. We'll see you really soon. And I get this thing in the mail that says I've been denied, can't see him. But I have non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, and it explains to me exactly what's wrong with me. And I'm on and on, swollen lymph nodes, and this and that. And this is what lymphoma is. Okay, so, and then it takes a month for me to get into UCLA Health and finally, talk to a doctor who literally booted me out of his office. I mean, like,
Why?
irritated. I mean, he didn't boot me out of his office. He was just like, he looked at it all, and I was like, I want to hear what you have to say. He was like, and he just rolled it out there. He was like, these are the two areas you have. You have two swollen lymph nodes. They're barely clinically swollen. They're both flashing positive because they're swollen. And that's what you have. A mass would be a cluster of lymph nodes. So the report isn't quite right compared to the film. And when you look at the film, which is what you got to do as an oncologist, you have to determine if there's a cancer there. He goes, and I was referred to see you because of your history of non-Hodgkin's and a diagnosis of non-Hodgkin's, but you have a bone marrow biopsy that's negative. And I was like, thank you.
Yeah.
And he was like, what? I was like, I just thank you. This has been my thought for quite some time, but there's that little voice in the back of your head saying, man, don't bite yourself in the car my ass, thinking you're going to be just fine. The first time I had cancer was 2003. 6 rounds of chemo caused paralysis. It took me 3 years to walk again. I had a racing wreck. It took 18 months to walk again fine without assistance after a racing wreck, going 180 miles an hour. But chemo, 6 treatments, 3 years to walk again with every assistance possible. Man, so when it came back to being cancer again in 2015,
No, that's gotta be devastating.
I fought cancer for 2 years before it, and on the road bringing oils all over. Then met Genevieve, and her mom wasn't the impression; it was the patient. And then I got to know mom. As we interacted, how are these things working? What can I bring? And it just was an old-fashioned love story. And I look forward to actually writing the book. And what's coming really soon is a dual-edged blog that people are going to love in Canada, even if they can't buy products there from Genevieve's Dream website. We can't sell them there. What you're going to love is the education. On Genevieve's Dream website, I'm going to be doing research reviews on just dropping research, even preprints, things that aren't even in journals yet. So I'll be beating Marijuana Moment by far. You know what I mean? I'll be way ahead of that game because I am. I get to see a lot of things because of my position. So I'm going to start sharing a lot of reviews that people can read that are just broken down in ways people can read them. And over on the Cannabis Love Story website, I'm going to start doing blogs more so of what went on in Jen's day or our day or our life or, kind of thing, because one thing I do have to be careful of is product claims. Once we have brands out and things like that, we have to be very careful of saying, I use this to treat this. You can't, you take a bottle of Genevieve's Dream and put it over Genevieve's mouth and say it's for epilepsy. That's totally against the law, and it's not even true. It's to offset the different cannabinoid that we don't sell. You know what I mean? I mean, because she takes THC, CBN at night, just like I do. I mean, we need it, It's the Red
No.
Eye Express. She's 21 years old now.
Oh.
And what's exciting is the Carousel Challenge, is something
And
anybody
what
can.
is it? Yeah, what exactly is the carousel challenge?
Okay, that's going to actually bring you carouselchallenge.com. Right now, it's sort of a dead end, but it's going to bring you right to that page on our website that tells people what to do, what it is, and basically to sum it up, go for a ride for Genevieve on a carousel. Take a photo. Post a photo with a hashtag Carousel Challenge and tag our page on Facebook that you showed earlier.
Yeah.
Or provide it to me and I'll put it up there for you. If you let me know where you're at and all that kind of thing, just hit me up on Messenger somewhere or by email or through our contact form or any way possible, and we'll put it up there. So participating in the Carousel Challenge, I think for the cannabis industry and forget the industry, the community, the people,
Yeah.
I mean, everybody out there, that needs something other than a bunch of angst and who said what and who got fired today and who's mad. Wow. I didn't get much put up today, but I've been concentrating much more on that page lately because it's really fun. Genevieve's happy, smiling, and
Exactly.
her world is surrounded by the carousel. It moved away in 2017, a year after we met, and continually she wakes up to dreams of that carousel and I made Carousel Challenge as a nonprofit, as a compassion provider, still fighting the system to get things away. And I didn't finally say, okay, I'm going to go into the corporate world. I didn't agree to be part of any corporation at all until I founded Genevieve's Dream Corporation. And then as that sort of didn't go anywhere, I've been writing a blog for a nanotechnology food and beverage entity for using essential oils, which I was into. I was like, okay, if that's all that's going on, our essential oils are being made soluble. I'm down, and now I own 90% of that corporation. Yeah, and I've merged the Global Cannabinoid Research Center into it, and we've got a total of about 10 different registered trademark brands for the nutraceutical space, and the Genevieve's Dream and Researcher are my own deal, and but I can say that the Global Cannabinoid Research Center and Nanobles Corporation are in contract with the exact same farm, to produce several other different interesting things down the road, for the public. And, many of these things that Nanobles Corporation and Global Cannabinoid Research Center have worked on for quite some time. We're talking a lot of years. These things are registered trademarks. That means the formulations are even older than that. And it takes years to get to that point. So stabilization means a lot to me. And we have like essential oil food flavorings, carcinogen-free natural food preservatives that we're working on. But things like nano terps, made with botanicals as well as made from off the hemp farm, are coming forward from Nanobles. We have an indole alkaloid line, we have called indole A. The list goes on. I have an endocannabinoid system balance package under Get Balance, which is a registered trademark for a brand that has nothing but nutraceuticals. There's nothing cannabis involved. These are all the precursor things that I take myself after years and years of research on the endocannabinoid system to make it function at its proper level. And when the one question UCLA did have for me is, how did you make it through 2 years of mesenteric cancer with a negative biopsies. More than once, they got nothing but dead flesh going after tumors. And the bottom line of it was, look, it was much more than cannabinoid medicine. I work also on endocannabinoid medicine. So, you know, and I'm
Okay,
very
yeah.
aware that that university is doing a lot of research. The last thing I was going to talk about was cannabinoids. But when I say endocannabinoid medicine, they just go, huh? You know,
Well,
but
what are you talking about? It's
but
like a fellow up here in Ontario by the name of Jack Kungle. He always says, you know, it's much more than just taking the oil. You got to do other things too, right?
you got it. I mean,
Yeah.
it comes down to our lifestyle. I mean,
Yeah.
how much exercise do we get, and relevant to our age, relevant to our disability and our life, our unique self, you know, and can we get some more, you know, and if we get more, is it going to help our ECS? Yes, you know, and more and more and more, what I look at are therapies that get people out of bed. And when we first started all this, we looked at therapies that put people in bed. And they truly did. I mean, a gram a day for 60 days will kill every single cancer you have. I mean, that was the RSO claim. And I'm sorry, you know, there's people that could want to say, no, he's wrong. I'm sorry. No, 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 no. I will never, ever, ever back that message. Because it's universal. It's like taking Valium for stress. Take 3 tabs 3 times a day, you know, and that person could be a stressed out mess, not like it, or sleep all day, or be unable to drive and wreck. You never know the individual response of a human. So I believe we've got to the point in knowledge in the endocannabinoid system, at least some of us, where we can look at what are the unique needs of patients. And a lot of patients, especially as we age, are needing upregulation. We've smoked weed for a long time. We've downregulated our system, on and on and on. And we need these sunshine kind of cannabinoids. And these are the ones that sort of get us up in the morning and get us going with a clear head, you know, and get rid of that fog we have, not just because of being sick, but because we got old. You know, I mean, and when I say aging, I want to make sure anybody that's 30 realizes I'm including them, because we start aging. We do once we're born, we start aging, and when it comes to medical. When we become 1 year old, we age the year. So I mean, we age from the time we were born until the time we die. So aging in itself and the processes in it can be slowed in many different ways. We're finding the potential in research, I guess use those words, are incredible with various cannabinoids in anti-aging. You know, and this matters if you're 30, because, you know, guess who's the number one class of people with early onset Alzheimer's? It's not 70 through 80. No, the early onset class now jumps down, dipping into 38.
Wow.
Yeah, so if you're 38 years old, you're part of the stat where it starts and moves on up into 50. Yeah, into the 50s, so like 38 to 54. And this is just one research study that I dove into, but early onset has been rapidly dropping to age 40 for quite some time. And I knew eventually we're going to see it dip below that. And what's going on is forgetfulness is sometimes a little bit more than that. And what we're also finding is the endocannabinoid system literally is the master regulator of everything. And it can clear and create neuropaths. You know, people have looked at cannabinoids for every last answer. And what I look at is cannabinoids for every last answer for what's wrong with the endocannabinoid system. I don't look at billing codes anymore, I've been through so much crap with doctors, so many diagnostics that ended up being not there, so much just crap, and I look at what they do, and I talked to my own primary care doctor about this, and she was like, Mike, I would be a liar not to admit I'm in profit, not practice, because I open my doors and I do look at the number of patients that have been seen. I do look at this bottom line all the time because there's no way for me to see you right now unless I have a net profit that's enough for me to justify staying open. And that's no different than the guy with the jewelry shop downtown or the bicycle repair shop, a
Gotta
mechanic
have
or anybody
customers.
else.
Makes you a customer, not a patient,
So,
eh?
So, I mean, people getting into medicine because they're there to help people is gone. Even the UCLA guy that helped me out so much, I asked him a couple other questions unrelated. And this guy is professor of medicine formerly, unrelated to oncology. Look, Mr. Robinson, we're here to discuss and consult oncology and hematology. That's my specialty. I'm like, don't you have MD and weren't you a professor of medicine? Can't you answer a simple question about two drugs? No. No. I mean, so they've got to a point of admitting who they are. And we as patients need to be smart enough to realize that and say some of these treatments being offered are wrong. Imagine what would have happened to me had I had an oncologist, had I had the actual oncologist who referred out with that cancer. Easily, he could have convinced me that I relapsed with the same cancer. And what would he have done? Had I been any other person other than me, chemo, I would have said, okay, treat me. I would have, this same doctor's already mentioned the necessity to use Rituxan, which is part of R-CHOP. It's a chemo just to decrease the swelling.
Oh.
And I was like, you got to be kidding me. This is a harsh drug. There's swelling in the abdomen and you want to make me sick. How does it make So when it comes down to it, I leave oncology after over 2 years in full remission, which I have been in full remission for like 6 months now, and or longer, like according to UCLA, more like a year, which is pretty incredible. So instead of getting upset over what doctors do wrong, we have to get upset over what nature does right. Because that's truly get upset, get happy. Sorry about that. We need to be happy over what nature does right. Yeah, because truly that's what it's all about. I mean, cannabinoids and terpenes, they're both classes of terpenoids. A lot of people don't know that. There's over 60,000 terpenoids in nature. And it's just incredible that cannabinoids have made it to the place they have, that a plant that I used to chop up on a rolling tray and look over my shoulder, is now the center point of a system in our body that controls everything.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it?
It makes me feel like so I display my high time. I got this high times top 100 gig, for 2021.
Okay, nice. I seen High Times had did an article or something on you. One of the top 100 cannabis influencers or something.
Yeah, they did that like 3 years, and then stopped. But High Times itself used to be much bigger than it is now. Of course, when things were illegal and they were popping stuff out, they're massively huge. And I think a lot of people discount high times a little bit too much, although they did open a lot of dispensaries.
Yeah.
They have
Yeah.
not fixed the typo in the original article on Genevieve. I got that award and I asked them to fix it, and then I would go to the award ceremony, and they didn't, so I didn't go. So they gave me
Oh,
another
why
big
would they
one.
fix it?
It's just a typo, but it's
Yeah,
quoting a
still, yeah, they
law.
should fix it. Yeah, correct.
It's quoting. So this is what they did, though. And this is where I love, I'm a lover of Fat Nugs, and I love Fat Nugs magazine. I just straight up
Do you?
I
Yeah,
write for Fat
we've
Nugs.
had Dustin on before. Yeah.
Okay, I love them. Okay, Dustin, stand up man, looking to include everybody. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
and talk about working from scratch. So
And it's hard to
and
make it in print media these days too.
it is, and to keep
Yeah.
going out of passion is hard when everybody around you thinks that you're making money when you're not. I even did at one point, had to go, man, he's not. You know what I mean? But the bottom line of it is I can't wait to write for Fat Nugs again. And I dig on them. High Times is great. Being in the top 100, it was the last one they've ever had. They only had 3 of those. Years, 2018, 19, 21. So I felt very honored to be on the list, and they could have just picked anyone. Some say, oh, well, it sells magazines if you have a lot of followers. Well, I don't have that many. You know what I mean? So I feel like they honored me for just my advocacy in beating 3 stage 4 cancers and being public about it. I went from compassion to the end of compassion in California under Prop 64 to old guy Dr. David Bierman, give me a call and offering me in as a director of communications at the American Academy of Cannabinoid Medicine. And I spent 2018, and what he said to me on the phone was, look, Mike, you can legitimize yourself here. And it's exactly what happened. And this office, I've grown to love. I would show you all of it, but it could embarrass me.
That's all right. I've got Dr. I got Dr. Berman listed as one of the cannabis researchers on the PACE website.
Dr. Dave is a legend. I've always referred to him as like the Meshulam of America, but and what his knowledge on law and what happens surrounding prohibition, after prohibition, all just goes on and on. And the guy founded the Haight-Ashbury Clinic, 1969, San Francisco. That's some history right there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So and then Isla Vista here in Santa Barbara, it was the second San Francisco basically at the time. And he came in and founded that one. And so working under Dr. Dave, was awesome. And it's where I went from that straight gonna do what I want, compassion person, light it up anywhere, to okay, I gotta temper myself. I'm in a crowd of people with suits. I'm getting ready to speak. I can't speak like I do in a rally forum. It's got to be in a forum that everything I write has to be in this form, on and on. And I think that eventually led me towards founding the Global Cannabinoid Research Center. Politics, of course, happens in any kind of gig like the Academy, but it's gone now, and I'm glad I'm here, because I went away from all that stuff. I don't look at how some journal wants me to write. The GCRC is privatized, and an Animals Corporation does R&D for that. And what I write is for both public knowledge that I share, and at the same time for R&D for the entity. So what I like to do is look at stuff that I have to go deep, deep, deep into, and then share the surface of that to the public that needs to learn, because we don't get anything from all these big billionaire giants. You know, I mean, I can't get excited about millionaires and billionaires or stuff like that all over America. You know, maybe I want to be one, you know, but not that kind of one. I want to give stuff away.
Your path is more just helping people and helping them improve the
I love
quality
to
of life.
laugh too, and that was a funny joke. I mean, the successfulstoner.com leads right into researcher OG, so does cannabis comedian. You know, I loved it.com. But I love to joke around. But truly, I mean, you know, I don't get that excited about all that because I don't see a lot of good coming from all that. I think it's all within, and I think all of us can do a lot of good for each other, and I think as much as all of us can, focusing on that part of it, you know, the love element. That's what I love about the cannabis love story, and bringing Genevieve's dream to life allows me that, because you know the commitment is in calling the farm the dream farm. So I can't wait. We're only probably 7 to 10 days from dropping a website.
All right.
And Genevieve'sDream.com will come live, and it'll have the carousel challenge on it, you know, with instructions of what to do, and how to go on the challenge, and just that alone is a lot of fun. You know,
well, when it's live, send me the link, and I'll make sure that I share it. Let everybody know where.
Well,
it
you
is.
have it already. It's Genevieve's
okay.
Dream. So
I got so many.
yeah, so it's yeah. So but I'll definitely let you know.
Yes.
So the progression of all this is Genevieve is now almost 22 years old, and when I came here, she just turned 13. So that's how long this family has grown together. And I beat cancer, and I was on addicted to pharmaceutical opioids for 24 years. I quit that in January 2019. So we've gone through so much as a family, to get sick again and have to take a few again was hard. But now I'm a year on my birthday coming up on March 3rd. I'll be a year opioid free again.
Excellent. Congratulations.
I didn't take that many, but it was taking any at all was hard. I had to go to counseling. It was like they got irritated at me too. They were like, I could tell everybody was mad because I was like, you're taking a 5 milligram Norco, which is like hydrocodone now. So this is not a big pill. This is a tiny dose of opioid, especially for someone with cancer pain. and one is all I'll take a day. And then I need to see the counselor over it, and they just but I got through it, so I got through with a little help from my friend.
Exactly, for sure. Alrighty,
it's been fun,
I see it's the bottom of the hour. We've reached the end of the program. As far as websites where people can find you, anybody wants to reach out looking for some information, where can people find you at?
ResearcherOG.com is the website to come straight to me.
Good.
Yeah, that one's live right now. The Global Cannabinoid Research Center has its own website, nanobols.com. I don't want to flood people with a bunch of websites.
Yeah. Okay. Well, this is the researcher. This is the researcher OG website right here. Right. So there's the thing on the High Times magazine. Do you do consultations? It mentions.
Yeah, I do consults with people. I don't charge for them. I need to update that.
Okay.
You know, I do a quick consult with people over their ECS because so many people are concentrated on the cannabinoids in the marketplace,
Yeah.
and our endocannabinoid system doesn't have that many endocannabinoids to learn about. You know, these are things somebody can take a list of and go off on their own and do their own research, just like
Yeah.
they did on what CBD was turned into. And that's the best example. You know, if you're going to research every last conversion of CBD from THCP to whatever else they're going to make, you know, definitely
Yeah.
find out more about 2AG. And, you know, if you need to learn more about that, you can on the Researcher OG website. And then
Super.
Genevieve's Dream blog is just going to really kick out a lot. I'm planning on, you know, at least 7 to 10 weekly blogs, if not more. So it's going to be a flood of, I get over 100 to review a day. Today alone, I did review as a research review too on academia.com. So I do research reviews alone for actual journals of medicine. Those I can't take and share because they're not published yet. I'm doing a peer review on that.
Right.
You know, so I'm giving input that could cause them to have to change it. So, you know, I think that the more the public soaks in, the better. And I'm just glad to have been able to be here with you and to share what I have. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. Thank you for coming on the program and sharing your story and Genevieve's story. And we look forward to hearing more about this product that you're just about to launch. So,
I look forward to sharing. It's
all
coming up so
righty.
soon.
Tamara, anything before I sign us off here? You're muted.
Oh, there we go. Sorry. I was coughing. Just thanks for coming on. And I'll be live on Monday with Cannabis and Coffee with Marijuana with my guest, Melissa Atwood.
All righty. All right. Thanks to our sponsors, legacy420.com, at ease.ca, limestone city hydroponics.ca, the Camelford Lifestyle Shop. Tamara and I will be back next week with our guest. I believe Scott is coming on next week. He had to cancel recently, and we're working on getting him back. Other than that, big thank yous to you, Mike, for coming on to the broadcast and talking about everything. And you got a spot there where people can find educational information with your Global Cannabis Cannabinoid Research Center, for sure.
All right. Well, thank you so much. You guys have
You're
a great
welcome.
night.
Yeah. Other than that, thanks for everybody for tuning in the broadcast. As I said, we'll be back next week. Other than that, Mike, hang on for 30 seconds. We'll talk to you at the other end of the closing, and we'll see everybody else next week. Bye-bye. Let's share PACE everywhere. That way it can help create peace. People everywhere advocating cannabis education.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie, and this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
This podcast is for adults only, should not be used as a meal replacement, and may contain nuts.
Hey, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of The Newbie and the Doobie. My name's Timmy. I am the newbie.
Mary Jane, also known as the doobie.
It is what is day.
That's a mouthful, eh?
It is what is day.
We are celebrating what is day.
What is day.
Yes. And if you don't know what that is, then you're not alone, because we had to Google.
Hang around and you'll find out more about why this is what is day.
Yes.
What else is coming up on the show today, Mary Jane?
Well, we have our word of the week.
As well, we have a high five list.
We have, I forgot, we have Tim and Janice this
Tim and
week.
Janice are here. Tim and Janice have been in one. They've seen us once. They've been in twice.
Two.
They visit us twice.
I don't even know what happened last time, because I think they were a little confused.
Yeah. They are. They're an interesting couple, and we are excited to have them back on the show again today. And as well, we have what is cannabis. We were talking. The whole thing is connected to the what is, and you and I were talking about the answer to the question what is cannabis isn't as easy as a question as it sounds either.
No. Sorry, I'm like racking. I'm like, I don't have my phone. I don't have the ability to read my what is cannabis answers. Oh no.
All right.
You'll have to pull it up on my Facebook. You have Facebook, right?
I have Facebook.
Okay.
We'll
good.
do that for you.
Phew.
And as well, we've got a what gets me going, which is one of my favorite segments.
What gets me going?
At one point, Mary Jane was like, "There's no way I'm going to come up with enough to do this segment on a regular basis." And it didn't take long for you to realize what I already knew, that there is a lot of things that get you going.
That's
and
true.
there's been we've had some great talks where you have it's her opportunity to look at the cannabis world through your eyes and
Through my eyes.
and discuss the disgust.
Yeah, the disgust. That's
To
exactly.
discuss the disgust.
Yes. I would like us to do better. That's all. And I'm just like, these are where I feel that we should focus on these things.
We can do better
We absolutely.
in all things.
Yes.
So all that is coming up on today's show. So stay along for the ride. But let us take a few moments to go through this. What is day?
Yes.
What is day?
This has something to do with American politics, right?
It does, yeah.
And the stupidity behind
well,
one man.
You know what? I don't know. I think that's probably harsh because
Who asks what is?
Lawyers ask that. Because here's the thing.
Actually, you didn't say what is. What was the phrase?
Well, I can tell you the exact phrase. The exact phrase was, it depends on what the meaning of the word is. So that's kind of, break it down, it's what is. So for those of you who are still in the dark about this, I am not a political guy. You're not very political.
I'm not a political guy.
I know a handful of American presidents. I know almost nothing about our prime ministers. I know that the Bad Boys guy who owned the furniture shop was the mayor of Toronto.
Mel Lastman.
So I know that. But other than that, we don't talk about politics in general.
No.
But here is the thing that it just caught us off guard. The whole what is. And as much as it was funny to read and to recall back, and what basically happened, let's just set the table. Bill Clinton, one of the former presidents of the United States.
Yeah.
Maybe most of you would know him by his wife. He would be Mr. Hillary Clinton.
That's so funny. He was the president,
Yeah.
but it's true. Most people would know him now as Mr. Hillary Clinton.
He's the husband of Hillary,
Yeah.
right? So Bill Clinton was, I don't know the whole story. There was, he lied under oath. He was being investigated for sexual misconduct on
Sexual
all the
allegations.
different stories. And so if you're listening to the show because you want really solid, clear stated political facts, turn off now, go somewhere else. We're going to do our best to try to mumble through this.
The only thing I remember of that whole thing was I did not have sexual relations with that woman.
Oh, wait, hold on. Say that again. I have the exact quote.
I did not have sexual relations with that woman.
Monica Lewinsky.
Oh, he actually said with
name.
Monica Lewinsky?
Yeah, he throws in.
Wow.
So he looked straight in the camera, as I am doing now, and Bill Clinton said, I did not have sexual relations with that woman, Monica Lewinsky. Now, the very phrasing of that sentence tells me this is not some dude. This is lawyers in a back room going, we need to make sure that this is said exactly in this order, in this phrasing. So the what is question is just lawyer talk trying to get out on a technicality.
Well, who says sexual relations? Like,
I don't know. Maybe that was one of my problems back in junior high. I'm just like, I'm really interested in sexual relations. And people are like, you're weird, kid.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be a little bit.
That would be strange for a 5-year-old.
It's strange. So, anyways, we don't want to get into the whole thing, but the fact is that the question was asked to him. This was on a grand jury for impeachment, and the question was asked.
Yeah, what was the question?
Okay, so, and by the way, the reason why it is today is because this is the anniversary of it. It happened. Let's see, do the math. 1998, August 17th. So what is that? 23 years ago? Yeah, 23 years ago. So the question was whether or not Mr. Bennett knew of your relationship with Miss Lewinsky. The statement that there was no sex of any kind in any manner, shape, or form, more lawyer talk, with President Clinton was an utterly false statement. Is that correct? To which Clinton responded,
oh my God, out of all of that, he asks about the word is?
On what the meaning of the word is.
Yeah, that sounds like a man just trying to find any. Like, I have so many more questions about all the rest of the question.
Okay, but here's the thing.
Not about the word
is. Is it not an interesting question? Like, define is.
It's the letter I and the letter S right? Beside each other.
Okay, I didn't know how to define is. There's an actual definition for it.
Okay, I'm assuming there would be.
The definition of the word is, according to Webster's dictionary. So it's not the Oxford. Okay, so we're talking Webster's. Okay. Present tense, third person, singular of be. Obviously, like that makes sense.
Well, so singular of be.
So
is the plural of a?
It's the present tense, third person singular of the word be. That's what is. So you can see this makes perfect sense why you would go for something like this, because if you really break it down, everyone goes, that's a stupid question. But really, if you break it down, nobody knows the definition of is. It was a brilliant tactical move. It sounds dumb, but it was a very, very smart
Whatever
statement.
happened, was he found guilty? Because I mean,
I don't know. He was reelected. Was he reelected, or was this the second time? Who knows?
I don't follow politics. The only thing I know about politicians is our prime minister has an obsession with socks. So that gives you an idea of what my political knowledge is.
And I know that Princess Kate runs our country. So other than that,
I thought that was Celine Dion.
Celine Dion runs our country.
Sure, why not?
She's still singing.
Yeah.
Is anybody? Yeah, she's.
Yeah, I just Googled her the other day.
Really?
She lost a lot of weight after her husband passed, but she's still
Dion.
alive and kicking and helping charities and stuff.
So what is? What is it? That's what started off this conversation today. So on this day, we're going to get into what is. We're going to talk about the what is cannabis, because that question made me think about that simple question, because we posted it online.
We did. We
posted what is cannabis.
It's funny. You have a lot of comedians on your
yes. We're going to go through some of these
on your Facebook.
But all the answers are so different. And my fear was we were going to ask what is cannabis, and then we were going to have to retell people and say, look, you can't just say weed or marijuana and you didn't have to. It shows you how many different ways people would define it with just a simple blanket question with no qualifiers. What is cannabis? And that's what is day did for us. It kind of made us go into this thing of going, how would you define cannabis? And what we've discovered is that people define it very differently. And so we're going to look at that in a little bit. But before we do that, let us do the word of the week.
Yeah, I'm excited.
Where are we at now? We're building all the way up here.
Yeah, we had resin last week. Do you remember you spoke a little bit last week about this one?
Oh, it was about because we were talking about resin, and I thought it was because we went to this place once where they had to.
Don't talk about how they do it.
Oh, okay, all right.
Do you remember the name of it?
Rosin.
Yes,
Is that what we're
not
talking
you
about today?
rosin, but just rosin.
Rosin,
Not just rosin.
not just rosin, but rosin.
No, not butt rosin.
Nobody wants butt rosin.
No.
Nobody wants butt rosin.
No butt rosin.
All right, so rosin is the word for today?
Yes.
So we went from resin to rosin.
To rosin.
All right, what do we got?
Rosin is a concentrate,
Okay.
cannabis concentrate, that is made from taking cannabis flower or keef and trichomes.
You're literally using all the words that you've been teaching over the last few weeks.
Right. As if I had a
Months.
plan.
Months even.
As if
yeah.
I had a plan.
Oh, you do have a plan.
So how it's made is using heat and pressure.
Right. That was the press.
And okay, so you take your cannabis flower and you place it into a squish bag. That's what they call it, a squish bag.
Okay.
It's basically like a mesh screen bag to protect the plant material from getting into the rosin.
Is it what they put like cheese in?
Like cheesecloth,
like a
kind
cheesecloth?
of, not really.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a lot finer. So you take your cannabis, put it inside the squish bag, and then take some parchment paper and put it in between two plates and apply heat and pressure.
Okay.
Initially, we heard stories of girlfriends freaking out on their boyfriends because they were destroying their hair straighteners because guys were going to the kitchen and taking cannabis buds and sticking them in between parchment paper in the hair straighteners and just squishing it to get the rosin out of it.
Well, like you've said before, cannabis people are, what was the word?
Ingenious.
Ingenious. Ingenious.
Yes, they're
Yes,
ingenious.
Ingenious. Always finding a way.
Yes. So when you do that, like a lot of people now have they have garage presses or like heat, like what's that, like a vice grip or something, a hydraulic press.
Okay.
And basically a rosin press is that it's a hydraulic press with heat plates. But obviously you can buy them with like digital, turn it up, turn it down. But I just want to say, whatever you do, please do not use wax paper. Wax paper is for arts and crafts with leaves and an iron. You don't want to do that to your cannabis. Parchment paper is what you want to use. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so to create rosin,
It like
you
oozes.
use resin to make rosin.
No, you use cannabis.
Use cannabis.
Yeah.
Because we were at a place and they did that pressing thing.
Yeah.
And what was most outstanding to me was how little product you get. So the amount of weed that went into this press and the amount of rosin that came out the other side, I was like, oh my God, you need like a forest of cannabis to even get like the tiniest little bit of rosin.
That happens with all concentrates. You need a large amount of flour to make a concentrated form. It's like when you get
So how concentrated is rosin? Break that down.
So you could get rosin up to 70% THC,
Wow.
80% THC.
Because I've only heard you usually talk about, when you talk about high THC stuff to me, you're talking like 20-25%.
That's flour.
70%. That would like floor me.
That's why I like my shatterizer, because I can take little hits. I don't have to take like a big bowl.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. So now, and let me just make sure I got this right. Let's do this is if you haven't been watching this show, you need to go back and watch this thing build. So here's what I have learned. I believe that there are 5 types of cannabis or forms of cannabis.
Yeah.
There is flower, there is concentrate extract, there is topical, there is tincture, and there is edible.
That's correct.
I got all 5 today, folks.
Yeah.
What is? It doesn't connect, but anyways, it sounded important at the time.
It did.
All right, so there you go. That's the word of the week, rosin. Cool. All right, it's time for our high five list.
High five.
So I was thinking about the what is.
Okay.
And I thought I didn't know how to define is. The only reason I was able to say it earlier is because I'm reading it right off a computer screen here. And I'd have to still Google the present tense of the third person singular to figure out what that means. But I was thinking, what are my favorite 2-letter words? Because is a 2-letter word. You're welcome.
I don't think no is on that list.
More incredible. No, I don't. No, I don't like no. Okay, here we go. So Timmy's high five list.
Okay.
Seems very simple, but it's amazing the power in these words that I love. I love these words so much.
Words of 2.
They have to be 2 letters.
Okay.
Timmy's high five list today is my 5 favorite 2-letter words. Number 5, Oz.
Oh, I like Oz.
Oz.
Do you know why I like Oz?
Why?
Because it has the Emerald City.
And you like green.
I do
You
like green.
I think what is cool about Oz is that Oz, yes, it can be defined as a city, a fictional city, whatever, all that. But the moment you say Oz, you don't even need context.
Mhm.
You say Oz, and immediately you get an image in your head of like wonder and awe. Like it's just something like you can say, hey, we're having a peanut butter sandwich, Oz. And people are like, Oz. And you just go, it takes you to this magical world. That's why I think the word is pretty cool.
It makes me think of Oz Striker
What's Oz?
in
Striker?
American Pie.
Mm,
He was cute.
I don't remember that movie. I think I saw
I
it once.
you
I think
know
you
what?
made me watch it once.
I watched it. Yeah, I made you watch it because it was like a movie from like back when I was a teen, and I was disgusted at the fact I can't even. Don't watch the movie.
Yeah, you've told me that it's
They
so true.
film a girl in the bedroom while she's getting changed, and they broadcast it to everybody in the school, and everybody laughs about it and thinks it's okay.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to film that today.
I don't know, man. I can't.
Yeah.
Some of those things that I look back on and I'm like, whoa.
It was a different time, right?
I feel guilty even liking it back then.
I never saw it. Well, we can't judge ourselves for our past, really.
No, I was different then.
Number 4 on my list of Timmy's favorite 2-letter words. Okay. Okay.
Are you sure? I thought you liked that. It's a 4-letter word.
Well, here's the thing. Today's generation has moved it down to 1 letter. They've moved down to K. But then there's
that was last generation.
There's the last generation took it from okay down to K. And it blows my mind because like how bad has our world gotten that we have had to find a short form for okay? It was already 2 letters. We moved it from 4.
Yeah.
My generation moved it down to 2. Then this generation, the generation just prior to this newer generation said K. But then the newer generation said, you know what? We like the 2 letters. But you can't go back to the OK because the O is so far from the K on your keyboard, right? Like it's like a mile apart. So now they go KK, which is the most ridiculous thing in the world. But I like OK. It's like okay, like everything. It's like, how are you doing today? Okay. It's a very, very all around good word. Okay. You like that? It was okay.
Yeah.
Or you could go like, it was okay. Like there's a different, however you express it.
You're back at the nobody.
Mel Lastman. My number 3 on my list of Timmy's favorite 2-letter words is ew.
I think that's a 3-letter word.
No. Well, if you drag it out, it could be 5 letters.
The way I say it, it's ew.
Yeah. So I just do ew.
Oh.
I actually don't say that, but when you hear somebody say ew.
It's funny, I don't say ew either. Say
yicky. Is there a better word? Well, I do like when you say yicky.
Yicky.
But is there a better word that really grasps that's disgusting?
Wah.
Wah?
Wah.
I don't know. I think ew. That's like I think that's the ultimate ew. Ew.
Wah.
That's ultimate disgust. Well, why is 3 letters? It's WHA. So I want to even go smaller.
Oh, fine. What
So
if it's WA? Wah.
Wah. Well, I suppose so. But I like ew. Ew, one word. You don't have to say anything else. Just like Oz creates a picture of wonder, ew creates a picture of disgust.
That's true.
Number 2 on my list of Timmy's favorite 2-letter words, O. Now, I know that sounds like 1 letter, but it's actually 2. It's an O and an H. And I love using it in this way. I love it because it's so versatile. You can go, oh, or you can go, oh. Or my favorite, oh.
That's your favorite? My
Yeah.
favorite is, oh.
That might be
You
my
set
favorite
me
too.
up for that.
Yeah. But you see how you just change it? It's so many different things. Oh, I don't care. Oh. But you can also go, oh. That means you do care. The same word can mean I don't care and I care.
Unlike you, which is just flat out you.
Yeah, like you.
You can't say
No,
you in
it's
a
not
good
versatile.
thing. Ew. Oh, maybe you can't. Ew.
No, you see, right? You can't do it with you.
I can. I just seen something really cool.
Ew.
Ew.
No, that doesn't. No, it doesn't work. I completely disagree. with
Fine,
it.
I'm stretching.
But O is versatile.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay. See, I'm using your other word.
Oh.
Okay, enough.
Okay. Oh. Okay. See how quickly
I used your
okay
other one.
comes in?
Okay.
I use okay a
Okay.
lot. My number 1 on Timmy's high 5 list. Number 1 favorite 2-letter word. So. I think so is so funny. I use it all the time. I always have to remind myself to not use it. But when I'm writing, I'm always like, so. It's kind of like after everything that I've said, which most of it is untrue, I go, so. And then I put something else together. But what I love, so can I tell this story? Can I tell this story?
I don't know. What is the story?
So I know somebody, I'm just going to tell you like this. I know somebody whose opening line to me when they come into a room is always, so.
I'm pretty sure we already said this because you said you were a ghost.
Did we?
Yeah.
Oh, we might have mentioned it on a previous episode.
Yeah.
Fine, it's my son. He always says, so. And it's always like setting up the big request or
It could be
what's
no,
going
it's
on.
not a big request. Sometimes it's when's dinner.
Yeah.
Could be it's just like it's his way of like, coming in the room is like
It's a great entrance
Yeah.
though. So.
yeah.
And it's just no matter what I'm doing.
It's scary because you didn't know he was there though.
Oh yeah, usually he pops out of nowhere. But it's that phrase opens up this sense of no matter what I'm doing, he has my attention.
Mhm.
So that just does it, right? It captures anyways, that's why I think. So that's
Which could also be a 3-letter word.
could be a 10-letter word. So
No, if we were like sewing something.
Oh yes, that's true too. Yeah, that's why it's important to write it down.
Dang English.
So Oz, okay, you, O, and so. My top 5 2-letter words.
Nice.
Not a bad list for just 2 letters.
No, not at all. Well, there's 10 letters there.
There is. We have asked our friends Tim and Janice to comment on what is.
Yeah.
We actually gave them the theme and we said, we're talking about what is, and we wanted to have their opinion and their response to what is. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back Tim and Janice.
Hi, I'm Tim.
And I'm Janice. Today, we're going to be talking about is. So without further ado, take it away, Tim.
Janice?
Yes, Tim.
What is the topic?
Not what, is.
It is the topic?
Yes.
Is it the topic?
Not it, is.
What is it?
No. What is is.
What is?
Exactly.
apparently we're not the only ones who are confused.
Well, it sounded like Janice knew what was going on, but
I think
not...
she knew the topic.
Yeah, she was definitely relying on Tim.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
that's usual.
That's usual.
Take it away, Tim.
Tim and Janice, you need to connect with them on TikTok. I think they're going to be other places as well, but currently they're on TikTok. Their information will be below in the description boxes, but it's just Google Tim and Janice, hashtag Team Blue and Yellow. Look for the blue and yellow hearts. You'll find them. But they are how did you describe them?
They're the couple that you hate to love.
The couple that you hate to love. Tim and Janice, everybody. We'll have them back on the show at another point. We do thank them for coming on and trying to weigh in on some of our topics.
Yes, funny for sure, either way.
Absolutely. Okay, so let's get into this one. I think is interesting for as much as we try to make this show interesting and educational and fun for consumers and non-consumers. I think this segment in particular really is for both, because by the looks of it on my phone here, so we both posted on our social medias, what is cannabis, with no qualifiers, no nothing. My followers, I have a lot of comedians who follow me, and I have a lot of
wannabe comedians
and I have a lot of non-consumers that follow me.
Yep.
You obviously have a lot of consumers.
Mm-hmm.
You probably have a lot of wannabe comedians as well.
Maybe, yeah.
And you have some comedians.
Some actual comedians.
But before we came in to start recording, we did notice there was a very different tone in your answers and the answers I was getting.
I just want to say thank you to everybody who responded on Facebook or Instagram and had no idea why I was asking, because Timmy said he was doing research for a podcast. I legitimately just wrote, "What is cannabis?" at like 11 o'clock at night last night.
Yeah.
And I've got like 30 comments on here. So thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you for everybody who responded on mine as well.
Some great answers.
I felt the need to put a little bit of note on top of mine because it would be
because you have a lot of non-consumers.
Some people might think I was hacked if I just said what is cannabis.
That's true.
But then again, my social media account is I take it down some weird trap rabbit holes. Nobody probably would have even blinked. It's like, what is Timmy doing now?
I don't know what you were doing before I met you, but since I've met you, yeah, you've done some risque stuff. And
oh, I have. Yeah, I got
you
in trouble. I got in trouble
you didn't
years
publish
ago.
that what's his name with the bubbles?
Oh yes.
That was a hot photo.
It is. Okay, yeah. We won't talk about it right now, but
What's
yeah,
his name?
it was Wayne Gretzky.
Oh yes. Okay. Anyways, yes.
Yeah. Anyways, but yeah, I think if people who follow me in general, whether you like my humor or not,
It's expect the unexpected. You are Big Brother.
What did one person say? One of my greatest compliments was
It's so funny. I got to say this because when I would do your tour with you, I would be the one at the door, and sometimes people would come up to me. And it's funny because there was never anybody in the audience that ever said this. It was one of the helpers that came to me and said, "Hey, people are complaining. Timmy's doing the same material. And it's the same jokes every time." And what's so funny is at the exact same venue, at the exact same evening, I had a different couple come up to me, like people from the audience, and they said they thoroughly enjoyed the evening. And that they love coming to your shows for the reason that they never know what to expect, that they never know what Timmy's going to do on stage.
It's true.
So whether he tells the same jokes, I guarantee you it's a different show. I know because I followed him around night after night.
Yeah, I don't think the same jokes are as frequent as some people think.
It's not. I think people watch your videos a lot and maybe read your stuff a lot.
And we tour. We have regulars who come to shows five times a year.
Yeah.
Into the exact same location. So chances are, if I got a really good joke, it's going to pop up naturally.
That gorilla joke.
The gorilla joke I thought that was a great moment. Yeah, I've done interpretive dance. I've been on roller skates with short shorts.
You do crowd work. Like you do other like the stand-up part too, but like you're an amazing crowd worker.
Well, thank you.
So, like I would almost, I'll be like close to Jimmy Brogan.
Yeah.
That's
pretty
maybe
good.
Jimmy's awesome. I'm
We
just
met
saying.
Jimmy down
Yeah,
in
did he not have a license plate that said no act?
LA? Maybe
Because
yeah.
he legitimately had no act. He's that good at crowd work that he can just get up on stage and kill a room.
Yeah, I'm not going to say it here. I'm not going to say what he told me, but it was one of the greatest compliments I'd ever received from somebody.
Oh, that's
But
sweet.
I'm not going to share that here.
Yeah.
Anyways, the point of all this is that our audiences, what this showed was that our audiences are very different.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But within those audience differences, people had different views of cannabis, even within those audiences. So your cannabis consumers, a lot of them, they had very different answers, as did mine. And so we just want to walk through a few of these. And again, thank you for everybody who contributed. So for the question of what is cannabis, here's your opportunity to hear that, just like I've told you before, weed no longer equals weed in my mind. You've opened up to with all
it
of
all
the,
still smells like weed.
it all still smells like weed, but you've opened it up to this whole thing of all the different strains and all. Like weed does not just equal weed. There's so many variations. And what we're finding here is that the definition of cannabis changes dramatically too, based on who got the question.
Oh, absolutely.
So let's go through this. Let's see what some of our people said when we asked, what is cannabis?
Okay.
You want to start?
Yeah. So Nikki said life.
That's deep.
Right?
Right.
Which I've often said cannabis is life as well, because without cannabis, I feel like my life is not the same. I don't live it the same. You know that.
So my first one on here is it's a plant.
It's a fact.
Which
it's
is
true.
a fact. But notice right there in the first two things, those are very, very dramatic different answers. One is, well, it's a plant. And the other one is life. So right away, what is cannabis? It's amazing how people see it. What else you got?
Danny says meds, so medication.
Okay, medication.
Paula says an essential nutrient.
Okay. What is cannabis? An essential nutrient.
Right? What do you got?
I've got two people who went down the same comedic route. Nabis that doesn't come in a bag. I guess it's because it comes in a can. It's cannabis.
Okay.
And then there's nabis with a positive can-do attitude. So it's a cannabis as opposed to a can't abis.
Okay.
So, all right, I see where they're going with those. But what else you got?
I also have a jokester on mine.
Okay.
Lonnie says it's a can that's also abyss.
Fair enough. I like this one. What is cannabis? He is a rapper that tried to start a feud with LL Cool J in the 90s. That's from my good friend Leland Clausen. I think is he talking about Ludacris?
No. Oh my God. Ladies love Cool James. It's the rapper.
No, with the rapper that
Cool
tried
J.
to start the feud. I'm trying to think where the cannabis. Is he trying to ran it with Ludacris? I don't know. Ludacris doesn't go back that far. I don't know. Leland, got to explain it, but I
that
do.
shows how out of the game.
I like
Leland
where you're.
is.
I like where you're going with that one, Leland. I like where you're going with that one. He got 3 likes though. His thing on here is the only one that has.
It's because he's Leland. Come on.
Okay, fair
Who
enough.
liked it?
I don't know. Can I?
All
even check
Leland's
that?
friends. Click on the thumb. The thumb up.
Let's see who liked Leland's statement.
Leland's wife.
Mike Hickman.
Leland's agent.
Deanna O'Hara. I think she's a comedian as well. And Red Lister, who is a fan of Leland and myself. So, okay.
Right.
But Leland is currently winning with likes.
Oh, see, and I didn't even look at that. That's interesting.
So even though we don't know who that rapper is, we're going to give credit to Leland here.
I'm just razzing Leland. I hope you know I'm just kidding.
This one, Lou Deck, we just mentioned.
Yeah, we did.
We have mentioned Lou Deck and Joel Madison.
Yeah.
Lou Deck says alternate pathway inducer.
Oh,
that's an interesting answer. An alternate pathway inducer.
I would almost agree with that because, like I've said before, it gives your brain a different way of thinking.
Yeah.
So it's an alternate path.
So we got it's a plant, we got life, we got meds, we got it's an alternate pathway inducer.
So Carrie says it's a painkiller. David says it's the mother's milk.
Man, These are some.
I like Deej's response. I'm gonna tell you, Deej's.
Okay.
A gift from Mother Nature's bountiful vagina. Love you, Deej.
Look, if you're going to define anything, that's as eloquent.
Bountiful is a good word.
Bountiful is a great word.
It is.
I've got gateway drug, but it's got a winky face.
I seen that. It did look like it was like a funny type comment.
Yep.
And
Gateway
I
drug.
added my comedic 2 cents.
But that's what I like. I don't, whether comedic or not, the question was simply give us your opinion. What is cannabis?
Yes.
And so, and whether or not that was a joke or not, the reality is that some people do believe that cannabis is the gateway drug to multiple other drugs. So
Some people could say that about sugar.
I got another, there's someone who just says flat out drug. Leslie says, just say not.
Not.
To cannabis. Just say not. So
it sounds like, like.
Is that a typo?
Or
did she mean to say not?
I think she meant to say no.
Leslie's very funny though.
Yes.
Just say not. What do you got?
Oh, this is good answer. It's like a couple paragraphs. Dylan, who I actually just went to school with.
Okay.
So well educated, says weed is a plant or a flower that can cause an altered state of mind, down or up, depending on the placebo when used or abused. It can be creative or destructive. It's your choice on how you use it. And I think that goes back to what we were saying in teaching Timmy about how we need to make sure that we know what strains are good for us and what strains react negatively with us.
Right. So last episode,
yes,
we had talked about keeping a binder,
a journal,
to put all that down. Yeah. Okay. You can tell the guy just recently got out of a course, because that's a very
actually Ryan was one of the. It's funny, we had 3 or 4 extroverts in the group and like 18 introverts. So it made
Which one were you? Okay, never mind.
So it made for a very interesting class, but I will say Ryan was one of the more helpful, talkative, friendly, all around.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what is cannabis? John says, the only prescription I have had that doesn't have nasty side effects except the munchies. It's for my back injury, but I'm shocked if I feel sick or have a headache and smoke. It cures many sicknesses it's not prescribed for. So there's obviously somebody medicinally who has seen the benefits of it. So
that's great.
That's a very personal answer. So once again, at the beginning we have it's a plant, which is a general answer.
Yeah.
We've got personal. We've got like people who are thinking it through a very methodical kind of breaking it down, and then we got people who just flat out say it's my life. Period. End of story.
And then we've got more people. Christopher and Adina are saying medicinal herbs from nature. I love it. Jordan says the giggles, which she knows me all too well. Cannabis is the giggles.
Brian says the Egyptian god of delirium. I'll have to Google if that's like.
That sounds like delirious.
Is that a joke? Can we Google that?
All right, you Google that while I keep going.
Yeah, read a couple more. I want to check right away about this one.
So, Buddy says it's the stuff you cut up and smoke through your bong. And then, of course, he felt the need to comment, I know you've smoked it before. He knows because he's Buddy.
Oh, yeah, we've talked about Buddy. Everybody has a buddy. Everybody had a buddy.
Yeah, so Karina says the good Lord made cannabis a weed, so that way there would always be enough for everyone.
Okay. All right.
And that touches a little bit on is cannabis in the Bible? Because there is the discussion on whether or not cannabis was put here by God.
So I don't know. I couldn't find, at least in this quick kind of search, I couldn't find anything that really connected the two, but it has a lot on here about cannabis being used to treat Well, here comes up glaucoma and eyesores back in ancient Egypt. So they were definitely using it. But I'm fascinated by this the Egyptian god delirium. Now I don't even know. I don't know if I'm being trolled with that.
So
but
we'll have to look that
we're
up
gonna look into that
after.
one.
Yeah. Oh, I have another comedian.
Okay, what do
The
you got?
opposite of cannabis.
Nice. That's the
can-do attitude.
Yeah, I can do that one.
You had that
a
one.
can of food in Whoville. Cannabis. It's a can of food in Whoville.
I know where Whoville is.
I know. Okay, how about this one? Joyce says it's a plant that has so much healing potential, pain relief, relaxation. However, in the hands of those who just want a high, it will demotivate and harm. So use wisely. There's somebody who is like we've talked a lot about the purpose of this show to talk about cannabis from both sides, to understand that with anything in life, there is, it's we have to manage whatever it is properly. Every vice can become a virtue. Every positive can be a negative. Every good thing, if
Oh, you eat too many carrots, you're gonna end up with jaundice.
Right.
Isn't that the thing where
So-
like your skin goes green
so
or
Joyce
yellow?
makes sure that she puts in kind of a double side. And Joey says it's something I'm allergic to. We found
Yes,
that
which
out.
we found that out the hard way.
Yeah,
Sorry, Joey.
We were on tour.
That was a hard conversation because Joey has medical issues that are aggravated by not just cannabis usage, but just being around cannabis. Even just the smell of me on like being around him was difficult because it was medicinal for me and it's medical for him. And
that was difficult because we were touring for 10 days
in a
and
car,
in
in
a
a small
car, in the same green rooms.
Yeah.
And
I've never used Purell and perfume and stuff since I was in high school. I used to hide it all the time, but I was constantly like trying to layer up.
you did everything you could.
I never met anybody like that before, and it like blew my mind. And I'm like, I feel bad for Joey because like I'm like that would be horrible, especially now that cannabis is legal and everyone's smoking it around here.
Here's what I really appreciated though, and Joey did too. Joey's a phenomenal talent, a good friend of ours.
Joey's awesome.
Is the fact though that because some people are just like in life, there's just people like this. It's not just cannabis people, but there's some people who are like, you know what, this is what I do, like it or not, type of thing. And you took so many steps. Once you found that out, you could have been somebody to go, look, man, I need cannabis as for medicine. But you actually took steps to, and mind you, it's our role as the producers and tour manager of this tour to take care of, him coming up here as my headliner.
Yep.
But still, you could have done it differently, and some people do. And I just thought you were a great example of a cannabis user who needs cannabis for their own medical purposes, but you found a way to go. And this goes back to your thing about some cannabis users are ingenious. You found a way to go, how do we make this work so that I can still get what I need, but that I don't cause problems somewhere else?
It's the level of respect. Like I've always been the type of person that if I'm outside smoking, doesn't matter, even when I smoked cigarettes back in the day. If there was a kid and their mother or, somebody walking down the street, I would, hold my cigarette up and I wouldn't blow my smoke out. I would make sure that I was trying to be courteous. I would even cross the street. So that's why I'm always saying we can do better. We can do better. Like try and be respectful of other people's space.
Yeah. I've seen you turn away from people or if kids are coming. And,
I don't know, like I'm honest with my children. They know what cannabis smoke is. They know what a joint looks like. They know the difference between that little symbol of cannabis edible or whatever on the packaging. But I don't really want to be the topic of conversation for you and your child. That's on you to tell your kid when you're ready. I don't want to be that driving force.
I have a couple more on here, and then we're going to get to what gets me going. Sarah says, designated as, so this is a very, getting to the nuts and bolts, designated as part of the magical plants family tree. Cannabis is akin to its cousin, the magical bean water or coffee, and the little white pill that takes away pain or aspirin. It is known for creating a magical sense of hunger and confusion in some users, but in general decreases the blood flow to your brain. So once again, you throw out what is cannabis, incredibly honest, and it actually sounds like a very personal answer.
Well, I love Chris Backers. Oh wait, what happened? It literally just disappeared.
Lose yours?
No, what happened?
Okay, I'll go into another one
Yeah.
here. Robert Beckham. I'm going to say his whole name. It's right here on Facebook, so all these people have done it publicly, anyways. Hippie Hay. I think that's a good one. Hippie Hay.
I am a hippie, so.
Hippie Hay.
All right, so I got it back up here. So
right.
Chris says cannabis is the answer to the question you didn't know you should ask.
Right.
Now, if that's not deep,
yep.
I'm like, I literally, like, my mind when I read that was like, yes.
Well, how many times have I talked to you or to guests that have been on the show? And it brought up the question of going, at what point did you realize that your recreational use was actually medicinal, right? That's the point of a question like that. Chris says a Final Jeopardy answer. What is cannabis?
Funny.
Nice, Chris. Chris used to come on my show regularly. Chris Rossetti used to come on
Chris.
our Instagram show.
Yeah, CJ.
And then there's this really interesting conversation, this little back and forth here. It's a drug being touted as a cure for several ailments. However, curing something means eradicating it completely, not just covering it up while the drug is active in your system. Marijuana cured my anxiety. Okay, stop smoking for a week. Did your anxiety return? It's a drug like any other drug, possibly with fewer negative side effects. John jumps in. As a medical marijuana user, I agree with this 100%, but you could also say the same about coffee, which I would agree to too. You know, people sit there and say, well, coffee, I need coffee in the morning. And it's like, well, you know, it maintains you, it gets you over that hump, but it doesn't really, there's deeper issues.
Yeah, but you don't have, okay, so if there was an ingredient in coffee that our body had receptors for, if we actually had the ability to absorb that nutrient, then I would say, yeah, coffee is like that. But I agree when they said that it's a nutrient.
Yeah.
It's a plant. Yes, I want to go one step further and say it's an herb. It's a vegetable. Like, we should be eating this stuff, like lettuce.
I know you've talked about putting it on your bagel.
I
before.
do. I like it, except for the way the top of the family feels. It's like a cat's tongue. It gets stuck in the back of your throat. I'm so for like 3 hours.
Well, we're going to use that for a sound clip. All right, we have a few minutes left before we close off this show.
All right.
So I want to get
into what gets me
going. Let's find out what gets you riled up. But thank you again for everybody who threw in an answer. And it goes to show you that what is cannabis is not a straightforward question.
No, it's definitely not. It would be a good Jeopardy answer, though.
It would be.
It would
What
be.
gets you going, MJ?
Okay, so today I would like to talk about giveaways. Everybody loves a giveaway, right? Yes.
Yes.
Yes, everyone loves giveaways. But there is a problem when it comes to giving away anything to do with cannabis. Obvious reasons. It should be not available for children.
Mm-hmm.
And too many times I'm seeing people leave bags of edibles, bags of flour, like tools, stuff like this, just out on the street. Like, okay, a grinder, whatever. If somebody finds it and they don't know what to do with it, what harm is it?
Mm-hmm.
But if you're giving somebody, you know, edibles, that they would actually have to go into a legal store and show, you know, ID in order to purchase, and you just left that where a dog could eat it because you tossed it in a garden and took a photo on Instagram and posted it, and it was like, hey, come and get it and send me a video when you get it. And then some dog overdoses and ends up in the hospital. And now all of a sudden it's all over the news. And now we, cannabis consumers, look irresponsible.
Right.
Like, this is we can do better. So a couple things. If you're going to do giveaways, please, if you're going to do it in person, this is the best way to do it because you can verify people's age.
Mm-hmm.
Try not to do it online because if you do that, you can't verify age. Things can get lost in the mail, can be intercepted by somebody younger, somebody who's not supposed to have that, basically a minor. And absolutely, please stop dropping cannabis products. Stop. Just don't do it. Unless you're at a bar, fine. It's an adult place. You're at a house party, I don't know. I just feel like we should not be too many times I'm scrolling through my Instagram. And okay, so for example, somebody that I know just recently handed out plants, left, full plants. And like I said about the grinder, if you find one of those plants, if you don't know what it is, or even if you do know what it is, if you're a kid, chances are you're not going to be able to grow that thing to full harvest without getting caught by your parents, by your friends, or whatever.
Right. So,
I was like, it's a plant. They still have a long way to go before it even becomes something that causes them any harm. So, yeah, I'm just, if you have to do a drop, you want to do a drop a code, a business card with like a code on it that says,
Right.
contact me, you've won.
Right. Don't
No
leave the actual
product.
product there.
Yeah, no product. That
Okay.
that's I'm like, that's it. That's my
Yeah.
my
well,
2 cents.
I know it's not it.
Well, yeah.
What is it?
What is
It is what?
What is it is giveaway time.
It is giveaway time.
Ba-ba-da-da-da.
Dun, dun. Okay. Giveaway time. So it really is. So in our
Yes.
final couple minutes here, we are giving away something for the
We are.
first time on this show.
Well, we're not going to give it away now because nobody's here to give it to. But we
Right.
will do the post online, so you will get a chance at the giveaway.
So it'll be on Instagram and Facebook.
Yes.
Instagram and Facebook at the newbie and the doobie.
Yes, and we have a couple things that you can win. We have a camo designed medtainer, which I think I discussed on the rolling of the joints teaching Timmy.
Mhm.
It is an airtight, waterproof. So if you take it fishing and it falls off the boat, because whatever reason, hopefully the boat doesn't tip over, you'll still be able to get your container. It also has a grinder in the bottom, and I'm gonna throw in a little humidity pack MedX brand humidity pack in there as well. And we also have a cannabis themed earring set and matching roach clip.
Roach clip. Nice.
So, yeah. And just to state, you must be of legal consumption age in your province in order to participate in our giveaway,
And-
even though it's no cannabis item, like no product.
Right. Well, I will throw in this as well. For those of you who do not know,
yay.
I have written a book, Inside Timmy's Mind, about 36 short stories of all different styles. Me taking my kids to Great Wolf Lodge and talking to the color purple, and my
I love your lawnmower
Midnight
story.
Thrill, my lawnmower stories in here.
Ugh.
So this will be given away as well. So what you need to do is go on to our Instagram and our Facebook at the Real Tim, or not at the Real Timmy Boyle, that's mine, at the Newbie and the Doobie, and there will be a post
Yes.
where you can contribute in however way MJ is going to set it all up to win something here. So my book, the jewelry and the roach clip, and the medtainer is going to
Yes.
be available. So we're going to give stuff away.
Yes,
But
and
give
this
it away
is our
responsibly.
first giveaway, and these actually will be mailed out with tracking. I'm not going to do signature required because it is not an actual cannabis product. But moving forward, most of our giveaways will be done in person at events that we go to and such. So
Right.
Timmy's like, wait, what?
What? First time I'm hearing about this.
I'm a giver. If anybody knows me, they know that giving is my love language. I think it's my only love language. I don't think I have more
No,
than
that's not
one.
true.
You're kind. So we're gonna be doing it in person. So you're gonna have to like find us out and about.
And hopefully we'll be out and about quite a lot with things starting to open up.
Yay! Oh.
Oh. All right. Hey, I think you got something on your dress. Sticky. Well, Mary Jane,
Timmy.
I'm Timmy Boyle.
I'm Mary Jane Baker. Stay lifted.
And keep on laughing. Cheers. Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie, and this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
Re-rolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning. It's February the 27th, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. And good morning to you, Rev Cindy. How's things?
Good morning, Al. Things are good. How are you?
Oh, I'm not too bad. I'm not too bad, but I'll tell you, Monday during the news, it was like spring was here. It was 6 degrees. It was sunny as could be. And as I look out my window today, I can tell you it's a whole different picture. But I'll tell you, it's very pretty. It's really
Yes.
nice. Yeah.
Yeah, you were saying
we
it
have
was flakes.
we have heavy snow here today, and I'll tell you, it's sticking to the trees. So the trees have are all covered in snow now, like all the branches and stuff. And good day, Sherry Ann. Thanks for the like. Appreciate that. But yeah, it looks nice, but it just means there's more shoveling coming.
Right on. Yeah. Yeah. It's right on that it looks pretty. It really sucks with the shoveling.
Yeah, exactly. And knowing that it's more than likely headed your way.
I think it's going to show up here as rain, though. I've been keeping an eye on our it's that time of year. I always keep an eye, always keep an eye on the forecast and hope that we get like 2 degrees instead of -2. And being on the Atlantic Ocean, of course,
Yeah.
your snow can come here and be rain like that, and vice versa.
Right.
So in our upcoming, I mean, we've got a few days of like really, really heavy rain in the forecast.
Well, you got some more moisture on the way. We know that for sure.
Yeah.
All right. Anything new and exciting before we get into the news?
Oh, no, I don't think so. I'm just studying with a new course.
All right. Well, we're going to be covering stuff today from Canada, from the U.S., as well as we're going to Germany, I believe, in some of our news. So let's get at it. First story of the day is up.
Coming to us from Business of Cannabis, nearly half of Canadian cannabis contains only 80% of the advertised THC levels.
Oh, I know there's variants, but Canada's pioneering cannabis data gathering program has published the results of a new study showing a shocking discrepancy between advertised and actual THC in its consumer market. Last week, Health Canada published the results of a survey of 100 samples of both legal and illegal sourced cannabis flower, which found that nearly half of the legal samples had less than 80% of their labeled THC content.
Yeah. Canadian cannabis businesses have long cited THC inflation as not only a troubling and unsustainable trend, but as a cause of falling revenues in their businesses. In 2023, Canadian cannabis producer Organigram cited THC inflation as a meaningful contributing factor to its fall in revenues and profits, impacting flower sales and margins. It also might have something to do with the fact that they used to put bad pesticides in there too.
Yeah. Now, according to the company, the industry practice of dishonestly labeling cannabis products to exaggerate THC levels is becoming more widespread, seeing customers favor supposedly higher potency products. Its CEO, Bina Goldenberg, says that we see that there are some licensed producers who are averaging sales of flower in the 21% to 22% range, and now are showing 28 to 32%. This is not something that even the most advanced cultivation techniques could make happen. And yeah, that's not right. If that's
Yeah, the latest data from Health Canada has now laid bare the extent of the issue. Only the 50 legal or of the 50 legal samples examined for THC levels, heavy metals, pesticide residues, mycotoxins, and microbial contaminants, 14 products, 28% of them, had 70 to 80% of the labeled THC amount. Furthermore, 10% had less than 70% of the stated THC content, and only 26 products contained at least 80% of the declared THC amount.
less than 70% than the advertised value on there.
Yeah.
That's
I mean, only because in here in Nova Scotia we have our cannabis is in the back closet of the liquor store. You know, that's like selling a rum that says it's 100 proof and it's only like 68%.
Yeah. It's just that's ridiculous.
Yeah,
These
that would-
these discrepancies suggest that many legal cannabis products may be overestimating their potency, potentially leading to consumer dissatisfaction and improper dosing. Overestimating their potency, isn't it not supposed to be tested to ensure accuracy? Just saying. In contrast, illegal cannabis products showed extreme variability. The THC levels ranging from under 100 milligrams per gram to over 250 milligrams per gram.
And just so you all know, that's 10% THC to 25. The study also found higher levels of heavy metals and illegal cannabis, particularly arsenic, lead, and mercury, while some metals, including copper, molybdenum, and nickel, exceeded tolerance limits in both legal and illegal products. Contamination was far more prevalent in illicit samples. Pesticide contamination was another stark difference between the two markets. While only 2 legal cannabis products contained trace pesticide residues, a staggering 94% of illegal samples tested positive for multiple pesticides, with an average of 3.4 pesticides per sample. Might that have something to do, though, with sitting in police lockup where they, you know, like they'll be spraying for you know, rodents and bugs and, you know, clean
I
supplies
don't
out.
I don't know. Yeah, that's 3.4 pesticides.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah. I never use any pesticides. So. Among the most frequently pesticides in illicit cannabis was myclophenol. 72% of the samples had that. And there's another one there that I'm not even going to try to pronounce. It was banned in regulated cannabis production due to potential health risks. Wherever it came from, that's not a good sign.
No. No, in the article that we read before, they were talking about how they got their illegal samples from
Correct.
cannabis that the police have, kept in their things. So, and I just thought about it when I was reading it there. It's like it might have something to do with the fact that it was sitting around police lockup for a while.
And do things intermix, whatever. While they're, who knows? I don't know how it's stored, right? But yeah, that was a full article we did on Monday on the Health Canada thing, whereas this one was more targeted towards that stuff. So, all righty, on to the next story. I'll get her all lined up here, and we gotta close that little thing, get that out of the way, and here we go.
Coming to us from Psychiatric Times, how cannabis interacts with psychedelics and the memory.
Yeah, I was curious about this. Cannabis has long been a topic of interest and controversy in psychiatry. Now, Mark Vignier, he's an MD, has explored the clinical implications of cannabis medicine. He has worked with Clinical Society of Cannabis Clinicians and the International Alliance of Medicinal Cannabinoids to provide insight into how cannabis compares with other psychoactive substances. Before discussing this psychiatric impact of cannabis, it is essential to define cannabis comprehensively. Prescription cannabinoids differ from whole plant cannabis extracts like ricin. The pharmacological effects vary widely depending on the form. Isolates of THC and CBD, high potency extracts, or different plant parts such as the inflorescence, leaves, stems, bark, and roots. Administration routes further complicate the picture with options including oral, topical, and even intravenous.
Huh.
Huh.
Yeah, well, yeah. We're both kind of stuck on that for a second. Okay, on to the next paragraph. Let's see if I can get past that even intravenous statement. What? An underappreciated, okay, like that's just an underappreciated area of concern is the interaction between cannabis and psychiatric medications. For instance, cannabis can exacerbate serotonin syndrome when combined with selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors. Similarly, with some of the phytocannabinoids exhibit antipsychotic properties, their effects on schizophrenia and bipolar disorder remain ambiguous. Combining cannabis with hallucinogens, a growing trend among patients experimenting with microdosing, can be particularly hazardous, sometimes resulting in severe toxic reactions. Polypharmacy involving cannabinoids presents another challenge. Patients often mix THC, CBD, and lesser-known cannabinoids like CBG in high-potency extracts. Although cannabis is frequently contrasted with hallucinogens, it has a distinct neurobiological profile, particularly in terms of withdrawal and neuronal effects. Unlike classic psychedelics, which promote synaptic growth and dendritic branching, as seen with ketamine, cannabis appears to prune neurons. This pruning process may be beneficial in specific psychiatric conditions, much like controlled demolitions allow for rebuilding rather than perpetual renovations.
In conditions involving traumatic memory, such as post-traumatic stress disorder, this pruning effect may offer therapeutic potential. Research from Stanford highlights the role of cell taxonomy in psychiatric disorders, suggesting that targeted removal of dysfunctional neurons could be beneficial. Just as inadequate pruning is linked to autism and dementia, controlled neuronal pruning via cannabis could serve as a novel approach for conditions characterized by maladaptive memory retention. While cannabis has well-documented impact on memory, this effect may be a double-edged sword for patients burdened by severe trauma. Strategic memory modulation could provide relief. As research advances, psychiatry must remain open to both the risks and potential benefits of cannabis in mental health treatment. So, there you go.
Interesting.
Interesting. And intravenous. I did hear that years and years ago. It was like somebody from the government was saying it. It was before legalization. It was one of those fear mongering things that came out.
Well, I mean, every time you see somebody pick up, like they've done a raid now, and they've picked up this. Oh my God, it's injectable cannabis. And I'm wondering if that's reefer madness, if that's where they got their information.
I wouldn't doubt it. That makes perfect sense. You see a syringe of
Because
oil,
a lot of the stuff that
people
was
are injecting it.
In there was kind of hard to read.
It wasn't it? I just went, whoa. I read it, as I was reading it, I got to that point, and I'm going to say it because it's here, right?
It's not our story. We're just reading the news, even if it is cool sometimes.
Yeah, that's right. All right, on to the next story. Here we go.
Coming to us from the International Cannabis Business Conference, Constitutional Challenge to Cannabis Prohibition in Namibia.
Namibia, there. I didn't mention that place. We find out where that is. Oh, looks good. So, cannabis prohibition policies are typically challenged in one of two ways. The first is via the political process, with some countries having better options for seeking this route than others. The other common way that cannabis advocates challenge cannabis prohibition policies is via the courts. Several countries have witnessed their top courts handing down landmark rulings against cannabis prohibition, such as in Mexico and South Africa. Namibia is the latest country to see a cannabis court challenge.
And just so you know, they are a country in South Africa, right down almost to the tip. Botswana is, it's kind of Madagascar is just off the coast of Botswana, which is the other side of Namibia. Just saying, you were wondering.
Okay.
Yeah. 3 judges of the Windhoek High Court are set to hear oral arguments in early July on whether an attempt to have the outlawing of cannabis in Namibia declared unconstitutional is ripe to be decided at this stage. And this is coming from the Namibian in its local coverage. The plaintiffs in the case, ganja users of Nambia, GUN as they're called, President Brian Jafata and GUN Secretary General Boro want the High Court to declare the prohibition of the possession and use of cannabis by adults in Nambia unconstitutional, the outlet also reported.
Nice. Currently, cannabis activity is expressively permitted by adults in Uruguay, Canada, Malta, Luxembourg, Germany, and South Africa after lawmakers in those countries adopted national adult use cannabis legalization measures. Additionally, court decisions have been rendered in at least Spain, Italy, and Mexico that afford some level of protection for adult cannabis consumers. Cannabis is also legal at the state level in 24 states in the U.S., and recreational pilot trials are operating in the Netherlands and Switzerland. There you go.
Cool. Yeah.
Yeah. So hopefully we have another country that's going to be joining us when it comes to places that have cannabis legalized, and that would be good. I would just so you know. G'day, Gordo. How you doing, buddy? How's Scotland doing? All righty. We'll move on.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Next story. I'll get this one lined up. And this one's going to be interesting as well. Here we go. So she's up.
Mm-hmm. Coming to us from Medical Press. Can psilocybin, the key ingredient in magic mushrooms, be the key to treating head injuries?
Hey, lots of them going on. Mild repetitive head injuries do more than just cause short-term issues with cognition, behavior, and motor skills. They also lead to an increased risk of dementia, Parkinson's disease, and chronic traumatic encephalopathy, and cost billions of dollars in healthcare. There is no medical treatment for these types of injuries, but new preliminary research out of Northeastern University shows the solution may lie in a surprising place: psilocybin, the psychiatric found in medicines like magic mushrooms. Natural
A
plant
group A group of researchers, including Northeastern psychology professor Craig Ferris, tested the healing effects of psilocybin on adult female rats. After these rats suffered mild head injuries, researchers found that being treated with psilocybin helped restore normal brain function. I was absolutely stunned, Ferris said. It actually improves these neuroradicological measures associated with head injury. I love that. I love that the psychology professor was stunned and admitted it.
Good, exactly. The research has not yet been peer reviewed, but appeared in Biorexiv as a preprint. It could show promise as a potential course of treatment for mild repetitive head injuries, Ferris says. I wonder about concussions.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is the first report to find that serotoninogenic hallucinogen psilocybin can treat brain injuries, given its anti-inflammatory properties and promotion of neuroplasticity and cell growth. Other studies have explored these PSIs as a solution to treat other psychiatric disorders like depression and anxiety. So researchers were curious about whether it could treat head injuries as well. Sure.
Absolutely. Yeah. Psilocybin helps to reform those neural pathways. And if that pathway can't be reformed, it'll find another way to make the pathway. It's such a beautiful medicine. The type of head injuries researchers looked at were mild repetitive traumatic brain injuries. These are the type of injuries that young and professional athletes, military members, and elderly people might encounter. They don't cause any damage to the skull other than a small bump, but can lead to inflammation, impaired blood flow, and other damage to the brain, as well as temporary confusion or disorientation. That sounds like a mild concussion. Yeah, there's no contusion and bleeding in the brain, Ferris said. All that you see is the bump on the head from the edema on the skin, and that's perfectly fine. But if you have 2 or more bumps, then you've got these long protracted problems with neuroinflammation, and it changes in the blood-brain barrier permeability and changes in connectivity.
The rats were impacted once a day for 3 days in a row, so they had a bump on the head. And then they were given a single 3-kilogram dose of PSI via injection after each bump. Researchers then evaluated the rats using MRI to track their brain activity and vascular reactivity. What they found was that the rats treated with PSI had reduced neuroradiological and molecular issues with the brain from the brain injury.
The study mimicked a model from the National Football League to stimulate the type of head injury a person might get when playing sports, Ferris said. The 9-month-old rats were awake when they were concussed, much like humans, and didn't suffer skull damage, contusions, or bleedings. Blood samples were collected and MRIs were done within an hour of the injury on the 3rd day, so researchers could see how the body responds to subtle injuries. We impact them on the head, Ferris said. We don't use anesthesia because people aren't impacted under anesthesia. Everything we do mimics the human experience. We've replicated the problem as true as we could to the actual experience. The results we get with MRIs are the same results reported in the clinic. Not only does the experience replicate, but the results from the experience translate to the human condition as measured in scanners all over Boston.
Researchers also evaluated the animal's cognitive and motor behaviors. These tests included a beam walk and the Rod test, which is often used in Parkinson's disease models to assess equilibrium and motor function. What researchers found was that the PSI reduced the brain edema from the head injury, potentially strengthening the blood-brain barrier and inducing hypercognitivity. I'm not going to get that one out. A marker for neurodegenerative diseases was also reduced, and brain-derived neurotropic factor was increased with PSI treatment.
It really did incredible things. God, I love hearing professionals say stuff like that when they're doing this kind of research. It really did incredible things, Ferris said. What we found was that head injuries, functional connections go down across the brain. You give the psilocybin, and not only does it return to normal, but the brain becomes hyperconnected. Ferris said this research may open up the possibility of using psilocybin to treat other neurodegenerative diseases like Alzheimer's disease. Absolutely. And strokes. He and his next want to study whether this method works in treating head injuries long after the injury has occurred. Absolutely.
Ferris finishes off by saying, we know right now that you can treat head injuries on site.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that was a great story.
Yeah,
I like
yeah,
that
lots of good news there. Just so you know, Gordo says it's sunny and not rainy. Windy though. yeah, I understand Scotland's really windy. From golf, my parents watch golf all the time, and there's a big golf tournament that goes on over there, and that was the concerns all the time was the wind. So. All righty, 1, 2, 3, 4. We're done that first half of the show, and it's time for us to take a break. All right, when we get back, we'll finish the next 4 stories. You're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. We're live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
Pace Radio is the people advocating cannabis education radio network.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection. We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and in the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyndonega.
We have 2 lines of drinks. One's called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Ready brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Hey, you're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Education News. Almost ran out of breath on that one. Well, Cindy, we've got 4 more stories to go, and our first one comes to us from Germany. Here we go.
Exciting. Coming to us from StratCan. What does the conservative win mean for legal cannabis in Germany?
Yeah. Now, Germany's conservatives pledged to overturn the 2024 legalization of cannabis if they win the February election, which they didn't. Or actually, they did. Sorry, they just won. But it will. What will this mean to the German cannabis? We'll find out. With over 6 years of adult use cannabis legalization in Canada and far more for medical, it's sometimes easy to forget that the end of prohibition is still a hot button political issue in many existing international markets.
Yeah. A case in point is the recent regime change in Germany, where the right-wing Christian Democrat Union, the CDU, won the German parliamentary elections. While on paper this might not necessarily mean anything immediately dire for the German market, the shift no doubt raised a few eyebrows in Canada, considering the sheer quantity of cannabis products that are regularly shipped to the European nation. In 2023, Germany imported a record of 31,398 kilograms of medical cannabis products, with approximately 50% of that originating from here in Canada. And the numbers have only increased from there. Further, several Canadian companies have expanded their presence in the German market, including Organigram, Tilray, Aurora, Canora's Group, and various others.
Germany historically comes from a so-called traffic light coalition with, says Finn Hensel. He's CEO and founder of Sanity Group. He says that this means left-wing and liberal parties formed a government together. This government fell apart in September or October last year. There were new elections this January, and what came out is that the Conservative Party won the election. Hensel added that the Conservatives said during the election campaign that they want to repeal the cannabis law. Yes, I said that. As dire as that sounds, he was quick to point out that Germany is required to have a coalition government and will more than likely form one together with the Social Democrats. That was the group leading the old government, and they are one of the main driving forces behind legalization.
It should also be noted that the Conservative Party has not been clear about what it means by repeal. Does it mean the adult use initiatives or the existing and robust medical system? If you read publicly what they were saying, they don't differentiate. They just say cannabis, said Hensel. But we talked a lot with politicians over the last 6 months. We had very good exchanges with the Conservative politicians. And when you talk to them, they say they only want to take back adult use and don't want to touch the medical.
So if the Conservatives want to take back adult use initiatives and the Democrats want the status quo with everything, including adult use, Hensel believes that the compromise would be the medical cannabis laws remaining untouched and the adult use getting some tweaks. So Democrats will need to make compromises on the adult use part. What I could imagine is home cultivation will not be allowed anymore. I can also imagine that public consumption will not be allowed anymore because it's something the Conservatives really don't like. He added that the possession amounts will likely go down, something significantly lower. Geez, that paragraph sounds so familiar in my mind. But
yeah, to me, it sounds like something we're about to really hear in the upcoming months here in Canada.
Yeah.
Another important player in the German cannabis landscape is Konstantin von der Gorben, who is the co-founder and managing director of Demican. He agrees with Hensel's announcement of the current situation regarding compromises. It's very unlikely we will see a complete 180 on cannabis policy as long as the Social Democrats are part of the new government coalition, said van der Gorben. That said, there might be some concessions that will be made. Home cultivation allows 3 plants. Maybe they reduce that to 2 or just 1. Maybe they take it away completely.
Yeah, exactly. Even one plant. Come on. He also felt that there might be a reduction of possession amounts from 25 grams on the person and 50 grams at home to something lower. And also the repeal of cannabis clubs, of which there are only currently a handful. Vander Groben went on to say that Demican's business is fully on the medical side, so they don't expect any significant issues. In fact, if recreational cannabis becomes less accessible, he feels that there may be more business because medical cannabis is easily accessible in Germany, and people will substitute adult use for the medical side of the market. And I remember our Trudeau talking about that when they first legalized. That was one of their concerns, that people were just going to use the medical end in order to access something that they might use recreationally instead.
Yep.
Yeah.
For the time being, our 2025 forecast outlook for Demican is still very optimistic. It is a bit of a downside that the overall sentiment from the new government will be a little more against cannabis, he said. The former coalition of the Social Democrats, the Greens, the Liberals, they were totally pro-cannabis. They would have gone further, but the incoming government will be fine with the status quo. It's safe to assume that when this news came out regarding the regime change in Germany to a more conservative representation, it caught the attention of many cannabis companies in Canada who rely on Germany as a regular customer.
It caught my attention as a patient and as a consumer of cannabis, I'll tell you that. In the first half of 2024, Canadian medical cannabis exports nearly doubled compared to the same period in 2023, reaching 67,475 kilograms. This was largely driven by demand from European countries, particularly Germany. Should we be worried about whether this will affect existing and future supply deals? Deepak Anand, principal of ASDA Consultancy Services, doesn't think so.
Deepak says it doesn't impact any of the LPs. Also, the timelines are really important. This is something that was explained to me. First, the government doesn't get formed until at the earliest May. Then, even assuming they want to make changes to the medical program, they would need to start that process the second they get in. Given everything that is happening in Europe, that's unlikely. Hensel also agrees with that reassuring sentiment. There is a whole list of topics that are very important for the government, including migration, economic changes, and inner security. Yes, they want to take back the cannabis law, but it's agenda point number 15 out of 15 points. It's not high priority.
No, that's always right. Regardless of this, Anand did point out that if your business is cannabis, you are basically in politics. So companies need to keep a close eye on what happens anywhere and everywhere. However, regarding the current election involving the one of Canada's most significant international cannabis consumers, it seems the message of the day for Canadian companies is don't panic. No. That was one scary paragraph in there. Yeah, didn't like that one at all. It sounds like something I'd be saying exactly.
Yeah, well, it's fearful that that's something we might be facing here in Canada very soon.
Yeah, it is. So, alrighty, moving on to the next story.
Coming to us from Marijuana Moment, former U.S. Senator calls on Arizona lawmakers to pass ibogaine research bill, pledging to raise $5 million to support psychedelic trials.
Wow, really? A lawmaker pledging to raise money to help on this. A recently retired U.S. Senator is calling on the Arizona legislature to pass a bill to fund clinical trials into ibogaine, while pledging to personally raise $5 million in philanthropic donations to support the psychedelic research if the legislation is ultimately enacted. At an Arizona House Appropriations Committee hearing on Monday, members discussed the legislation with Rep. Justin Wilmeth, which would provide funding for the State Department of Health and Human Services to conduct a certified clinical research study on the use of ibogaine for the treatment of neurological diseases.
The goal of the ask is simple. Make Arizona the hub of a revolutionary treatment to help our veterans, the sponsor said in opening remarks. He then welcomed one of the measure's supporters, former U.S. Senator Kyrsten Sinema, who also championed psychedelics reform while serving in Congress. Sinema said that as a former licensed clinician social worker, she understands the limitations of conventional therapy options for people suffering from conditions such as traumatic brain injury and post-traumatic stress injuries.
Exactly. Traditional psychotropic medications such as SSRIs and mood stabilizers range between 20 and 40% effective. So clearly, the current arsenal of tools are not working. As a result, an increasing large number of Special Forces veterans have traveled to northern Mexico in recent years to undergo ibogaine treatment in medically controlled settings.
Yes.
While we don't yet understand how ibogaine works inside the human brain, early studies have shown overwhelming promise, Sinema says, listing additional conditions that psychedelic appears to treat, including addiction and major depression.
Absolutely. Now, Arizona is perfectly positioned to do this work as we already have world-class neuroscientists and the neurological tools to conduct these studies, she said. The Arizona bill, as introduced, would have appropriated $10 million for the ibogaine clinical trials, but it was amended in committee to have that amount, while adding language stipulating that the health department can only distribute those dollars if the research institution has a commitment for matching monies of gifts, grants, and donations of at least $5 million outside of what the state offers.
Sinema says she was up to that task. She says that I pledge to raise matching $5 million from private philanthropists here in Arizona. And together, these dollars will launch the Arizona Ibogaine Initiative and start us down the road of sound clinical research that will one day soon result in the FDA approval. The pharma senator says, and she goes on to say, I hope in the near future that we will see ibogaine as an improved treatment for traumatic brain injury, PTSI, treatment-resistant depression, and other neurological disorders such as Parkinson's and Alzheimer's and addiction, she says, adding that her hope is that eventually this will be available for people throughout the country with all of these disorders.
Thank you, Al. Sinema also said during her time in the Senate, she worked very closely with U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs and the VA officials. She also had the opportunity to speak to the incoming Secretary of Agency, former Representative Doug Collins, about the issue. I've had the opportunity to brief him on the issue, and currently the VA at the federal level is continuing its work on research, she said. They aren't currently studying ibogaine. They're studying other breakthrough treatments. And again, those are incredibly important to provide clinical care to veterans.
Yeah. The former senator was referencing the VA's $1.5 million investment into a study exploring MDMA-assisted therapy for veterans with PTSI and alcohol use disorder, which she separately discussed at an event with then VA Undersecretary of Health Sheriff Ellenthal. But such VA-led studies do not lead us down a path of FDA approval, Sinema says. And so this is a very different path that ensures that one day the FDA approves the medicine and that it's available for people outside of the VA system.
And last year, Sinema visited a VA facility that's leading psychedelic research efforts. I just think it's amazing. To see a politician dedicate themselves to raising $5 million to help research for a psychedelic to help, traumatic brain injuries of all kinds. It's just phenomenal.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I know. Now that story continues on. It's only got two more paragraphs. There's only 2 paragraphs left. Now I'll finish it off. It says, back in Arizona, the ibogaine legislation is being introduced about a year after the state's Democratic governor vetoed a bill to legalize psilocybin service centers where people could receive the psychedelic in a medically supervised setting. The measure would have significantly expanded on Arizona's existing research-focused psychedelics law that provides $5 million in annual funding to support studies in psilocybin therapy. $5 million a year that they put towards that. That's good.
Well,
it's money they're putting
yeah,
into it.
yeah, and the fact that a politician, retired politician, but still a politician, is looking to work hard and raise $5 million and in their own time, in their own way, is just like, I think that's amazing. And I personally have come from a world of ibogaine, and I truly believe in this medicine. I have it has helped with my post-traumatic brain injuries, as well as helping me fight off the last bit of addictions that were roaming around, making me crave.
The only problem with former politicians talking about it is that they're former and they're not present politicians to actually be able to make the change. But I'm sure they have friends in high places where they can get to, right?
I think what she's doing is speaking very loudly. The fact that she is willing to put $5 million on the line. And
that's a loud voice.
Yeah, it tells me that ibogaine has somehow in her life made a positive influence, and I think it's just
they didn't touch on that in the story. If it did, it didn't. So, alrighty, on to our next story. Here we go.
Coming to us from the business of cannabis, new studies suggest medical cannabis highly cost-effective treatment for post-traumatic stress injuries.
And as you've noticed, Cindy and I are using the word injury instead of disorder because that's what it is. It is an injury, right?
It is. Yeah.
All right. Medical cannabis is a highly cost-effective treatment for individuals with moderate post-traumatic stress injury, according to a new study. The findings published by researchers at LeafWell suggest that even without comprehensive medical insurance, medical cannabis treatments could help reduce healthcare costs while improving patients' outcomes.
LeafWell researchers examined the cost effectiveness of medical cannabis when used alongside more traditional treatments like antidepressants, comparing various and they say more traditional, more modern treatments, really, like antidepressants, comparing various cannabis products under 4 insurance reimbursement models. The findings suggest that non-flower cannabis products, such as edibles, tablets, and other oral solutions, were the most cost-effective, regardless of insurance coverage.
According to the study, these formulations met cost-effective thresholds commonly used by U.S. insurers, even at 100% reimbursement plans. However, dried cannabis flower proved less cost-effective due to its higher price point, but was still considered cost-effective when insurance covered at least 50 to 70% of treatment costs, dependent on product pricing.
One of the study's most significant findings was that medical cannabis still led to health improvements, even when patients paid out of pocket. Well, of course, even at 0% reimbursement, patients experience meaningful benefits at no additional cost to insurers. This study is a crucial step in demonstrating the economic and therapeutic value of medical cannabis in mental health care. And this is coming from Dr. Mitchell Doucette, who is the lead author and senior director of Health Economics and Outcomes Research Division at LeafWell.
Question. It said that even at 0% reimbursement, patients experience meaningful benefits. Yeah, because the reimbursement doesn't make the difference in the amount of the benefit. That way, yeah. As far as health benefit, I'm looking at it as.
Yeah.
And no cost insurance, exactly. Medical patients across Canada, not many of us get reimbursed for our cannabis, right? So
the last time I researched, military veterans, of course, once they apply for it and get approved, they get they get started with 3 grams a day paid for, and outside that, here in Nova Scotia, as far as I know, and I could be wrong, there could have been more pop up. There is one insurance company that gives them, last I checked, and I heard this has gone up, $300 towards other medical supplies, which they will allow cannabis and cannabis, like pipes and bongs and whatnot to be part of that.
Oh, okay. That's good. Now, is that $300 for the year?
For the year, for 12 months.
Yeah. All right. Good to know that they'll help them with buying their accessories in order for them to take their medicine. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. On to our last story of the day. As always, we like to keep track of what's going on in the federal government. So, order, and here we go.
Yeah. Coming to us from MJ Biz Daily. Trump research cuts threatened cannabis studies and poses rescheduling questions.
We're always hearing we need more studies, we need more studies, and now they're being threatened. Okay, there we go. The Trump administration's plan to cut federal research funding threatens 565 ongoing experiments involving cannabis. 565 of them. I was shocked. I didn't realize there was that many going on in the U.S. This is according to MJ Biz Daily. That's the review and interviews with scientists and academics. And the company's freeze of new National Institutes of Health grants is also stymieing future research of key components and raising questions about the fate of the cannabis rescheduling, as well as suggesting profound consequences for the regulated MJ industry.
The NIH announced on February 7th that it would drastically reduce to no more than 15% of the amount of indirect costs, money used to cover administrative and faculty-related bills, financed by federal research grants. Without fully funded indirect costs, I literally cannot do my research, Angela Bryan, who is a professor of psychology and neuroscience at the University of Colorado, who studied high THC cannabis, as well as the use of cannabis for pain, mood, and sleep. This is what she told MJ Biz Daily in a phone interview.
Universities immediately sued to block the NIH cuts, which are now on indefinite hiatus, pending the resolution of those legal challenges. And here you can see the numbers. The universities, Colorado, Washington, Yale, South Carolina, and the list goes on. They say that forces researchers to continue to work despite the real possibility that a halt could happen at almost any time.
It also creates potential for yet another long-term headache for the $32 billion cannabis industry. Without reliable research, the regulated cannabis industry will be hard-pressed to fight allegations of cannabis's drawbacks and lawsuits alleging high-potency products' severe harms.
The industry also might be unable to satisfactorily answer questions from skeptical or hostile lawmakers who want to reverse or halt key reforms, including federal cannabis rescheduling and state level legalization. Now, according to Dr. Ziva Cooper, who's a professor and director of the University of California's Los Angeles Center for Cannabis and Cannabinoids, says, we're all very concerned because of the unpredictable nature in which things are heading.
Wow. Federal dollars aren't the only funding source for cannabis projects. Some institutions, such as UCLA, also receive funding from states that set aside revenue from cannabis sales for research.
However, practically speaking, most labs would struggle to function or cease altogether without NIH grants, which have been the source of much larger, generally high-impact studies, Cooper says.
Yes, Brian is currently the principal investigator in 3 cannabis-related studies, including research into the medicine's value in palliative care for cancer patients and its effects on older users. At Brian's lab and at colleagues' institutions across the country, she said, the level of anxiety is higher than I've ever seen it. I have to tell you, on a scale of 1 to 10, this is a 12.
Oh, that's not good. Brian says, we're all terrified that our work will grind to a halt. We've had almost 30 employees at our lab. All of these people will be out of a job.
In the meantime, the Trump administration has also canceled review of new study proposals, meaning any research in various stages of approval but not yet underway are in limbo indefinitely. Such disruption to cannabis-related research comes despite some campaign trail signals that Trump administration would be cannabis-friendly.
It also runs counter to the September plea from the National Academics of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine for a new research agenda, including lifting restrictions imposed by the Office of the National Drug Control Policy on studying cannabis legalization and its effect on public health. Now, according to the NIH database, 565 ongoing research projects with a total of $320 million in funding mentioned cannabis or marijuana in the project's title or terms.
These include the largest long-term study of brain development and child health in the United States, which is in Florida, a dedicated cannabis research center in Colorado investigating the still unknown effects of THC and CBD, and a focused effort in California examining whether teenage cannabis use impairs adult brain function. And while cannabis represents a tiny portion of the $47 billion the U.S. Government spends on 60,000 distinct biomedical research projects across a range of disciplines every year, the ongoing work also reflects a remarkable turnaround that's now at risk of reversal.
In 2012, the year voters in Colorado and Washington state approved the first adult use cannabis legalization laws in the nation. Researchers published about 1,200 cannabis-related studies, according to the NIH database. We need more studies. We need more studies. Many of these studies, critics note, focused on cannabis harms. Exactly. It's what they always, How often do you ever hear them saying there's research into good stuff when it comes to government?
Yeah. I mean, that's how they found out all the good stuff. We're going to go say that it does this.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Dr. Lester Grinspoon, that's one of the things he always said, is that the government hired him to find something bad, but it didn't work out that way.
Didn't work out that way. By 2021, researchers published more than 4,200, I love the number, cannabis-related research projects with scientists such as Brian inspired and empowered to also investigate the medicine's potential benefits. Over the last 4 years, at least under the Biden administration, there were a number of signals that the NIH was very supportive of funding research dedicating to understanding the health outcomes related to cannabis, whether that was therapeutic or adverse effects. This is the UCLA's Cooper saying this.
Yep. Goes on to say that I think the cannabis space is just starting to get some real great momentum through NIH, added Josh Kapler, an associate professor of psychology research, behavioral neuroscience at Western Washington University. Kaplan says the need to understand cannabis safety profile is imperative.
Absolutely. We're trying to understand cannabis at a high level, no pun intended. And I would love to see that momentum continue. I hope that it's not tarnished by what's going on now.
Yeah. There's also reason to fear that the chaos and uncertainty swirling in the research space could affect the cannabis rescheduling process, which remains on hold while the Trump administration decides how to proceed.
In January, hearings before the U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration's chief administrative law judge regarding the Biden administration's proposal to downgrade cannabis from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3 of the Controlled Substance Acts were put on pause pending an appeal. When or whether the appeal is heard is solely up to the DEA.
The DEA, led by Trump nominee Terrence Cole, a career official in the agency and vocal cannabis critic, if he is confirmed by the Senate. A key justification for the Biden Justice Department's recommendation to rescheduling cannabis was the Department of Health and Human Services August 23 finding that cannabis was a currently accepted medical use.
During his confirmation hearings earlier this month, new Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy declined to endorse those findings. Kennedy also promised Republican U.S. Senator Pete Ricketts of Nebraska, one of the states that officially opposing cannabis rescheduling, that he would follow the science on the harms of cannabis, a claim he later reiterated on Fox News on a Fox News appearance.
Privately, some researchers believe Kennedy's sudden cooling on cannabis, as well as Trump's choice to lead the DEA, portend the status quo. But at the least, it raises serious questions about the Trump administration's interest in cannabis reform.
If the door is open to rescheduling pending more research being done, and if research is impacted by these changes, then yeah, that would likely impact further discussion about cannabis rescheduling, Cooper said. We don't know. We are just unsure.
Yeah, exactly. That was something that was raring there in the fall and going along. And then, as we've reported here in the past and some of the stories, it got a real bumpy ride in those hearings. And the fact that there was a lot of witnesses that were denied, a lot of the witnesses were slanted toward the prohibitionist end of things, and then the talk of the fact that the DEA and one of the prohibitionists, Smart, Kevin Savett's group there, were talking behind the scenes. So yeah. So now it's all on pause for now. So we'll see what happens. Just a matter of time. We'll keep you all informed anyways, as we see it in the news, that's for sure. All right, Cindy, that's it.
That's it.
We're done. We're done. We're out of stories, and I see we're at the top of the hour.
Perfect.
That's right. Exactly. Anything before we say goodbye?
Oh, just have a great weekend, folks.
That's right. Exactly. Have a great weekend. And from the legacy420.com news desk, that's the news for today. We hope you find it educational and informative. Thanks to legacy420.com, Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, addies.ca, and Limestone City Hydroponics.ca. And to our viewers, thanks for tuning in. And you'll catch the next broadcast Monday at 10 o'clock. I see we got a message. Thanks, Gordo. You have a good day as well. And other than that, don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega, Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more. We've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0000 420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to VAC Roundtable number 82. That's right. It's climbing the charts. And with us today is a hero to us. And as we continue our discussions with the people who we greatly respect, this is one that Michael and I have special love for because we have worked with our guest tonight, and her name is Lennis Worth. She is from the wonderful state of Virginia, and she basically has run an organization called Virginians Against Drug Violence. And I've been fortunate to work with her at the state capitol there in Virginia. And that was 25 years ago. And I know Michael's been, working with her for 30 plus years. So it's an honor to have such a dedicated activist. So I want to welcome Lennis Worth. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Oh, that's great. I've been excited about this.
Well, we'll just jump right into it. Our first question is one that is a multi-part question. So it is, of course, how did you originally come to cannabis? Such as when were you originally heard about it? When were you turned on? And then when did you realize it was going to be your life's work? So we have other questions, of course, that follow up on some of that history, but just kind of give us an understanding of why cannabis for Lennis.
All right. Well, that's kind of easy. I'll tell you, the first time I ever had it, first of all, I was a teenager in the 60s. I was born in 1950. So I was literally a teenager all during the 60s. And so how much fun was that? That was great. However, it's never fun being a teenager. It's hard, And I think that the first thing that happened to me with cannabis was that my mother had taken me to the local mental health, run by the government, basically, where they put me in a group therapy. And the other kids in the group therapy, some of them they weren't the best kids at school. You know what I'm saying? They were kind of the bad guys. The boys I would have never found myself in the same room with. And then one time my mother was late picking me up. Well, actually, she forgot to pick me up. So these guys offered me a ride, and they also showed me how to inhale with a tobacco cigarette. And then I think the idea was to see the weird girl get stoned. You know what I'm saying? And so they turned me on to weed there. And they drove me all over Northern Virginia. I'm from Falls Church, Virginia. And finally I started asking, I wanted to go home. And they did. They took me home. I had to ask a few times, but they took me back to my house, and I got out of the car, and I went inside, and my father had been he sold encyclopedias. So we had several different sets of encyclopedias. We had the World Book and the Britannica, and then there was one I think called the Book of Knowledge. I can't remember, but we had multiple. Well, I went to the Britannica, okay, because I knew that was the best one. And I looked up marijuana because I was curious. I've always been kind of intellectually curious, but I looked up marijuana and I read it had all that Anslinger stuff, the whole reefer madness. It was like about 8 column inches of reefer madness. And then at the end of it, it said, see cannabis. So I get out the C book and I look up cannabis, and then I get all this medical stuff that was known in this was probably in 1958. It was all known back then. It was in the Encyclopedia Britannica that it had medical use. And then at the bottom of that column, it said see hemp. And I got the H book out and I looked at that, and it had 3 pages of stuff about hemp. You know, I mean, that was much more, that dwarfed the other 2 issues. And I was like, wow, I didn't know all of that, you know, and then I did. So I knew all that in 1958 from the good old Encyclopedia Britannica. But another experience I had, which kind of told me about where we were with the drug war, was that I was invited to a party at a friend's house. And at this party, everybody, they were smoking weed. And every time there was a knock on the door, people were freaking out. Is it the cops? Yeah, right. You're talking about a bunch of teenagers having a party in a house where the parents have gone off for a weekend or something, you know. And so also, if you didn't smoke weed, they would start thinking maybe you were a narc, you know. So you kind of had to smoke weed at this party. And that's what I noticed, that you didn't, there wasn't really a choice. You sort of had to smoke weed. And why did you have to smoke weed? Because of the cops and the drug laws, you know, so it was not really working the way it was supposed to work. And that's what I took away from that experience, that here's this stuff that's maligned, as in the Anslinger stuff, medically useful, as in the cannabis stuff, and industrial important, as with the hemp stuff. And they have laws against it that aren't working. So, and there was another story. I got to go back to when that was all when I was in my early teens. When I was 8 years old, I got a bladder, and they call UTI, urinary tract infection, very painful. And my mother took me to the doctor, and the doctor said, you know, he gave me this lecture, like, when you have to go to the bathroom, little girl, you go to the bathroom right then, don't put it off, you know. And I had been putting it off because you had to raise your hand, and it was embarrassing in class, and you had to get a hall pass. You had to get permission to be in the hall. And so I wound up with a UTI. So anyway, no surprise there. But the doctor gives me this little talk. And then as we're leaving the doctor's office, my mother has a piece of paper in her hand. And I said, what's that? And she said, well, this is so we can get your medicine. And I said to her, you mean it's a permission slip? And she said, yes. And so I started telling people when I was 8 years old that I was against the prescription laws. So that's who was going into the marijuana experiences that the teenager I described had. So it was all like predetermined. I'm sorry, I think God just meant for this to happen, you know? But the way my mind worked, I saw. And then, you know, during the 60s, we had all that anti-war stuff, and I'd been active in the civil rights movement with my mom and our church, the Unitarian Church of Arlington. And then I thought that we were protesting the war, and as soon as we got the war over, the war in Vietnam, we were going to all go legalize weed. And when that didn't happen, I was a little surprised. You know, I was like the hippies, they all moved out to the country and started living off the land. And it was just some of them became Jesus freaks. You know, it was a whole, scattering of the tribes, and I noticed that. So I had my own little get back to the land thing. Walter and my first husband, my husband, my dearly beloved and departed husband, I met him when I was 19 years old. And so I was 22. And now this is where the beginning of my medical use and our history. You asked about Walter. And I was 22 at the time. I'd met him when I was 19. We'd been living together. Everything was fine. But one day we kind of had a bad day. And I thought we were going to break up. I thought that this was just the end because we had had such a bad day. But instead, we had been invited to a party. So we decided to go to the party. So we went to the party. And on the way home in the car from the party, my husband, Walter, turned and looked at me. He said, "What did you do at that party?" And I said, "Well, Margie and I went back in her room and we smoked a joint." And he looked at me like, "We're going to get you some marijuana." It was like, it had just like, he liked me a lot better. And it's true that I had to figure out what was going on with me medically. And it wasn't, of course, with cannabis stories, it's not just one thing. It was several different things that made it very difficult to understand what was really going on with me. I now think I've got it all figured out. We'll see. But in those days, we just knew that we'd helped a lot. We just knew that. We could see that. We could both see that. And so, like I would get up in the morning and he wanted me to consume cannabis, ATN, before he got up in the morning so that he wouldn't have to face the unmedicated Lennis, I know, really. And so sometimes I didn't. And then he would just pack that little pipe, little glass pipe, and he'd hand it to me. And we would count the numbers. So we did this on a number of occasions, count the number of tokes I would have to take before my mental state completely flipped to one of anger and negativity to one of positivity and joyful and positive. And usually it was about 6 hits. So that's how much of a mess I was. We were not just one hit would do, But and so I looked at him, one time. He said, "You just have to use that stuff." And I said, "Well, it's illegal." "Oh, you have to do something about that." So you asked me, want to know how he was in the military, so he had that pragmatic mind. And, "Oh, well, you just have to do something about it." Well, then I had my marching orders, didn't I? So from there.
Let's get into that. Of course,
Yeah.
you're kind of leading into it. So Michael has our next question, which is,
all right.
as you stated before, or for our audience, we're going to shift this question, or Lennis is going to shift this question. But let's go. Michael asked the question. We'll get into it further. Councilmember Krawitz, you're recognized.
Thanks, and thanks for joining us, Lennis. This is really a pleasure. Really happy you were able to take the time to sit on one of our round tables. This is part of our internal discussions that we face outwards with the Veterans Action Council, and it's pretty special for us. Before I go to the question, actually, I wanted to just take a sidebar and comment on what you had said. You had said that the scattering of the tribes, I think was the word that you used, for the very late 60s. And this is something that lines up with an internal discussion we had in one of our meetings just the other day, where I was sort of exploring the history of the cannabis movement and lamenting the fact that, we had sort of 3 components of the movement in 1968. One of them was a large social movement. One was a grass tops movement, and one was a grassroots movement. We still have a grass tops and a grassroots movement, but we lost the social movement. And that was virtually every college campus. It was everywhere. And it's hard to describe now to folks that are on social media what it felt like to have the energy of bodies on the street, and bodies on the park grounds, and just the intense energy of the love and camaraderie and experimentation and knowledge collecting of something that we call the pursuit of evidence, but it's really a quest for truth. And once you learn what truth is, you become very, very highly addicted to it and want to find it. and live it. So anyway, much love for you and for the past and for the social movement that was. But anyway, the question, you are coming at this with a very different perspective, and I love that we can explore that perspective. But we wanted to start this first question grounding you a little bit in our world as veterans, because it strikes me that you could engage cannabis activism without the veterans experience, and the veterans are still there. We're stakeholders, we're recipients of medical cannabis often, and we're also activists. I mean, I've yet to see a single social movement that doesn't have veterans near the front of the line in taking some sort of active role, putting, rolling up their sleeves and doing these things. Seems to be in our DNA to be activists as veterans, but rarely and quite special is when we actually can use our knowledge that we gained in the military and actually apply that to our craft as activists. And I think you did that actually quite well. And the question is, however you want to take it, but how did the military experience of your loved ones, and it's, certainly I remember your first husband, Walt, who passed away. He's just a wonderful man and an amazing activist behind the scenes.
Walter is the one who set me to the activism, as I just described. But I wanted to talk about my great uncle, Charlie Fair. Charlie Fair was a veteran, I believe, I'm not certain, the Spanish-American War. He was totally, I never knew this man because he had I think he either had a badly damaged leg or an amputated leg. And I can't have to tell you, I'm not even sure which one it is. This was something my mother could not talk about, but I got it from other relatives, and I had to piece this together, what happened. But back in those days, not everybody had running water in their house. And even though my mother's household was a upper middle class household, her father was a lawyer and a judge, they had an outhouse, and Uncle Charlie would go in the outhouse and use morphine. He was in pain and he used morphine, and this is actually, so the Harrison Act had been passed. This would have happened in the 30s. But so the Harrison Act was already there, but they were starting to enforce it more and more. They gradually enforced it more and more. So Uncle Charlie's physician, who would sometimes, he would give him morphine. And I believe, I'm not certain about this, but in those days, a lot of times the doctors would actually use with a patient. There are cases like that. And I don't know what the situation was. I wasn't there, but Uncle Charlie's doctor was arrested and imprisoned for prescribing morphine in what was inappropriate. All of a sudden, before it had been legal, now it's not anymore. And Uncle Charlie's access to morphine was ceased to exist. And Uncle Charlie committed suicide in a horrible way. And this just ruined my mother. She thought, she was a little girl, and she thought it was her fault. She thought it was her fault because she had put a note up in the outhouse saying, please don't make a mess in here. And that was, that she was sure that it was because of that Uncle Charlie ended his own life. And that so damaged her that I could never talk to her about drugs. She really got into a place where she just couldn't deal with it. And the trauma was so apparent to me because I did try to talk to her about drugs that, it took me a long time to figure out. But this was what happened as a result of my Uncle Charlie's military service. Now, my first husband had had a kind of a nice military experience. He had he never let, he did his whole service in Washington, D.C. He was the personnel sergeant for an intelligence unit in Washington, D.C. And it was interesting. He learned a lot. And when us all over Washington, D.C., Walter was running the war room. They actually had a table set up with cops and hippies, and were moving them around like you see with like the Battle of Waterloo, you know? And so it was just kind of crazy that that was what he was doing during those times. But yeah, but he knew he had that. He knew when, you know, when he saw what cannabis did for me, he knew that we had to get it legalized. And he just, like I said, he gave me my marching orders. And so he was just a very logical thinker, which I think is what happens when people serve in the military. They're forced to be logical. You can't be poetic about it. You have to say what you mean and mean what you say. And he told me I had to get weed legalized.
Well,
So-
you followed through.
Yeah. Now my current husband, I met him at a party where pot was being used, and back and you know, I had been widowed, and this is another pertinent thing. I'd been widowed, and a lot of people. I was looking for another guy. You know, what can I say? You know, Walter was gone, who was the love of my life, but I was looking for somebody to hang out with and have fun with. And most of these guys, you know, that were in my age group, my activism made them nervous. But when I met this guy, he was actually bragging to his family that he had an activist girlfriend. He liked it. And he, you know, so there you go.
Michael has a follow-up.
Yeah, so I just have one question that you could focus on just to give a taste of the, you know, the strategy involved. But explain the strategy behind the name Virginians Against Drug Violence.
Oh, we worked really hard on that. Walter was, you know, insisting that we have a good name to go down to the state legislature and lobby under. You know, first of all, we had decided, my girlfriend and I had gotten together, and we decided that we were the Little Sisters of the Mother Herb, you know, and Little Sisters of the Mother Herb was a loose organization. We consider all women who are activists for cannabis to be Little Sisters of the Mother Herb. At the time, there was on the West Coast, there were the Holy Hemp Sisters. So we considered ourselves the East Coast Holy Hemp Sisters. So yeah, so there was that. But obviously, you wouldn't want to be going into a senator's office and saying, "Hey, we're the Little Sisters of the Mother Herb." That wasn't going to work. So we sat around the kitchen table for hours and hours playing with things, and we just wanted to. Basically, the Virginians Against Drug Violence was designed to get the response that we usually did get. Well, what do you mean? How are you against drug violence? And the answer would be, well, you know why there's violence in the drug market, don't you? And no. Well, because of prohibition, because the laws against it, you know, the legal dealing, the regulated dealing is illegal. They can't do that. They have to do black market things and illegal things, and that's where the violence comes in. And at the time we did this, we were doing it in Richmond, Virginia, and Richmond was actually the murder capital of the United States in the late 80s and early 90s when we were doing this. And so it worked.
Right on. Well, that's quite a journey, sister, to say the least, but let's continue that journey. Council member Michael Davis has a follow-up. Has the next question, not a follow-up. There we go, Michael.
Yeah, you were just talking about the Little Sisters of the Good Herb. Could you just explain a little bit more? Just expound a little bit more on the role and the impact on the cannabis movement.
Well, the Little Sisters of the Mother Herb didn't have a huge impact on the cannabis movement. The Holy Hemp Sisters probably had more, because we decided right away that that was something that was spiritual and that we were going to not do as a membership organization, that it was just kind of who we were, the little sisters of the mother herb. The good herb to good mothers are good. But we considered cannabis to be the mother herb. And I used to ride on a bus in Washington, D.C. that went past the Little Sisters of the Poor convent. And so that probably influenced me. But like I said, it was more of a spiritual thing, being a little sister of the mother herb. But so we had to have the practical organization. So what we did was we bought a copy of The Emperor Wears No Clothes. Now, like I said, this was probably in 1989 when the book was just coming out. When was it published? Was it published in 88 or 89, right? Anyway, we got a copy of that book and we read it with great enthusiasm and, in tattered corners of pages and all. And then we went to the back of that book and there were several organizations that said they were kind of recruiting, and we sent Jack Hare, he had Help End Marijuana Prohibition, Hemp. And then there was the Business Alliance for Commerce and Hemp, and that was Chris Conrad. So we wrote letters to 3 or 4 of these organizations, and the only one that got back to us was Chris Conrad. And so we became the Virginian Business Alliance for Commerce and Hemp. And this was a strategy at the time when marijuana legalization was still pretty far out there. And so we decided to use the strategy of introducing commercial hemp into the conversation. And so that's what we did. We had great success when we went to county fairs and the state fair, but the biggest success there was when we went to the Chesterfield County Fair, and Chesterfield had a very aggressive anti-marijuana and anti-drug DARE program. And the DARE cop came and basically shut our little booth down at the Chesterfield County Fair. He said we couldn't show that because we couldn't say good things about marijuana. So I called the ACLU guy, and the ACLU guy thought about it for a couple of days and asked a million questions. And finally he said, well, I think we can take this case. And it actually got in really fast to the federal court in Richmond because the fair was ongoing and they considered it an emergency. We had to get our exhibit reinstated. And so within a week, we were in federal court. We won. The ACLU got paid. And there was a big article in the newspaper, which got us like 100,000 times more publicity than our little exhibit. We didn't even bother to go back to the Chesterfield County Fair. We just, rode that wave of publicity for a while. It was great. So, but the Business Alliance and Commerce and Hemp was the one who did that. And that was at the same time. So we were Little Sisters of the Mother Herb unofficially, and officially the Business Alliance and Commerce and Hemp. And then at some point I told Chris Conrad years after that, I said, geez, we're going to just kind of move on. And that's when we became Virginians Against Drug Violence. And Chris was a little disappointed, but I had to tell him, it was time to get to the real issue, which was not non-intoxicating hemp. So we went on to intoxicating hemp.
All right. Yeah, it was. Let's get on to Councilmember Freeze.
I have to say, this is all amazing to hear this history. It's quite a footprint you've had. My question is, what can you tell us about, well, you've kind of already gone into this, but what can you tell us about the Virginia chapter of the Business Alliance for Cannabis and Hemp in its effort to advance cannabis and hemp-related businesses in the state, as well as the hemp case in the U.S. Court of Appeals?
Right. Well, I'm not so sure. What we did was we did that exhibit. We took our exhibit around to the county fairs and the state fairs, and in the courtroom when that federal judge, his name was Payne, and I brought in some hemp paper, and I handed that to the judge, And he was very interested and impressed, and we had samples of hemp paper and hemp cloth and all of the things that you could do with hemp, and books about it. Chris Conrad had written a book about the future of hemp and all of its commercial uses. And so we had all this information, and we were just trying to proselytize. We were telling people, no, this plant has more uses than you know about. And that was our message, and we got it out there. And by the time we were done, we succeeded in that, as you know. And then later on, a strictly hemp organization that's still in existence now, the Virginia. Hey, Mike, say the name of that, Jason Armatucci's, because he changed the name of it.
Yeah, the Virginia Cannabis Coalition.
Yeah, but he was
the Virginia Hemp Association, I guess.
Yeah, the Virginia Hemp Association. So that has, somebody else took that over and is doing it now and doing a great job and making sure that farmers' interests are being represented at the state level here in Virginia. And so we did, but I thought we were pretty darn successful at the time, way back when, in the early 90s, getting the issue of hemp out there. People were ready to hear that.
They were. And those Hemp Lifeline to the Future, definitely from Chris Conrad, was definitely one that elevated things for sure.
And that's the book. I'll tell you what. The cop took that book off of our table in our exhibit in Chesterfield County, and he put bookmarks in it, and I still have that.
That's great.
Yeah.
Well, the thing, because Jack's book was a compendium, right?
Oh yeah.
We used that, or for people who aren't aware, in the day, because it was Jack's book was the exact 8.5 by 11. So we literally would just put his pages on copiers and use those pages at rallies and information. Whereas Chris Conrad took Jack's book and made it into an actual book, which Jack's is more of a reference and it reads better later, but the earlier on was more of a compendium.
To me, it was like what you'd call a graphic novel almost.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Cannabis edibles are an effective way to manage pain and other ailments, especially when you deal with your trusted partner, Legacy 420, in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. You see, we lab test every product on site to ensure proper dosage every time, which is critical when consuming cannabis edibles. All Legacy 420 edibles are made by our classically trained baker and chocolatier, and we also have super tasty vegan options.
Our baker has been in the industry for 25 years. She's also a chocolatier. Everything from savory to sweet, your chocolate bars, brownies, butter tarts, you name it, we make it.
Talk to our knowledgeable Cannatex about our incredible variety available. Give your trusted partners a call. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Correct. Yeah.
You know, it had so many illustrations, and it was just packed with stuff.
Absolutely.
And you know, Jack's book changed the world. You know.
Yeah, he came to my university in 1989, and if he hadn't, you know, I have no idea where I would be if I hadn't have gotten my copy, my old white, you know, copy of The Emperor Wears No Clothes. But
exactly.
To our next question, which I will be asking. So, as a lifelong Virginian, how has your connection to the state shaped your approach to activism, your perspective on drug policy reform, and what it was like to work with Virginia politicians?
Oh boy. Okay, that's kind of two questions, and the first one was, how did Virginia shape me? And the second one is what did I have to do to deal with Virginia politicians? Okay, so how did Virginia shape me? Okay, so I've always lived in Virginia. I grew up in Falls Church, but I also lived what we call inside the Beltway. You know, I lived close to Washington, D.C. I used to get on a bus and go into, you know, to the Smithsonian, go, you know, all those wonderful places on the mall. I used to go to the zoo, and I mean, I used to go to Capitol Hill and just hang out because that was so cool to me that I could just do that. And in those days, it was a lot more open. So I knew about Washington, D.C. And so when I wanted to get weed legal, and Mike's heard me tell this story so many times, so get ready, Mike. But, you know, I wanted to get weed legal. And so I went to see my local politician, you know, and the delegate to the Virginia House of Delegates. And I talked to that guy about cannabis, and he was totally uninterested. His name was Parker at the time. He owned a oil and gas company, so he was in fossil fuels anyway. So, but he was a bit hostile. But what he told me was, he said, well, that's not something we can do. That's federal law. And so I went to see my congressman, and there again at that time, this was not somebody who was interested at all, and was probably a little bit hostile, but still, this guy told me that the feds really couldn't do anything about that because it was international. So I knew right away. And then I packed a briefcase up. I said, well, I've hung out on the Capitol a lot. I'm not scared of the Capitol. I put some stuff in a briefcase, Mike, the circle chart, you know, and I went up to Washington, D.C., and I tried to talk to my Congress critters, and it was daunting. I realized that you really, you know, let me just put it, I'm no Rob Campia, I'm no Howard Wooldridge. I'm, you know, these people who are able to take on the federal legislators. and really do well with them. I just wasn't there. So I thought, well, maybe I can just do Virginia because that's home. And the state laws are the most important. It's what you get prosecuted under is generally state laws. So I started going to the state meetings, the crime commission meetings, and I just dove in and I learned the ropes. It was before the internet was before they had everything really digitalized. So I remember the first few sessions I covered, I had to call them and ask them for the book with all the proposed laws in it, and they had to mail it to me. And by the time I got the book in the mail, some of the laws had already been considered, and passed on to the next house. I usually could catch it before it went through the whole legislative process, but I missed half the process just because they had to mail me the book. So, it was great when now that's all online and you can see everything that's going on and you can even go to the meetings virtually. But I decided I was just going to be there. Well, what really happened in Virginia, and I'd be amiss if I didn't mention this, was in 1990, they passed what we called the smoke a joint, lose your license law. And I heard about it and I was like, well, where was I for that? And then that's when I realized I had to go to these state meetings. I just couldn't pass. I'd been going around the state with the hemp exhibit and this had happened. And I felt that it had happened on my watch and that I hadn't done my job. And that was an awful law. It was the worst thing that happened to you. You lost your driver's license when you got busted for possession for years and years. And so that was an awful thing. And I wasn't going to let that happen again. And we didn't let that happen. Nothing really, once I dove in and started, they did do that seeds and stems thing. It took them 6 years, but that didn't have as big an effect, And then after seeds and stems, they stopped getting bills through, period, that were anti-marijuana. So, I just learned, on my own and I got her done. But I really regretted not being there for the smoke a joint, lose your license thing. But now, okay, so that was Virginia. So Virginia politicians, well, I rubbed their noses in the smoke a joint, lose your license, and anything else that they were, that they were trying to do that was.
Hold on. How did you rub their nose in it? Explain it to the people so they can understand how it was done.
Okay, well, I would first of all, I would talk to people when I met people out and about, and I met a young man who had gotten busted for possession, a small amount, just like not even a whole joint, and then they took his license away and he couldn't go to work and support his family anymore. And that's exactly how I rubbed the noses in it. It wasn't that hard, was it? Here's a young man and all he had was a roach, and you're making it his whole family suffer. A shame on you. I didn't say that, but it was pretty well and easy to imply that. And yeah.
Did you do this in person, via letters, letter writing campaigns? How did you do this?
I like to do that sort of thing in person. I would always write letters, but the letters were less rub your nose in it sort of thing. Other than making logical points, I would make the same logical point in a letter, but I could be a little bit more aggressive, and I'm not an aggressive person. I'm just a kind of like a talkative, people might think I'm lightweight, and I probably am not. I'm not I love particle physics, but that doesn't make me heavy, So anyway, I just, every politician's got their own personality, and you handle different personalities differently. And I just size people up and do the best I could.
All right, I got a follow-up question because you worked so hard on this. When it finally became legal in Virginia, how did you celebrate?
Oh, Oh, well, first of all, I just couldn't have been happier. Oh my God. And plus we got grow your own. We can grow 4 plants, which, yeah, so last year I did my first legal crop and I had a 10-foot tall plant. How did I celebrate? But I didn't. What we did to celebrate was we had a seed giveaway. And that was a blast. Mike, was that a blast or what? So we caused a big traffic jam, and because people were,
Well, hold on. Tell
seed.
people how that happened and what happened, because the viewers don't understand what transpired.
Okay.
So tell them y'all decided on a seed exchange. So where and why was that a seed exchange, and why was that important?
Well, because there wasn't any legal way to get seeds before that, and that was the big thing. Everybody wanted seeds, so we saw that as filling a need, and I think it was filling a need, and because people really showed up, and what we did was the DC group, the people who got weed legalized in DC, that group, we had somebody we met in the middle of the Key Bridge on midnight of the night of the day it was legalized. So at the stroke of midnight, the DC guy handed the Virginia guy a bag of seeds in the middle of Key Bridge, which is, if you know DC geography, the Potomac River is the border between DC and Virginia. So it was symbolically beautiful and also kind of practical. And so then they were distributed to, I think, about 4 or 5 different locations. I was here in Charlottesville at 5 different spots in Virginia, and I can only speak to the one in Charlottesville, but it was at a private home, and we were doing it strictly according to the law, because that business about being at a private home was kind of like part of the law. You're not supposed to, you can give cannabis away in your home to a friend. That's the way the law is. It's not supposed, there's nothing commercial about it. And so that's what we did. There was a guy who was willing to have it at his house. And like I said, there was a big traffic jam, and there was even a cop got stuck in our traffic jam, but that went down okay because Mike Krawitz was handling the traffic jam. So it was just a lot of fun, just a lot of fun.
Well, thank you for clarifying that, because you worked so hard. And of course, it isn't surprising that once it's legal, you're doing an activist action out the gate to propagate the new law.
Yeah. Well, I'm still pinching myself because I can remember way back in the 90s telling people, that I'm in Virginia, and I always identify myself as Lennis from Virginia. Even when the Drug Policy Alliance gave me an award, they thought my name was Virginia. But anyway, I always identified myself as being from Virginia, and I would go to the Drug Policy Alliance meetings and say, I'm in Virginia, and we're working on cannabis legalization, and Virginia, that's never going to happen. And I don't know how many people I said this to, but my common reply to that, we're going to be the first state in the South to legalize. And of course, everybody thought that was ridiculous because Virginia had a reputation for being a very conservative state. Now that we've blown that to hell, we're actually blue now, but that was kind of like a joke. And but we really did wind up being the first Southern state to legalize.
And it makes me very proud because when I lived in Falls Church, Virginia, I lobbied with you back 97 in Virginia, because there was a law on the books. I guess it's moot now, that once marijuana was moved out of Schedule 1 in Virginia, it would be medically legal, which was, we were making the legislators and those aware of that. Like, really? Oh, they
didn't know about it, did they? But that law was so limited; it was only covered glaucoma and cancer. Correct. But it was there, and it was important. And when they tried to repeal it, we made headlines stopping them from repealing it. So yeah, and that's actually what the Drug Policy Alliance gave me an award for.
Well, your leadership and your tenacity, of course, I'm glad you're able to celebrate and rest now a little bit, because damn, you earned that. Michael Crowitz has our next question. Council member.
Thank you, Dean. I really I really enjoy this sort of trip down memory lane. I want to add two details to the story about the seed giveaway. One, to illustrate a little bit, the 5 locations were all over the state, all the way as far as the very southern end of the state, Richmond, and then Northern Virginia, right almost inside the Beltway, as well as Charlottesville, and it just was a phenomenally successful thing. We handed out, if I remember correctly, tens of thousands of seeds. It was no small thing. And the handoff at midnight of the night where our law was implemented, where it would be legal on both ends of the Key Bridge, we did that very symbolically and pushed the envelope on that. It's a little risky, as far as activism goes. We invited the press, but we also invited the DEA and the feds to come arrest us. We would be handing off illegal drugs across the bridge and crossing state lines in violation of federal law. Come arrest us. And I actually half expected a whole bunch of lights to kick on just as we did it, with the press catching a phenomenal photo op of people getting arrested for federal crimes of marijuana at midnight. It's such a great planned photo op, but it never happened. It was quite cool. The media was very just completely enthralled and covered it very, very well. So it was a lot of fun. But I want to, we're at this sort of crossroads, and a lot of people are coming into this cannabis movement now as a starting point. And it is, I think, a starting point in so many ways, for adult recreational access, and how do we really effectively get cannabis, a long-standing traditional medicine, a plant medicine, a herbal medicine. How do we integrate that into this single molecule FDA world? All these questions that we're trying to grapple as we move forward. But I just want to take a moment and just thank you for the work that you've done. It's so unheralded. I guarantee you, everybody, that you would not have legalization had you not stopped the bad stuff. And you're talking about some bills that were like death penalty for a certain amount of marijuana, taking away your guns, even if they were legal because you use marijuana, on and on and on. It just is a scathing, just litany of bad ideas that came out of the legislature. We started out, I believe, at the Boggs Act in Virginia with all cannabis use being a felony. And our mentor back in like 1971, Roy Scherer, with Virginians for the Sane marijuana laws, later renamed Virginians for sensible marijuana laws, and then finally Virginia for the study of marijuana laws. But the Virginians, when they started out, I remember the story that Roy said, he convinced them that you didn't want to have all marijuana be a felony because that would just push the kids to the harder stuff. He sort of turned around their fears against them, because they were so scared of marijuana that certainly the hard stuff must be scary. Of course, we know that the hard stuff is just extracts and things that you just smoke less of. But they didn't know that, and they got really scared of that. And actually, that was the first, crack in their armor. And then, your work to stop these bad bills from happening, it's just unbelievable how hard it would have been to start out now if we hadn't had that stuff knocked down. If any of that had become a status quo, my God. But the question actually, starting now, looking forward, two questions in one, sort of, how do you envision this, moving forward? We've talked a lot. There's a lot of little nuances about legalization that have come up and stuff like that. So feel free to just talk a little bit about what would be like the perfect way to handle cannabis, once we knock down these walls and stuff. What's in your vision? And the second part of the question was, what kind of little tidbits can you pass on to those that are starting out now, grassroots, in the 21st century?
Well, it's a whole different scene now, isn't it? I mean, something that kind of I think it maybe limits me a little bit at this point, because I've never been interested. This has always been a civil liberties issue to me. The business of cannabis has not. I always, like back when it was worth its weight in gold, as we can all remember. It was ridiculous. It's a plant. It's not that hard to grow. I learned to grow it. And it was just a damn shame that there wasn't any access. And that was the problem, having access to this plant. But now that we can all grow what's probably sort of enough for us, the 4 plants is a limit I can live with for now. But going forward, what I'm interested in is not, I don't have a problem with, there's big corporations, they're going to be here. I don't think I can stop that. And I'm not so sure I'm interested, but I am interested in keeping it open to the little guy, so that there can be mom and pop cannabis businesses. That's not going to come free. That's where the struggle is right now in Virginia anyway, and probably all over the country, because the big corporations are hugely interested in the profits they can make. And so they want to shut us out, shut little, I'm a hybridizer, so I'll be offering, now I'm hybridizing this year for the first time legally. And although I did it for many years before it was illegal, before it was legal, but I'm never going to be a big business. I'm going to have a couple of strains maybe that I'm offering to people, and it's never going to be a big business. So keep that open to the little guy. Make sure that there are opportunities and licenses that don't cost too much for mom and pop and little people who are just doing very small operations. So that's one of my big concerns right now.
Well, thank you for taking the time with us tonight. It was an absolute honor to share this space with you and have this discussion. You are a unsung hero to us, and know that, to have worked alongside you and under your guidance there in Virginia, it has been an honor, and it absolutely warmed my heart when it became, I'm a native Louisiana from Louisiana, so I knew it was never gonna happen in my lifetime.
Hey, look, there's hope. There's hope.
Oh, there's hope. But
yeah.
you see what the hope that is currently residing there is why I currently reside in California. But
right.
Your leadership and the hard work that you put into Virginia helped change history forever. And we're forever, of course, indebted to you and your hard work and dedication. All those long drives that nobody thanks you for, stopping and getting gas and, in the rain and all that fun stuff. That's, the realities that come with, sometimes you don't get to realize that success. So I'm glad someone as valuable to the movement has been able to soak in it.
Listen, I think you're just projecting a little bit here, ATN, because I can remember you guys coming into Richmond in that van, and you guys were living out of that van. You and Debbie and the whole Cannabis Action Network crew. You guys were an inspiration to me. So I think we all had fun. I think there's a spiritual connection between all of us, and it's a huge part of my life. I don't need to be a sung hero. I've always kind of avoided that, but because I just don't, I think that cannabis is the star of this show. And so, but boy, you guys, like I said, you did inspire me. The Cannabis Action Network was the coolest thing going.
Well, we were, again, we were kids, but you stayed and did it. We kept and moved on. And that's what inspires us, is those that stayed, applied the change, and put in the hard work. And a lot of states do not have this luxury that you get to. People died along the way. I mean, Jack's no longer with us, and he didn't get to see the reality. He wouldn't be happy, don't get me wrong, but the changes, it took decades of hard work and dedication. So I just want the viewers to know that putting in the hard time, the hard work, even though 30 years ago they said it would never happen in your lifetime, Lennis, now you're now not a closet grower anymore. It's out.
No,
It's
no, I wish Walter had lived to see it. That's a kind of a regret. And now Roy did live to see it. He predated me as an activist in Virginia. And the last couple of decades of his life, though, Mike, he did lobby under the Virginians Against Drug Violence moniker. So, but he passed away last year, and he lived to see legal. In fact, last time I saw him, I drove down to Petersburg to give him some seeds.
Right on.
Yeah.
Well, Lennis, thank you so much for sharing your time and your wisdom and your knowledge. Do you have anything else that you would like to share? Do you have anything that's coming up? Anything you'd like to promote or share with everybody?
The next thing that I'm going to be working on is the gubernatorial candidate, because right now cannabis is frozen in time in Virginia because we have a Republican governor that doesn't want to do anything about it. So I'm going to be working for Abigail Spamberger is going to be running for the governor of Virginia, and she's hemp friendly. And so we're going to work on her campaign. So going forward, yes, there's always something to do.
Absolutely. And good to know that you're still in it to win it.
Yeah.
All righty. Well, thank you, everybody.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. It's been an honor. So I would like to thank our council members, Michael Krawitz, Mike Davis, Leslie Fries, myself, Etienne Fontaine, and of course, our very special guest, Lennis Worth, tonight, for joining us on our VAC Roundtable number 82. And we'll be back in a couple of weeks. So thank you, everybody. Have a great rest of your weekend, and we'll talk to you soon.
The Veterans Action Council is a Pace Radio Network content provider. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, bakes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at Pace Radio.